Tucked away in the underbelly of the city, a delegation of officials consult Rath, a time traveler from the future. His goal is to assist the officials in stopping the rise of Pan-African unity that exists in his reality. The officials questioned Rath, unable to see the logic of how a group of people that were being oppressed socially, politically, and economically could rise to overcome their entrapment. They sat back and scoffed at Rath's insistence that their current moment was of vital importance to the future of their status as oppressors. However, with each rebuttal, Rath's explanation slowly turned the officials' surety into doubt. Looking into the coin, Rath could see etched into its surface a story about the fragility of power, arrogance, and opulence in the face of self-empowerment. Their shoulders sank as they became filled with worry. Unable to take the feeling of doubt, they demand Rath tell them how this horrid future could ever exist. Rath explains, "In the year 2054, Africa leads the world, having experienced exponential growth due to the advent of Bitcoin. The resource-rich continent benefited from the ease of trade and currency exchange Bitcoin brought and leapfrogged past competing regions. The rapid economic growth led to a renaissance for all African states and eventual treaties that unified the continent, with the de facto African dollar being Bitcoin money and lack of access to funds no longer being an impediment. The betterment of Africa and her people became a focus of all governments. Food, security, infrastructure, development, health, and education became cornerstones of the movement. This Pan-African movement is the downfall of my time." They ask Rath how it will begin. Rath sees the moments flash in front of his eyes, the rise of the black women farmers through Bitmari's creation of blockchain-based accelerators. With access to local, national, regional, and international markets, these women fed the nation that would change the world. "The only way to stop them," Rath explained, "is to create a temporary flee from banks and an overdependence on hard cash rather than digital currency which we will control. This will deepen the impression of an unsafe investment climate, allowing us to negotiate with other corrupt officials for the little trade we will allow them to do. This plan will work." In Zimbabwe, a future Bitmari freedom fighter has come to explain the benefits of cryptocurrency to local farmers. She comes spreading the word of decolonization through the use of technology. Through education and investment, she tells them of a future where they will be the forebearers of change within their country and the world. Just then, our freedom fighters' warning device rings. There's an attack on the bank, and it looks like Rath and the officials have begun to make their move. The hero calls to assemble the rest of the future freedom fighters. The team assembles at the steps of the bank. Seeing their approach, the colonial goons along with Rath come charging their way. Standing shoulder to shoulder, the freedom fighters concentrate to channel the empowerment which radiates from their connection to the mystical powers of blockchain. With strength, agility, and endurance, the freedom fighters beat back Rath. Our heroes wear the scars of battle with ease. Filled with self-determination and empowered by a unified future, the future freedom fighters stay vigilant. They know the past which lay behind them, the hard labor of foundation building their ancestors did to allow them the powers they now use. The future is what they want to protect, to ensure the African continent develops and grows the way it deserves to. After all, the future of the world depends on it.
Africa. Many stories begin and end on the continent. A center of the world's resources, Africa has been the source of advancement around the world. The history is tainted by centuries of enslavement, colonization, and manipulation. Affected by the transatlantic slave trade, societies around the world have populations of African descendants. From their continued oppression, an ideology arose: Pan-Africanism, a movement to promote unity and solidarity among Africans around the world. Its core belief being that all Africans across the diaspora share an ancestral heritage and fates forever intertwined. These Africans uphold Ubuntu, a deeply rooted sense of unity through humanity towards others. The purpose of this unity being social, political, economic, and cultural progress.
Our tour and our focus is around Black people in general. We think that if we leverage, everywhere I've gone, unfortunately, the people that look like me have been at oftentimes the bottom. And we think that we need to do something to reconnect ourselves.
Mr. Christopher Mapindera and Mr. Sinclair Skinner have traveled across the African diaspora, seeking to enact their sense of Ubuntu through economic education, organization, and investment. They believe that technology changes the world in ways that politics, militarism, and economics cannot, and that Bitcoin will be the technology that unifies a United States of Africa.
Using a different technology. We're using the blockchain, Bitcoin technology. We have our colleague here, Brother John Karanja. He's from Kenya. So BitMari is truly a Pan-African tech company, a tech startup, where we're leveraging the brains throughout the entire diaspora.
See how you can relate it to Rome, and then you relate it to the rest of Africa. When someone says Africa is the new frontier for economic development and so forth, let's not be left behind. Let's find ways.
BitMari, a fintech startup, comes as their approach to building solutions for Africa and the African diaspora by leveraging cryptocurrency and blockchain technology. Wanting to create deeper economic ties between the diaspora in the effort of mutual Pan-African support, Mapindera and Skinner created BitMari in 2015. BitMari is the only Bitcoin-based company working with the African Central Bank, and they have worked through local bank partnerships to lower the cost of remittances in Africa. Leveraging on blockchain technology, BitMari has drastically lowered the cost of remittances to Zimbabwe, which is the beginning for its minimum viable product.
Black people! I love black people. We love you. I love Zimbabwe.
We think out of all the tools to change the world, politics, economics, all these things, we think technology is the most beneficial, efficient way to change the world. So we want to give a context to the world that BitMari looks at, and I'm going to give you a little snippet from a video.
In 1890, the people of present-day Zimbabwe lost their land to a group of imperialist settlers known as the Pioneer Column. A series of protracted struggles followed thereafter, sparked by the first Chimurenga, which the locals lost, but they made a comeback with the second Chimurenga. This protracted struggle ended with the ceasefire agreement signed at the Lancaster House Conference in 1979, and this served to rectify the imbalances of the land distribution. 20 years on after granting Zimbabweans their independence, the British government hadn't fulfilled their end of the bargain. A new regime led by Tony Blair had reneged on the Lancaster House Agreement, and the Zimbabweans got frustrated. They took matters into their own hands and took possession of their land. The period thereafter hasn't been without its fair share of challenges, worsened by the punitive measures imposed against the people of Zimbabwe. Without NGO handouts, these heroic people have already proved their mettle. In the aftermath of liberation wars fought to end colonialism, most of the African countries reeling from conflict, despite enjoying a measure of political independence, are still slave to economic and monetary systems. But one nation that is the center of attention has defied all odds and carved a legitimate state of self-rule and is entering an age of advancement on the foundation of a civilization that existed thousands of years before the advent of colonialism. Having done away with the nationalized flat currency, Zimbabwe currently uses the rand, the dollar, and the pula as a means of trade. With one of the greatest mobile telephony penetration statistics in Africa, many of the unbanked are turning to mobile banking and are the driving force of this economy. Zimbabwe stands to benefit from an economic vehicle just as disruptive as its independent national spirit. Introducing BitMari, an immensely disruptive concept that has the potential to restore our economy to being one of the most powerful on the globe.
BitMari is a Zimbabwean remittance platform that aims to make it easier for members in the diaspora to send money back home through the use of an incredible technology known as Bitcoin. This will aid in transforming the Zimbabwean economy by eliminating the middleman and the traditional financial transactions, and also introducing a cashless nature of exchanging goods and services.
So how it works? Bitmari.com is integrated with Bitcoin. Customers can send their money using Bitcoin from anywhere in the world through the Bitcoin network. BitMari has partnered with a financial institution in Zimbabwe which will facilitate the disbursement of funds to the recipients through its network of branches.
If we can link through financial systems that don't rely on a former colonizer to control, we don't need anyone else. There's enough black folks throughout the globe that have access to stuff that we can work collectively on. And I'm not saying charity, I'm talking about mutually beneficial and everybody get paid. I add value, you add value, I compensate you because I appreciate you and you compensate me. This doesn't have to be built on the colonial model. One of our catchphrases is decolonize your life. Whatever you think of color, race, whatever, we say, look, fundamentally, colonialism is a form of predatory capitalism. Fundamentally, the colonizer never was willing to compensate the folks he was doing business with. Man, you didn't have to kidnap me, man. You didn't have to come shoot everybody. We could have negotiated this thing. We could have did some equity. You don't have to just blow my head off and rape my wife. You know, this is on that. But again, the system has evolved. So it doesn't have to necessarily have the blatant tactics of the old colonialism, but that system of not wanting to compensate, but wanting everything we have, it's still there. And as long as those who coveted and wanted and desired what you have are around, your freedom, your liberty is always in jeopardy. This thing is not a destination. We got to be vigilant. In America right now, even with a black president, we had the police killing us.
In October of 2017, BitMari launched the first of its kind I Love Black People Transatlantic HBCU bus tour to promote Bitcoin and Black liberation. It would include over a dozen stops within the United States and 8 in Zimbabwe. It also included stops at churches, student associations, black banks, and businesses. Kicking off at the historic Howard University in Washington, D.C., students participated in fintech hackathons, focus groups, tech job recruitment, and so much more. The tour moved further south to the University of the District of Columbia, Morgan State, Coppin State, North Carolina A&T, Tennessee State, Florida A&M, Tuskegee, Spelman, Morehouse, Clark Atlanta University, Jackson State, Texas Southern
everyone.
University,
Thank you for
Prairie View,
waiting.
Paul
We
Quinn.
will be
At each
going
stop,
up on this
BitMari
event
collaborated with
approximately
campus
60
leaders,
seconds.
local
So,
businesses, and change
take your
agents
time, use
to
the restroom.
evangelize
We'll
the
be going
benefits
here in
of STEM education, entrepreneurship, and blockchain technology. BitMari founders Sinclair Skinner and Christopher Mapindera, who are HBCU grads themselves, agreed that the global African diaspora is in dire need of financial empowerment. So they took the second leg of the tour to Zimbabwe during the month of November. Those stops included the University of Zimbabwe, Midlands State University, National University of Science and Technology, Bandura University of Science Education, Africa University and Great Zimbabwe University, and Harare Institute of Technology. 3 points have been stressed throughout this HBCU transatlantic tour. The first, Buy Black. The second, Bank Black. And the third, Build Black. By incorporating these three principles, Bitmari believes it will help create institutions to fortify communities and build wealth for future generations. This has been a clarion call for the global Black community to step up and support its innovators and entrepreneurs. The theme also challenges business leaders to collaborate more in an effort to promote financial growth and collective wealth throughout the diaspora. Over 3,000 students participated in the events. Through this tour, young Black minds of tomorrow were able to get what they need, the tools to financially empower themselves and build stronger foundations.
Somebody from home will say, hey, send me $20. Okay? If you send $20, MoneyGram will charge you $10. That's 50%. Okay?
So if you send $20, they'll charge you $10.
Right.
Wow.
Okay? So most people are discouraged from sending money home, these little amounts of money.
Okay.
I heard some people asking people here, what will you do with the $20? He said, okay, I'll buy meal, $4. I'll buy cooking oil, $2. I'll buy soap, $2. I'll buy sugar, I'll buy flour, and so forth. So for the family of four,
That's you see where the $20 is getting you, isn't it?
yeah, that's right.
It's a lot of money.
That's right. Okay, so
morning,
we are addressing the needs of our people.
I know it's early, but you know, I'm about call and response. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How y'all feeling today? Great. I love it. I love it. Thank you for being here on a Saturday to attend the 5th annual Black Blockchain Summit. I am a television producer by trade, but have learned so much as an event producer here today and throughout the conference. Decentralized, these are words that I'm learning. Somebody gave me a glossary. I'm like in the know now. IRL, in real life, I know a lot, okay? And so I am certain that you all will not only learn stuff, but also offer communication and offer questions to enhance the conversation. I will give you a little bit more information about that, but I don't want to belabor the hour because we've been waiting a while, right? So let's get started. And the best way to get started with an event like this is to center us in prayer. And we have Nana Akue Zenzele. Did I get that right? Oh, shoot, close enough. Shit, come on up, girl. She is the chief priest of Traditional Life Ministries in Baltimore. And she's going to honor us with setting the tone for this very special occasion.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm kind of moved. I loved her energy. I'm kind of moved to do another call and response. Can we do that? Okay. So there's a praise song. I'm an Akan priest rooted in Ghana, West Africa. And so there's a praise song that simply says, my soul thanks you, right? Medawasi makrada, medawasi o. You try it. Medawasi makrada, medawasi o. Medawasi makrada, medawasi o. Very simple, right? So I want to pour libation today, and it is in that regard. We're simply giving thanks. We want to call all of the positive energies, of course, Mother, Father, God, in whatever name any of us may call it. And in all traditional settings, regardless of religion, libation is often poured. And it's, again, non-religious. It's simply acknowledging God and asking all of the good energies and spirits, deities, ancestors to come in and be present and to help facilitate the event or whatever ceremony or ritual or whatever may be going on. And so that's what we'd like to do today to formally get started. We all right with that? Now, doing this with a microphone will be a challenge. So, I know we're recording, but can you hear me okay? So many. No. Can you manage? No, ma'am. Okay, fine. The people upstairs going, no, we're not doing them without no microphone. Yeah, no, I don't always work well with others. I can do it, I think. Did I say that out loud? She offered, and I was just saying I don't usually do well. I'll manage. So, how we do? Thank you. So, the best posture for libation is you can remain seated if you can touch the floor or if you can stand. What I'll do as a priest is I'll take a shoe off. But it's something to acknowledge that you are participating, that you're aware, you're present, and you're ushering in, you know, the energy that we're trying to evoke. So elders usually remain seated. Usually people will stand, or traditionally people will kneel, and again, that's the touching of the floor. So whichever you so choose to do this morning, we are open. You can simply remain seated. You can touch the floor while seated. You can kneel. You can stand. But please, if we can prepare for libation, I would appreciate you. Yago, I go. Anyame, Odumakaba, Yankapon Kwame, Antridion Pony, Yamanakosa, Awuda Day, Asai, say, Almighty God, we acknowledge you and we ask for your presence here. Mother Nature, we are offering you your drink today. No. All of the spirits, all the deities, all the Orisha, all the Bosum, all the Loa, all the Netarua, all of the energies, we are asking and offering you to be present today, and we are offering you your drink, Nsaniyo. All the elevated, enlightened ancestors, we are asking you to be present today. We are ushering you in today, and we say, this is your drink, Nsaniyo. We want to acknowledge all of the enlightened and elevated ancestors of those present here today. And I'm asking you to yell out your ancestors' names. And we want to pour and acknowledge them as well. I'll start. Granny Carrie, Ashe. Grandpa Howard, Ashe. 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 All of those that are being called in your heads and not out loud, we acknowledge and honor you and we pour for you. All of those that remain unnamed, all of those yet unborn, we pour and we acknowledge you. Mother Father God, Nana Nome, all of the good energy here, we are coming to you today for this Black Blockchain Summit. And we thank you for allowing us to gather here today. We ask that everything that needs to happen, happen. And that all the information relayed comes forth strong and true and pure. We're asking that you allow everything to go smoothly. All of the delays have just allowed us to set up things much better, bigger, and brighter so that the day continues to go wonderful and well. We thank you for this opportunity. Once again, 5 years is no small task. And so we thank you for allowing us to get to this point. We ask that you continue to bless the sponsors and all of the people involved, the organizers. Bless everyone here. And thank you for this opportunity to share tradition and put us in the right frame of mind. And we ask for more years to come of the Black Blockchain Summit. May we have a wonderful day, and we thank you in advance, God, for all that you are doing right now and all that you will do in the future. And we say, Madasi, Madasi, Madasiu. Thank you. The libation is finished. Thank you for participating. I appreciate you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Chief Priestess Nana. That was the perfect way to set the tone for today's events. Next up, we have a wonderful woman from the government of the District of Columbia. She's like, is that me? Yes, it's you, honey. I've had the opportunity to work with Lindsay quite closely on different projects, and her official title is the Chief Technology Officer of the Government of the District of Columbia. But I know her as a woman that has integrity, that is kind, that is diligent, and ultra professional. And so I'm just so happy that she could be here today. Lindsay, come on up.
Thank you so much, JT. I really appreciate it. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's so wonderful to be here with you today. I'm Lindsay Parker. I happen to be the Assistant City Administrator for Washington, D.C. and the Chief Technology Officer. I love my job. Oh, thank you. I love my job. I think I have one of the best out there. So if you're interested in coming and learning a little bit more about government, you want to work with us, we're always excited to hire new people, and we have a lot going on. But I'm here really on behalf of Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser to say welcome. Thank you for hosting this Black Blockchain Summit here in Washington, D.C. We can't say enough about conferences coming back, being in person. We also really appreciate everybody that's online today, but we really want you to back next year for the 6th Black Blockchain Summit and can't wait to welcome you back. I wanted to talk about a few different things that I'm thinking about in government, the mayor's thinking about, and when we really need everybody's help. And so wanted to just sort of set the stage for why I love my job, why I'm excited and energized by everybody in the crowd today, and what I hope some of the conversations that we're going to get to today will help unveil. So first and foremost, it's always so wonderful to be here at Howard. I live right down the street, but I always have to acknowledge my grandparents met at Hampton Institute. Their freshman year, got together, and ultimately my grandfather joined one of the first classes of USAID. And so really sort of public service was not even a question. I always thought I was going to do something trade-oriented. Internationally, my dad was a foreign service officer, but found out quickly that I really wanted to focus here at home and think about our urban centers, recognizing that if we didn't make sure that our urban centers were innovating, entrepreneurial, thinking about the future, I was worried what we were going to be able to trade might not be competitive enough. And so my focus for most of my career has been innovation policy in urban settings. I've been privileged to work for 2 Washington, D.C. mayors, Adrian Fenty and Muriel Bowser, and really thinking through what we can do to sort of spark some change in our education policy, in our economic development policy, making sure that we have a place for Black entrepreneurs, Black innovation here in Washington. And if you were here for earlier in the week, you might have seen some of our Washington, D.C. Startup Week with some entrepreneurs doing really cool things here in Washington. And if you turn to one another, you're going to find some more of those entrepreneurs right here in this room and online. So I really appreciate that. The mayor took a chance on me to be the Chief Technology Officer. There's not a lot of me's in the room when it comes to state, and that's really what we are, state technology teams. But I have the opportunity to run a 600-person team. We have 100,000 users on our network, and only 720,000 residents. So you do the math, that's a little weird. We've got a lot of people on our network. And really, what I learned during COVID is that if we are not thinking about resetting, recalibrating government so that we're rebuilding trust in government, we're working on the things that really connect our cities, connect our communities, we're going to lose an opportunity. I think nothing became clearer over COVID, right? It only served to sort of further highlight some of the gaps and the divides that really, as a government, we get to start thinking about, we need to sort of double down in thinking about and solving for together. And I think we probably haven't seen this type of opportunity, I don't know, definitely in my generation, probably in my parents' generation, maybe my grandparents had the opportunity to think this boldly and this broadly, but it's time. and we don't want to lose that momentum. And so people ask me, actually, we just had a conversation in the audience right before I started. People ask me, well, what are you doing in regards to blockchain? My answer, because I know nothing besides being very candid, is that I know my job right now is to make sure that our community is connected online. So I need to make sure that I've got broadband delivered to everybody's homes, that I've got an easy and accessible way for people to get powerful internet, if not free, probably ought to be a right. And I want to make sure that I'm giving and providing ways for everyone to not be afraid to be online, right? So that digital equity component is my sort of first, the first priority that I have to think about. And then, once you guys continue to innovate in the space when it comes to blockchain, when it comes to even the metaverse, I'll be excited in the next few years to learn even more, to figure out how I need to fit in there. But first, I need to really make sure that we're connecting our communities. And that's got to be my first priority. But I could use everybody's help in doing that, in making it a space that, now we all know that there's risk, but making it a space that folks are understanding of that risk and still able to join in what the future will bring. And so then I'm asked, I told a story the other day, sitting next to one of the SEC commissioners who turned to me and said, well, what are you doing in Washington, D.C. in order to regulate when it comes to blockchain, when it comes to cryptocurrency? And I looked right back at her. But I don't think that Washington, D.C. or really a state and local jurisdiction ought to get ahead and as a result sort of squash innovation. Instead, we're going to continue to push out learning material, making sure that people understand what those risks are. But I want to learn from all of you, and I want to make sure that there's a continued conversation about those guardrails that we need to be thinking about at a state level, hoping that the federal level helps set some of those things first, not asking for more regulation, just asking for those guardrails to keep us safe. And I am excited by the panels today because I think we're going to get into some of that. But my challenge to all of you is to make sure that what we're doing is not just asking our communities to get online for the sort of innovative aspect of what we've seen with blockchain, but instead thinking about those applications that blockchain is truly, I think, we're just at the very beginning of truly understanding. Cryptocurrency may be around for a long time. It might not. But I think the blockchain in itself I have lots of different ideas about how in 10 years it might be able to help my local government. But I really think that that is the key to all of us, right? We're here talking, discussing, learning from each other. I challenge you to really think about how we find ways for those that are underserved around the world to think about blockchain as a way to find solutions for some of our biggest problems. So that the next time that we talk, you're telling me, and here are the guardrails that we need from government, here's some of the solutions we need you to try out, and here's some of the sort of best learning experiences that you could put before your underserved communities in Washington, D.C. that will allow them to access this innovation in a way that is not as risky as we've seen in sort of previous generations. So that's my ask. And I can't wait to can't wait to hear more from all of you today, and can't wait to, you're welcome to always email me. My team is going to kill me, but my email is super easy. It's lp@dc.gov. Again, I'm Lindsay Parker. It's lp@dc.gov, and I really appreciate everybody being here. I can't say it enough. Looking for a continued conversation, and I can't wait to hear more about what we'll get into today. So thank you so much, and welcome to Washington.
What a great button. Welcome to Washington. And not only are you welcome to Washington by the Black blockchain summit, but you're welcome to Washington by Lindsay Parker, who's done a lot of work in city government, and as her proxy, Muriel Bowser, the mayor of Washington, D.C. Next up, we have our first fireside chat. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Robin O'Connell, the Chief Revenue Officer of Upload, and Kathy House, a professor at my alma mater, Howard University, the School of Business Management Department. My apologies. You can have a seat here.
Here? Cool.
Good. Give them a round of applause.
All right.
Thank you. All right.
Hello. Is it on?
Okay, great.
There you go.
All right. Good morning. Glad to see everyone.
How's it going?
It's going great. It's good to be back on campus. Last year was a struggle after COVID, and everyone was a little stressed, trying to figure it all out. This year, there's a renewing of energy on campus. It's really revigorating from the faculty and the students. So I'm excited to be back.
Nice. Do you want to fire away with any questions? We're totally unprepared.
Oh, we're always prepared. Always prepared. Sometimes the most impromptu conversations are the best.
Yeah. You want me to tell you a little bit about Metaverse or Uphold, or?
From your perspective, I have a pretty good understanding.
Okay.
I'm one of those professors that teach outside the box.
Okay.
I'm an entrepreneur at nature. I've been here at Howard University teaching for 17 years.
Oh, wow.
I was brought on to bring entrepreneurship to the entire campus, even though I'm housed out of the School of Business by way of the Ewing Kauffman grant in 2003. So my intellectual knowledge as far as entrepreneurship on the college level is extensive. We were extremely on the same level as Babson, and Babson University basically was the trendsetter of entrepreneurship along with Howard back in 2003. So we partnered way back when. So with that thought process in mind, knowing that the metaverse was coming, I've already started preparing my students with case analysis and so forth. So let's just jump in.
All right. All right. So am I interviewing you or are you interviewing me?
You know, however you want to go. I can go either way.
Well, yeah, I guess, what does the metaverse mean to you?
I look at it as the next level. You know, we live in a country, in a world that constantly evolves whether we want to accept it or not. So you figure the internet was like, that was like a web 2.0.
Right.
And then the metaverse is web 3.0. So it's like an evolution of the next phase of the internet.
Yeah. I mean, for me, because that's a question, is like when, you know, there are a lot of buzzwords out there, right? Like metaverse, you know, DeFi, you know, what do all these things mean? And, you know, you've got metaverse from the perspective of, you know, you put on your goggles. I don't know if anyone's done this. I've done this, where you put on the goggles and you're actually experiencing, you know, a different world, and it's pretty crazy, right? Like you know, and the applications for it are kind of endless, especially from an educational standpoint, right? Like you can take somebody to somewhere, you know, across the world and really, you know, I guess we haven't done the smells yet, but you've got like a sight and a kind of a you know, and I guess not a feel, but you know, it's a 3D experience,
right? Which
is pretty crazy. I guess what I could offer today to tell you a little bit about, maybe this will spark some conversation from an entrepreneurship or business side, is you know, the work that we've done at Uphold with metaverses and what we're seeing as far as blockchain and crypto use within the metaverse. So is that okay if I just speak a little bit to that to spark conversation?
Go for it.
Okay, cool. So first of all, the company I'm with is called Uphold, UPHOLD. And we've been around since 2014, so pretty early. And basically what we have is we have a digital wallet, kind of like a Gemini. I know they spoke earlier. And you basically can go from anything to anything, so instantly. So you can go from money on your debit card to Bitcoin, or we even support, you could go into gold, and you go from Bitcoin to gold instantly. The idea is that, money should be free and not trapped, and you should, basically be able to go from anything to anything. And if you're an Uphold member, you can send money for free, anything to anything. That's what we do on the consumer side. My job is I run the enterprise side, which is kind of fun because we basically take all the pieces of our application, and then we go and we talk to anybody who's innovating and using crypto blockchain as a new level of innovation. And then what we do is we provide sort of those rails connecting traditional payments and your bank or whatever to DeFi and to this new world that we have. So as an example, we work with this company called IMVU. I don't know if anyone is familiar with IMVU, but IMVU is like a Second Life. And it is like, it's like an OG metaverse, right? So there's no goggles. You go online and you create your own avatar, and you literally live in this virtual world. And what's neat about it is that it's everything in the virtual world is created by people in the virtual world. So it's like a gig economy. They're literally people who make their living inside of the IMVU metaverse. And like an example that I was giving earlier is you could be in this metaverse, and you get word of that there's a really fun dance party or something happening on a Saturday night. Well, the people hosting the dance party are actually people in the metaverse. So it wasn't, IMVU that came up with this idea. It's all happening organically. But the people who are hosting the dance party have to hire DJs, they have to hire bartenders. So it's really like it's another economy that's happening. You see it on your mobile phone, you see it on the web, and I think where metaverses are going is that you're going to have your goggles and it won't even feel that sort of 2D, or 3D. It'll be completely almost like what we're experiencing now. What we do though, and now back to where the innovation is happening, is before. This company's been around for 10 years, by the way. It's a huge company. They do $100 million in revenue. If you've ever read the book, The Lean Startup, have you heard of The Lean Startup? The guy who wrote The Lean Startup was the founder of IMVU. So he was actually writing about the starting IMVU. And so what they did is they're like, previously everything that was bought and interacted with in this economy was done with sort of an in-game token, which is kind of how it all works today, right? Like you go to any game, even any game you think of, there's an in-game token, and that's what they're using to, but it's trapped, right? It's all within a walled garden, and so their thought was, well, gosh, if we could make this in-game token something with real value that you could convert and put into your bank account and pay your bills with, because a lot of the innovation was happening with the people in the game themselves, and literally they were dealing with people like earning their in-game token and then trying to sell it like in a black market, on PayPal or something like that. And so they're like, well, if we had more control of this and actually, created more value. And I guess it's less control, right? Because now the person who's earning the token can leave and take that value outside. Long story short, we're the rails to support that new token and to enable it to get converted. They can spend it on their debit card, or put it in their bank account, or send it to their own wallet that they have their own keys on. And so I guess what I have to offer is just the economies that I'm seeing and the reason why these metaverses are connecting to blockchain and to DeFi. Okay. Did that make any sense, by the way? It's pretty early here. Okay, good.
How would you describe blockchain to the average person in layman terms? How would you describe that?
I describe it as just a pipe.
Okay.
It's just a way to, so I come from payments. I've been in payments for a really long time.
When you say payments?
Payments, I mean like Visa.
Okay.
Yeah, fintech
right.
payments, right?
Okay.
And, and if you swipe your card, right, anywhere in the world, there's data that's happening that's
right.
basically making sure your money's on the card, and those are pipes, information pipes. Now, the difference is that those information pipes which is pretty amazing. Like,
right.
It's amazing that you could be halfway across the world in milliseconds.
Right.
There's data that's passing across rails or pipes to determine whether you have money on that card or
right.
not. Yeah. And but the difference is that's all contained within databases of Visa, right? I guess I trust Visa. I don't know.
Well, Visa has definitely dominated
yeah.
the start
yeah.
of transactions taking place by way of pipelines or,
right.
or the databases.
Right.
I can't believe we're living in a world right now that cash has become frowned upon.
Yeah.
After the pandemic. It used to be what they say, cash is king. Now you say, do you take cash?
Yeah.
And that was not ever a question. Everyone
yeah.
always took cash. But now that has totally flipped. And you really get a look from retailers or
right.
even entrepreneurs at festivals if you would have paid by cash.
Yeah.
You kind of get frowned upon.
So to take that basically and to finish it out with Visa. So Visa's the pipes, but it's all maintained within Visa, and not everyone has access to Visa.
Right.
Right. So the difference is with blockchain, the pipes are decentralized. So there's no one owner of the pipes.
Okay.
But the important piece is that, nobody's broken the Bitcoin blockchain. Nobody's figured out a way to basically break it down. And because no one's figured out a way to break it down, there's a trust element to it, right?
Absolutely.
And it frees people up to anybody can go get a Bitcoin wallet or really any crypto wallet for that matter. They can set it up, and if one person sets it up, in the U.S. and one person sets it up halfway across the world, there's a mechanism that people trust and that works, that gets money from point A to point B. So it's basically a financial system that works and that's been created outside of the traditional financial system, which then opens up a whole crazy load of possibilities, right? And obviously, you can almost imagine if everybody in the world was like, hey, let's take a pause. This old financial system is just not working very well. Let's all just stop, let's take a break, and let's just move everything over to DeFi and to crypto. That could happen, right?
But do you think it will?
Well, not right away, no, I do not. But just the notion that it could go that way, and I do think it will go that way in maybe not always across the board, and I don't think anything is binary. I think what we're seeing now, and the argument that I make, is that companies like us that are centralized in a sense. But we're like a bridge between traditional finance and complete DeFi, right? And so there's lots of talk about regulation and stuff, and we're kind of like we're in between. We're fully regulated and whatnot, but it's important because everybody's money right now is regulated. Right? And to get money into this system to experience this innovation and to have the benefits of blockchain and DeFi, I think you need to start somewhere, right? You need to go, you need to have a connection.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So as it relates to, just to give you a little bit about my background, I teach in the School of Business and Management Department. I primarily, anything entrepreneurial, basically, I've taught. But this particular semester, I'm teaching management of small business, entrepreneurship marketing, and management of organizational behavior. I see I have enrolled over approximately 153 students, primarily upperclassmen. How do you see small businesses participating in this Web.3 Metaverse system?
Yeah. Well, I think you know, in terms of payments, there's what's interesting is, you know, with Web3, and also I should ask you, like, what is your definition of Web3? Because I think just like Metaverse, people have very different definitions of Web3. Well, I guess, what is your definition of Web3?
Well, as stated before, I just believe it's the evolution of the internet. As you say, you know, if we look at the internet, and as I describe it with my students, literally there are businesses promoting through the social media platforms another form of, another avenue of doing business. So if you're not connected to the internet, it's like a virtual mall in that, and I have young adult children, so the bottom line is they know about promotions at various different stores and restaurants that I might not know about, but they are on social media, Instagram or whatever, and some businesses do heavy promotion through your Instagrams, Facebooks, or what have you. So you may see a line outside of a business and in passing that they did a promotion that you're not aware of because they did it on the internet. So there is like another version already operating online on the internet already.
Yeah.
I look at Web.3 Metaverse, another version of the internet and another world, basically
with its own economy, where you can also
so it's like stage 3 of the internet, and a whole nother economy starting to form by way of this new version, the metaverse with the blockchains and so forth. So that's how I view it. It appears to me, according to research, that the entertainment, the videos, the gaming industry will primarily be the leading industry to take advantage, because they've somewhat been doing it anyway with 2K sports and so forth. They've had the avatars with the NBA players and so forth.
Right.
The athletes have been making money by being a part of the games and so forth. So they're going to be leading, according to the research, this new, because they're already doing it now. It's just, we're just labeling it. So that's the way I view it.
And it's also because I think, you know, with Web3, the idea is that you own your own, it's distributed, right? Because, you know, in order to engage in Web3, you have your own DeFi wallet, which you own. So from a payments perspective, it's different, right? And I don't know if everyone's experienced it, but like, you know, you can see websites that have gone Web 3 versus Web 2. So Web 2 is, like everyone's experience, you go to a site and you put in your card information and you pay for stuff and boom, that's Web 2. Web 3 is you get to the site and it's like, oh, and it's tied to the browser, connect your wallet. And you just click a button. And actually, that's what gives me encouragement that things will go to Web 3, because actually, when all is said and done, like, you just want an easy user experience. So if you just click the button, now your wallet that you control and that has your funds in it or whatever is speaking to the website, and that's all through technology.
Right.
And part of the thinking there is, not only is it your money, but then you have NFTs. Right. Okay? And then the NFTs are now a redistribution of whatever it is that you're taking part with on the web. So before it's like, oh, I'm sharing my pictures of my family or whatever on Facebook, you know, Facebook owns that essentially, terms and conditions. But with NFTs, the idea is that now it's decentralized. You own what you're sharing on the internet, and you can then monetize that. So that's where I think the big, back to your question of what should people be thinking about, it's true, I think that one of the big reasons why, you know, the music industry, you know, YouTube, et cetera, is paving the way is because they're sick of paying the big fees to the centralized groups like YouTube, right? And so they know that they're the valuable ones. They have the assets, and so a lot of what Web3 is about, I think, is decentralization and redistribution of value on the internet.
Okay, let's talk more about NFTs. Break it down.
Yeah.
Definition of NFTs are?
Definition of an NFT is just a digital stamp on whatever the asset is. So back to my friends at IMVU, they sell $10 million of digital goods in their little, you know, metaverse every month. People creating digital clothes, you know, digital you know, just stuff in the world of the metaverse. And people find value in that, and they buy it, right? And but only this month are they coming out with taking those digital assets and actually making them NFTs. Why is that important? Well, because previously it's, hey, I spend a lot of time within IMVU. Look at all this cool stuff I've accumulated over time. It's valuable to me. It's probably valuable to somebody else, but there's no way of like trading that stuff. But now that it's an NFT, there's a digital certificate and it can travel on the blockchain. That's important because it means that now I can leave the walled garden of IMVU. I can put it on OpenSea, where there's many more millions of people who would come to potentially buy that. So again, it's about control. Did that make sense? So NFT is the, you know, immutable claim to something digitally online, and it's also the ability to have it travel on the blockchain, to free it up, to put it in your own wallet where you know you own it and no one can take it away from you, right? Otherwise, IMVU could go bankrupt and all that stuff that you earned is gone.
But this is truly, this is only used on the metaverse, only used virtually. It cannot, the NFT cannot transfer back into reality.
Well, in the example I used, yes, but there's also this whole term. Have you ever heard of phygital?
Yes.
Yeah. So phygital is I mean, there's lots of cool applications. Like I was speaking to a gentleman on, hopefully I can talk about this, but he didn't say not to. But I met a guy on Thursday night, and he has access to like a Michael Jackson song, right? And that's never been heard. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. And he's going to create an NFT for that and then distribute it, and so people can actually now. And it's pretty interesting because that's a real thing, right? That's not some, you know, made up digital thing, which, you know, to you and me sounds ridiculous, but to people in the metaverse who, you know, that's valuable. So things are valuable to different people for different reasons. But with the Michael Jackson song, maybe it's more, you know, tangible to everybody, is, you know, you could now buy a right to that song, okay? And, you know, experience the potential profits of that song. This was the interesting part. I was like, well, are you gonna let everybody just, you know, download the song? Because then once it's downloaded, everyone can get it. Because that's another part of NFTs, right? That's a little bit tricky, is it's like, oh, I bought this thing, you know, I have the claim to this beautiful piece of art. You're like, yeah, but if you share it with somebody, they could just take a picture of it, and then what's the difference? So then we got into interesting conversations like, well, maybe, you know, you only then have the right to listen to it in a vault, right? So there is like a connection between, you know, the metaverse, the real world. I don't sit here and purport I know how that's all going to shake out, but I think the notion that everything, it gets into the, now they're going to shut me up pretty soon. It gets into the Internet of Things. Everything, this chair, everything could have a little microchip on it, and the things that you own, you could put into a digital vault, and you think about the world in like a completely different way. So anyhow.
Okay. I mean, it's very interesting.
Yeah.
But there are the mistrust. Even, you know, I've watched dialogue about all of this, purchasing real estate on the metaverse or whatever, and there's a we're still definitely in the infancy of all of this as far as the industry is concerned, but the mistrust level of it possibly being a scam. How do you believe, as we progress in the metaverse, that gets that the public knowledge and comfort of minimizing the mistrust, the distrust of this, how do you believe that would be accomplished?
A good question. I mean, I think one of the things is when you talk about blockchain and you talk about NFTs, part of the thing is it's supposed to create more trust because you can actually verify it on the blockchain, right? You can go to, which is true, right? Like you can actually, because it's code, you can see that code, and frankly, therefore, it's more real. However, I think where we are today is that's more of just, you know, while that's true, there's not a lot of like support around that, or you can imagine that as these things grow, that there would be, you know, you go and you say, hey, but that happened, that was on the blockchain, like who are you gonna go to, right? So that's where, when you talk to like full DeFiers, they don't like it if I say this, but there should be, you know, everything that we have today is not broken, come from, you know, Web 2, today's world, that are needed in DeFi to achieve things like trust, beyond just it being on the, you know, being able to point to and say, hey, look, there's that transaction. Who are you going to go to?
Right.
You know, the police? Like, there needs to be some infrastructure that is built around that stuff. Right.
As we wrap up, what can we share with the audience that they can take away for? I think it's very important, especially for African Americans, to keep a pulse of this growing sector of the internet. What can we share with the audience that they can take away so they can be on the cutting edge of such a great invention?
Well, I've talked to a lot of folks here that basically are seem like like I'm here learning too, right? Like so who are developing really cool stuff, and then I guess for people that are more just trying to understand it all, is really where the rubber meets the road is when you're going to start to see a lot of this stuff in more practical things that you're engaged in, right? And I don't think we're quite there yet. I think there's been too much on just the speculative side of it. I spend my time on the building of it and getting the practical applications, and those are the stuff that I'm excited about. And so I think just the basic understanding of what it is important, but then where it really is going to matter is when it starts to, you start to show up in everyday life and in what we're experiencing. And I think that's not yet clear, but that's what makes it kind of exciting.
Well, definitely like Web 0.2, Web 0.3 will intersect every industry. And I would like to say, how can you be a part of such a new invention and figuring out how you can monetize it? I'm a firm believer that we as African Americans need to bridge together how we become financially independent in everything we do, and then of course impacting our community as well. So this is definitely an area we need to continue doing research and figuring out how we can be a part of it.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for having me here. Yeah, I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Can you bring it? Thank you, thank you, thank you very much for that. It's like being a fly on the wall in a conversation with professionals in the tech space. It's amazing, right? Can we give them another round of applause? So we want to encourage questions during this summit. And what we've decided to do is use the hashtag Satoshi, am I saying that right? Satoshi is Black. Hashtag Satoshi is Black on Twitter. You can write your questions there, and we will be tracking those questions and make sure that they get answered throughout the course of this summit. How's everybody feeling? Good? I know it's an early morning, but we are powering through and getting some good education over here. For our next panel, it's another fireside chat, and I'd like to welcome to the stage, give me a second while I scroll. I see you, I know where you at. I'd like to welcome to the stage Jesse Fenty, intellectual property attorney at Fenty IP Law. Welcome, give him a round of applause. And Valencia Martin Wallace, the Deputy Commissioner of Patents at the U.S. Patent Office. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jesse Fenty, as she said. I'm a Howard University graduate, 1996, electrical engineering. I work as an intellectual property attorney, Washington, D.C., licensed in Virginia. I do patent drafting, patent filing, I do trademark work, and I do a lot of teaching of intellectual property concepts to engineers at the undergraduate level, at the high school level, and different things. And so Valencia, this is a fantastic conversation because I've known Valencia for a long time. She was, I worked at the patent office, she works at the patent office. I joined there in '98, and we were in the same group. She was my senior, she was one of my supervisors, you know. And so this conversation is almost going to be like a regular conversation we would have over coffee. And we would, you know, and we're both in the space of empowering people about intellectual property and doing this work. And Valencia's had a great career at the PTO. I'm going to let her introduce herself and tell us what she's been doing for the last 25, 30 years.
Right. Thanks, Jesse. And good morning to everyone. So happy to have you, to be here with all of you. And yes, Jesse and I had an opportunity years ago. I am also an HU grad, 89 from the engineering school in electrical engineering. Jesse and I had a great opportunity to get to know each other and work together at the USPTO as examiners. I stayed at the office. I actually, Jesse and I both went through law school at the USPTO. They have a program that will help support money-wise with getting through law school. So I was here at Howard, then I went to George Washington and worked at the USPTO as an examiner. Stayed there and worked in the semiconductor space as an examiner there, and then worked as in the software area as a supervisor, and also in the as a director there. So as an executive, first line executive as a director there at the USPTO in the software space. And then I had an opportunity to work as assistant deputy commissioner before moving on to the position of deputy commissioner, where originally I started in the area of patent quality, so dealing with addressing a lot of the issues and how do we keep examiners abreast of the laws and the technology in order to do the best job they can at of allowing applications that become patents. And now I'm working in the space as a deputy commissioner on the international front, international harmonization with IPOs, which are intellectual property offices across the globe, to work on how to harmonize the IP protection in every country, because just getting a patent here at the USPTO does not protect you in other countries. So working through that space. I also have a great opportunity, which allowed me to start spending more time with Jesse as well, to lead a program for the Undersecretary of the USPTO in the space of inclusion in the IP and innovation systems. So how do we as the USPTO work with and partner with organizations across the entire sector of the innovation, all sectors of the innovation community, to include and provide equity to all those underserved within intellectual property and innovation. So that's women, that's Black Americans, that's Hispanic Americans, Native Americans. How do we work together to make sure that we are all included and not leaving IP, unidentified ideas out there, and making sure that we're nurturing and supporting all innovators across our country. So Jesse and I have had some opportunities to speak on that as well.
This is a fantastic topic. I mean, intellectual property is one of those areas that is in society. People know about trademarks. I mean, everybody knows about brands. The patent space is an area that we both know very well, but we know that it's not known in our community to the extent that it should be. And so we're super excited to do this work that we do, and to be able to talk to you all about some things that we know and share some things going forward. So even just stepping back for a moment, so last night we had a nice tribute to Dr. Gary Harris, engineering professor at Howard University that we both had, we both studied under. And so, you didn't get a chance last night to be there, and people gave a lot of, stirring comments about what he meant to them and what he did. And it's nice to, we had a nice libation earlier to the ancestors. And so just one more time to hear your view about Dr. Harris and what he did for you, what he meant to you, would be nice to hear.
Thanks, Jesse. I wish I had the opportunity to be there last night to share, but I'd love to share today. Dr. Harris was pivotal in my career on many points. As an engineering student, I trained under him in the solid-state devices, specifically semiconductor area, and as I mentioned, that's an area that I went into in examination. So he really helped start my career at the USPTO by learning from him and having the support that he gave us in exploring semiconductors and solid-state devices. But even beyond that, when I decided I wanted to go to law school, I had already left I graduated from Howard, and I came back and talked to him about it, and he gave me a reference that helped get me into law school to further my career, which is something that I think anyone who ever knew him knows, that he will always be there to help uplift and advance. You know, even though he's not earthly with us anymore, I think his spirit is still with us to uplift and advance and inspire, as he did with the foundation of this summit and even beyond.
Great, great, great. All right, so let's get into some patent office talk. So what should startup founders know about the USPTO?
So first, know that there's more than utility patents. There are many different types of IP, but let's start with utility patents, in that you don't have to be a rocket scientist to get a patent, a rocket scientist to be a patent, right? You can get a patent for shoelaces. You can get a patent for and it's very lucrative for Nike and Adidas, for the tennis shoe. Anything that has utility, anything that has use, that comes to your mind, an idea that comes to your mind that has use in any space, is the possibility of a patent. So don't ever think somebody else has already done it. Don't ever think it's not enough until you go through the process and you do research to look and see what else is out there. Because you not only receive a patent for a brand new idea that no one has ever thought of, but if you create something that's not obvious from what already exists, something brand new out of what someone else has already done that no one could have thought of to do, you deserve a patent for that as well. Another thing you should know about are design patents, which I think don't get the exposure and the value that they deserve, because getting a utility patent, say, you know, the chair that you're sitting on right now, it has a use, you're sitting on it, so you can get a utility patent. But the look of that, the design of that patent, the print on that, on that chair, also deserves, if it's unique, not done before, it also deserves a different type of patent, a design patent. There are other things as well as trademarks. So if you're...
Let's stay with patents for a
second.
We're
sticking with patents. Okay, I'm going too far for it.
No, we're going to get there. I want to clarify for the audience, and so I teach a lot in this space. So what is a patent? You know, we talk about you can protect something with it. So I tend to break down a patent into three different things. I think it's an engineering document, it's a legal document, and it's a contract with the government. So what is a patent? So it's a property right, you know. So why is it an engineering document? Let me ask you that. What's in it?
So if there's something, as I mentioned, if there's a use to it, then it is something that's part of your idea, your intellectual property, which means you have an opportunity for the life of 20 years to protect how that idea, whether it is a high-tech idea like a metaverse or NFTs, high-tech, or as simple as I said, a shoelace. If it is your idea and you've gone through the process of the USPTO to have this contract, this patent, it says you, for 20 years, are the only person who can use that. And it is your choice at that point to then license it to others. They have to pay you to use that idea.
So what's the process? So do I just submit an idea? Is it just a one-page document? So I have this idea for this chair that does this. Is that enough to have this described as the idea? Like, what do you need to show?
So you have to show several things when you are applying for a patent. You have to disclose. You have to have a full disclosure. So that disclosure provides background of this idea. You know, what do you know of this idea, of that chair? If you know of others who have created a chair like this, what's that background? And then you describe in detail how what you're doing is different from that. And you provide figures for that as well. This is what it looks like. That all goes into your patent. And then you provide claims I claim this as my idea. The first claim, your independent claim, is your broadest claim that says, I'm going to make it as simple as possible, but it goes into more detail, a chair. A chair that has 4 legs and a backing with a metal brace around it. You make that first independent claim as broad as you can, that still does not infringe on anyone else's ideas. And then later, dependent claims start adding in more ideas about it. It's a steel frame. The chair has 4 legs that are equidistant apart. Things that start helping to protect more of your idea. But what you want to do with your independent claim is make it as broad as you can without infringing on others. That gives you the broadest protection.
So what's this purpose then? Most people think they have an invention idea and they want to keep it secret. I got this idea and I want to keep it secret, this business idea, I don't want to tell anybody. Why am I telling the government my idea and explaining to them how you made it? Why am I doing that?
First off, if it's your idea and you have not filed a patent, then yeah, you shouldn't tell other people because you don't want anybody else stealing your idea, right? When you file an application with the USPTO or any other IPO, any other IP office within our globe, you're saying, this is my idea, I am filing it with you right now. What's the date in which I can now start telling people I filed this application and it is under review? That's when your protection starts for when you have a patent. That's your filing date that says, and that's the system that we now work from that's harmonized with other countries is first inventor to file. That's what you need to do in order to start the protection. Because if someone has, on the other side of the globe, right, has the exact same idea as you and decides, I want to get protection in the United States, I'm going to file. Even if you've done it first, they were the first one to file within the USPTO, therefore they get the right to that idea. So that's why you want to file with the USPTO as soon as you've put your idea in that form where you've described it, you have put it down, you have really honed into what your idea is that is not like anyone else's, and then start claiming it.
Right, so I called it an engineering document. It's not, you don't have to be an engineer per se, but you have to describe your invention in a way that someone else can make or use it. So you're giving the government, you're giving the public the benefit of your knowledge, and then in return, the government is giving you this fixed time period that Valencia talked about before, this fixed time period to monopolize your idea. And then by dedicating your document to the public, you give them the chance to understand how your technology works, and then they can improve upon that. And that's the whole system of the patent system. And it's a fantastic system because it's socialistic and capitalistic at the same time. People tend to frown upon socialism, but the patent system is giving the public that information that we can build on. So that's patents. And so there's other types of IP that you were going to talk about, trademarks and, yeah.
And, especially looking at the purpose of this summit and looking at blockchain, look at NFTs, Metaverse. There's a utility to that in the Metaverse, right? You're developing a game that someone is inside of. So you can get, because it's useful, and that's called a 101, 35 USC 101 is the statute that governs that protection. Says you can file because it's useful. But you've created this whole new world, right, in the Metaverse. It has a very specific design to it. It looks a specific way, just like that chair looks a specific way. That's where design patents come in. The utility patent says it's useful and no one's ever done it. The design patent says it looks exactly like this and no one has done it. So you can also file to protect the look of what you've done. Trademarks, if you're starting a company based on what you've created, You want to have a particular name of your company. You may want to have particular taglines in order to protect that so no one else can use it in the space that you're using it in. You file for a trademark. Same thing with copyright. If you have a design, you have a painting, you have something, whatever that look is, you can file for a copyright as well. The difference between design patents and copyrights and trademarks, so it's the look of it, but its design is a patent as well. It's a substantive examination from the Office of the USPTO as to what you've created in that design, and you get a patent for it. Trademarks and copyrights are registrations. It's not as intense. So in most cases, you're going to get those a little quicker, and you're going to get it a lot easier. So I would explore all of those different areas.
Right, they're tools of business. We were talking earlier about this. I mean, intellectual property is a tool of business. It doesn't guarantee if you get a patent that you're going to make a bunch of money, but it is a property right. Just like if you buy a house, there's no guarantee that your property is going to increase in value. There's no guarantee that your patent or your trademark or your business will increase in value, but it gives you a foot in the game that's important and valuable. And as she mentioned earlier, you can use it for licensing, and you use people to exclude people from using your property. So we're here at the Blockchain Summit. So, what impact, if any, do you believe the Web3 Metaverse will have on the USPTO?
So many ways, right? I mean, anything that you've created, whether it's within the metaverse, whether it is the software for the blockchain, it is your intellectual property. Came out of your head. No one else has done it. So, and it has use. Therefore, you can apply for a patent for it. I would have to say, as with any advancements in technology, the advancements usually are ahead of the laws that govern it. So not only at the USPTO and at the Copyright Office, but...
Excuse me, sir, can you, the flash is making me, okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Not only in the United States, but across the globe, there are challenges, and we're working together to deal with, okay, now how do we govern Metaverse? How do we govern things like NFTs to make sure that people are getting the appropriate protection? I'd mentioned use. So 101, 35 USC 101 is a statute that determines whether what your idea is useful and can get a patent. And that, how we interpret that particular statute is advancing based on the advancements of technologies. In design patent space, it's the 171 is the same type of, is this useful, or is this not useful, but is this associated with something useful? So let's take Metaverse. If you've developed this, this store in the Metaverse, and you want to put a patent in, or an application for patent for how you've designed that space, one thing you have to do to get over the 171 statute is say that it is linked, associated to an article of manufacture, so something of use. So if I just had, I have this metaverse, and this is one of the things that we're challenged with right now, that if you put these goggles on, that's a good example, if you put the goggles on and you're sitting in the middle of this space, part of what you've claimed or described in your figures for the design has to say that it is linked to those goggles. You can't just say that I'm in the middle of this space without it having that link. And these are challenges because as far as we're going with technology, a lot of the advancements in the technology are trying to decouple the actual space that you're now feeling like you're in with any type of other technology like the goggles or screen or the monitor that you're looking at it on, trying to decouple those. Those are a couple of things that we in USPTO in IP in the law aspects of it are grappling with. But now you do have these opportunities, right, in the utility side on the patent to apply, because you can get a patent for the software that provides this. On the design side, you may have to identify it as through these goggles, but you can still get that protection. And I tell everyone, you don't really know until you make the application and file. So
it's a fantastic point. And the PTO has a heavy burden of trying to decipher what is an invention and what isn't. And she was making reference to, right, whoever invented the goggles, and then people use the goggles. And so the person gets the patent for the goggles, but then someone else has a claim or has an invention that's related to that. And trying to decipher who invented what, it goes to the courts, it goes to between different companies. It's a huge endeavor, and the patent office and attorneys like myself go back and forth all day long and try to figure out what the differences are and what gets patented and what doesn't, and who can use, what defines someone's invention. So I wonder also, so there's a lot of entrepreneurs in the room, people working at blockchain, people working in the Metaverse, but certainly for blockchain, is the PTO going to adopt, is there any chance for people in the room to sell their services to the PTO, to the PTO to adopt, in terms of like databases and record keeping and all these things, these values that the blockchain has? Is the PTO going to use blockchain in terms of their internal resources or internal workings of the system?
That's a completely different area that's a great question that we are looking through right now. AI, artificial intelligence, and blockchain and Metaverse, and how do we now use that to improve our examination process to make sure that we're getting the best, the best references, prior art, which are any publication that's out there that we need to take a look at to see if what's in front of us, the idea in front of us, has been done by others. And I tell people all the time, especially with the internet and how close we are to everything in the world now, there are many prior art references out there as there are stars in the sky, and examiners have a very finite number of hours to do their work. So we are looking at AI and other advancements in technology that's going to assist examiners in doing their job. But if I could divert for just a little bit, because it's something that you brought up about, we have a lot of entrepreneurs, we have small businesses in the audience. I'd like to, not that I'm taking anything away from Jesse, because he's an amazing attorney, and if you can afford his services, you should use his services.
Thank you.
But we have programs for micro entities and small entities. We have programs like the Pro Bono program, which is a free service for those who are of a certain income level that will help you free of charge to file your application. That is one thing that you should really look into, because I'm not going to lie, it's an expensive proposition to get a patent. It's a legal process, it takes a lot of time and effort, and it takes a lot of money. So there are areas like pro bono, or even law school clinics, where they will take on clients and assist them free of charge to help them get through the patent examination process. Now, even if you do decide you want to do this pro se, so pro se means I'm going to represent myself at the USPTO. I don't want an attorney or an agent to represent me. We have services at the USPTO, the Pro Se Assistance Center, that helps pro se applicants to better understand a very complicated legal system and how to get through it as your application is being prosecuted. There are training courses as well to help those who are not professionals, legal professionals in this space, to navigate the USPTO. Not only assistance in navigating the United States Patent Office, but also to assist in other areas. There's something called the Patent Cooperation Treaty, PCT. It's an international filing. a place to start with your idea, to apply and say, I am interested in filing in all these other countries' offices as well. So this is the initial that helps you. I mentioned about that filing date. Filing date is very important to protect your idea. It's a place to start that gives you an opportunity to further develop your applications and be able to file not only at the USPTO, but in other offices and still have the protection of that earlier filing date.
Yeah, this is fantastic. We can talk about this all day long. This is our favorite topic. So this is my last question coming up, but I'm glad you mentioned the part about the pro bono resources, because the PTO. So at my law firm, we register for the PTO updates. So we get all these updates like daily of all these fantastic programs the PTO is doing, and they're doing a great job right now of outreach and informing people about the different opportunities and programs within the USPTO. And even attorneys like myself can volunteer with the pro bono program to help people who have filed like what they call preliminary patent applications, provisional patent applications, and then help them along the next steps along the way. So my last question is, so what challenges does the PTO see going forward the next 5, 10, 15 years? Or where's the PTO going, if it's not there already?
So a couple of challenges that, that I see for the USPTO. One is advancements in technology and making sure the laws that govern and protect that technology are in place. So 101, I mentioned subject matter eligibility. What actually is eligible to get a patent is an area that's been a challenge not only for the USPTO, but for Congress and for our courts on how to interpret and make sure that we're giving the appropriate protections. Because as I mentioned, it's an expensive game, and especially with large companies like the Nikes and the Adidas and the Facebooks and all these companies who can be very litigious. They will take you to court. So what we need to do at the USPTO, especially to help the small and micro entities, the small businesses, is make sure that our interpretation of laws is advancing the technology and helping to further protect all of you, and making sure that what is granted as a patent is robust, is reliable, is predictable, is consistent from one patent to the other. So that's an area that we're spending a lot of time on. A second area, because I know we're running out of time, that is near and dear to my heart, and I know to Jesse's, is what I had mentioned before. I am leading a project for the Undersecretary on Council for Inclusive Innovation and building a more inclusive IP and innovation community. And I'm proud to say that the president of Howard is a member of this council, representing not only Howard, but those underserved and underrepresented people in this space, and what do we need to do to build a more inclusive innovation and IP community. So we're doing a lot of work with not only large companies, but small companies, university presidents, government executives, independent inventors, on how do we put forth the right actions, and how do we in each of these sectors of the innovation community come together to make sure that, as the Undersecretary Kathy Vidal likes to say, everyone is born an innovator, but they don't have access to the opportunities necessarily to get them to where they need to be, which not only helps the individual, but helps our nation as we're growing, and to stay at the forefront of the advancements in technology, be a global leader. So we are working to make sure we are reaching every single person in this nation to give them the education, awareness, opportunities to make sure that their ideas meet fruition and go all the way to realization and commercialization, and helping to find grants to get the money to realize those inventions.
Well, this is fantastic. I mean, let's everybody give Valencia a round of applause. I mean, she's had a great career. She started right here at Howard University, engineering. I mean, right. She's a giant at the PTO, and we're happy to have her. Thanks for your all attention. Great to be here, and hopefully to meet some of you all as the day goes on. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, both of you, for that enlightening conversation. Give them another round of applause as they walk off stage. So I'd like to introduce someone to you. Dooney, I knew I was gonna do that. Dooney is a visual artist, and she is from the DMV area, and I am passing you off to very capable hands to take you on the rest of the journey for the Black Blockchain Summit. Give Dooney a round of applause.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here with all of you, and welcome to the conference. How's it been so far? For everyone, great? Great, wonderful. And now, does everyone have Twitter? Yes? Okay. Does everyone know what the hashtag is for the conference? Yes, very good. Okay, so make sure that you use that hashtag when you are on Twitter so that we can get all of your questions answered. And our moderator for the next segment is Miss Deidre McIntyre. Please welcome her to the stage, everyone. Wonderful, how are you? I love your outfit. All right, so she's gonna go ahead and introduce the rest of our panelists for this section, and I will be back in a bit. Is it working? Hello? Oh, this one's not. It's on? Okay.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
You know what? We'll switch.
Okay, how about that? Hello, everyone, and welcome to Black Blockchain Summit. This is the most joyful day and also a very sad day because it will be over by the end of today, but it prepares us again for the next conference in 2023. So we're going to have a panel. The baraza, for the speakers who for the baraza on the Metaverse on the Yard, you can start approaching the stage. And as they're approaching the stage to sit in these chairs, I want to do a little bit of housekeeping. For the remainder of the day, when you do come up to speak on your baraza, if you can exit towards the left and proceed out the door. For those of you who are new to the conference, you will definitely get one of these. Does anyone know what I'm wearing right now? Does anyone know what this is called? Does anyone recognize these colors? Think about Africa. You can shout it out. Huh? Excuse me? It's not a kente. Think East Africa. Tall, fine brothers. Jumping up and down. No? No? This is called a shuka. And is anybody familiar with the Maasai ethnic group in Kenya and Tanzania and other parts of Africa? They're very tall, they kind of do. If not, you have YouTube. You can look them up, the Maasai warriors. We've been giving this out since the very first conference that we had in 2018. One of the founders of our conference who's here running if you wander into the hallway, you'll discover that there are a number of activities, including pitch, hackathon type activities. And John Wanaina Karanja flew in from Kenya yesterday afternoon after getting his visa less than 24 hours before that. And he started a tradition of giving out Kenyan shukas. It's like a warrior's cloth, and you just pretty much drape it all over. So if you're brand new as a panelist today, you'll be giving your first shuka. Those of you who are returning, you're pretty much familiar, you probably have several from years past. So in any case, we have our first baraza. Have a seat, please. So the first baraza of today is called Metaverse on the Yard, Crypto Education and Curriculum. And I'd like each of our panelists to state their names and give about a 1 or 2 minute introduction on themselves.
I'll start. Good morning, good morning, good morning. My name is Derek Warren. I am the Associate Dean and Director of the MBA and Graduate Programs at the Southern University in Baton Rouge. Southern University is the only HBCU system in the world, I like to say, with 5 campuses. We have SUNO, Southern University of New Orleans, Southern University Baton Rouge, Southern University Shreveport, the Southern University Law Center, and the Southern University Agriculture Research and Extension Center as well. I am an associate professor of management information systems, spent 32 years with IBM, and then retired and decided to, as a labor of love, to come back to Southern, first as director of alumni affairs, and then in my role as the associate dean, and extremely, extremely happy to be a part of this 5th annual Black Blockchain Summit, unlocking access to all of us. Thank you.
Hello. What's going on, y'all? Let's get the energy up a little bit. My name is Corey Camp. I'm an educator from Philadelphia, PA. I got into blockchain a while ago, probably 2015. As an educator, I work in inner city schools with parents who have children with special needs. And so what I do is I help to get those children services from the school. Then I work on the school side to make sure that those services are provided. On the professional side, with my business partner here, Jimmy, and my other partners from the Black Wealth Project, we are a community organization that does education around blockchain and all financial wealth, things and financial wealth. So we have a kids camp that we do every year for children ages 5 and up, where we teach them the power of ownership on every level and in every asset class. And so blockchain, to me, is important in the education space, simply because it's where we're going and our kids are being taught about where we're at. And so we need to be thinking forward when we're talking about education.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ryan Cooper. I'm the founder of DeVille Crypto Solutions. I'm also a graduate of Bowie State University. My major was computer technology. I currently run my own consulting business. I'm also a crypto educator. I'm a social media influencer. And I'm also a member of Black People in Cryptocurrency on Facebook. Hey, sis. I also am very active on social media. I do many different things. I'm a NFT investor, a certified blockchain expert, and like I said, I'm a member of the Government Blockchain Association. I'm a member of many podcasts, global conferences, and I'm just here to support blockchain. And if anyone has any questions after the summit, please feel free to reach out to me.
Hi, everybody. My name's Mike Bennett. I'm a former collegiate athlete, former NFL athlete, who created something called African Museum of the Metaverse. It's a Metaverse project where we have land in a lot of different metaverses, and we've built museums that cater to African NFT artists, and we display those. We've partnered with the Thurgood Marshall College Fund to give students an opportunity to build in these metaverses, to teach them how to traverse this new landscape and hopefully spread equity within our community. I'm excited to be here and happy to see you all.
Let's give them a round of applause. My first question I have for the panel is, what in your experience has been the state of the reception of crypto education in your respective domains, whether you're doing private lessons for people or whether you're talking to universities and colleges about introducing curriculum? What has been your experience thus far since crypto was born in 2009 in terms of getting people educated more formally in this sector?
I'll start. Individually, I've done an infinite amount of crypto consults, and individually people are picking it up. People want the information, they want the knowledge, and they want to be able to apply the knowledge. So,
Corey, I want to stop you 1 second. Mainly because we're live streaming. Hold the mic a little closer.
Okay.
Make sure to
so my voice is very loud, so I'm trying to not hold it so very close. Personally, those experiences have been good. Like, people are learning personal responsibility. They're learning how to hold their own value. They're learning how to transverse between metaverses and the real world and make, make some money doing it, right? They learn to, instead of paying to play, to get paid to play. All of those kind of things, right? I've taught people how to do all of those things. But when you try to take it to the larger masses, that's when I've had some issues, right? Because the technology is so new and everybody's worried about the actual use cases of it, right? Because they're not following the technology, or they're not following what's going on in the crypto spaces. So they're hesitant to make it a part of their every day, every week, after school program curriculum, because they're not sure about where the space is going. And so we have to do a better job as a community to be able to bring that to people who would be best served by having that information. Because if we can get on the front of something instead of on the, for the very most part, Black people get in on the back end of things after everything has been built out. And so if we can get on the forefront of this, there's an opportunity for us that we normally don't get a chance to get.
And to also piggyback on what you said, it's a very political process. I know at my alma mater, Bowie State University, I'm still very good friends with some of the professors currently teaching computer science courses, and we've talked about the whole process of getting a track record out for blockchain education. One of the big problems is that blockchain technology and the different things that come out every week, every day, it'll be very hard to keep that course up to date. There's something new every week, there's something new every month, so it would have to be very hands-on with what's going on in the news and how to actually make sure that the students aren't learning something that's a month old when something that's coming out next month. It's really important to just stay up to date because blockchain technology is changing so fast every day. So.
I'd like to just add. Thanks, brother. Just add very quickly as well. Approximately 8% Black Americans are playing into the crypto space, 16% Hispanics are playing in that space, 62% of white Americans are playing in that space, and 6% Asian and other ethnicities are playing in the space. So adoption still is too slow. We have much more to do, many more places we can go. If I may, Deirdre, can I see a show of hands of any HBCU alum here? Just show of hands. Hey, shout out to you. Now, I call an HBCU alum anyone who's made it through the registration process one semester, one time. That's how we address it at Southern University. I also want to give a shout out to Morgan State. Morgan State created the first FinTech Center. They are heavy into blockchain, and the beauty that I like about Morgan State and Dr. Amdahl is he's pushing for other HBCUs. They hold a conference. The third conference will be held this year, November 6th through 8th, I believe, in Orlando. I'm pushing for it. They've extended the hand to other HBCUs, such as Southern University and Bowie State and other entities. So adoption is still slow. We have much work to do in the space, and I'm tasking HBCUs to be leaders in helping to promote blockchain education across the metaverse. It's going to be key, Deidre.
Fantastic. Mike.
Most of what I say will be mostly echoing what the other brothers on this panel have said. Is it's kind of a mixed response. You know, some people still hold a lot of skepticism when you talk about blockchain or any specific crypto or the metaverse. There are other people who have been in it a little longer, have kind of ridden the wave for a little bit, and understand some more use cases around it, some more ways that it can benefit them personally and the community, but still really trying to get over that initial hurdle of the negative press that blockchain gets, the negative press that cryptocurrencies get. You know, everybody gets excited when the numbers go up, and then when they go back down, everybody thinks, okay, well, this is a scam, this is whatever. But as you learn more about it, as you're in the space longer, you can start to understand the underlying technology, you can start to understand underlying use cases. And so I think, like you said, the adoption, you know, it's too slow, but hopefully as people get more inundated with it, it's gonna pick up. It's our job to explain to people how it can benefit them in our community.
Okay, so since we're still at the self-learning state, each one of you tell me, where is your go-to spot when you want to learn something about the space so we can share with everyone else? Because I think part of the issue is that we are lagging behind because there's no formalized education, but those people who are new are still like, this is so overwhelming. Where do I go if I just want to get started? We'll start with you, Mike.
Yeah, so most of what I learned about crypto is self-taught. You can learn a lot just by reading white papers. They are not going to make sense at first. You're going to read through a whole bunch of stuff, a whole bunch of terminology, unless you got a background in, cryptography and computer science and finance, a lot of this stuff's not going to make sense. But as you read your 5th white paper, you start recognizing key terms, and you can, Google those key terms and look up the definitions, write some down. And as you just keep reading them, they start making more sense. You start understanding what these projects are focusing on. And then there's a website called medium.com, I think, and they have a lot of really palatable articles about new crypto projects. It's not usually too in-depth, but they really explain things well. And then there are other crypto websites, crypto news sites that do a great job of just keeping you up to date. It's really, I believe, it's really just time in the market, in the universe of crypto to understand what terms are used the most, what people are looking for, what projects have value long-term, because everything can seem exciting at first, but then you see this one flamed out, and this one flamed out, and you start recognizing patterns.
All right, honestly, YouTube, I recommend a lot of YouTube channels, Facebook groups, specifically Black people in cryptocurrency. I also like to give a shout out to Crypto Blood. He's very knowledgeable in this area, as well as the Gentleman of Crypto. Another place I go to, Twitter Spaces, but also Clubhouse Rooms. Black Bitcoin Billionaires is a very solid group of people. You can ask personal questions. They'll give you great guidance. I also would tell you to check out Mouse Belt University. It's geared towards colleges that want to, college students that want to learn about blockchain. It's free to join their website as long as you have a .edu email address. And they give you 3 courses that are free of charge that help you get certified and learn more about blockchain. And hackathons, for example, Howard University has a hackathon. I was a mentor a few years back, but multiple colleges have hackathons. You can learn a lot of hands-on skills just by going and participating or even mentoring. And yeah, Morgan State University's FinTech Center, I'm very familiar with what they're doing. I think the deadline is the end of this or next week to register for that HBCU tech conference in Orlando. So if you want to Google it and apply now, I think each HBCU is awarding 2 students a grant up to $1,000. I don't know if that's the exact number, but yeah, definitely YouTube. There's a lot of free courses out there. If you want to get into coding and Solidity and things like that, there's courses online. Crypto Zombies, for example, is a free course, and it's like the beginning of learning Solidity. So there's a lot of free information out there, a lot of great organizations like Clubhouse, Black Bitcoin Billionaires, and YouTube, so yeah.
There's been a lot of places mentioned. The internet is a good place and a bad place to learn about crypto, because there's a lot of BS out there too. Be very careful. So what I would say is find people you trust, and then it's about environment. Be in the environment that you're looking to be into, right? So if you're really wanting to learn about crypto, finding crypto groups like the ones that y'all mentioned are good. But it's about finding trusted sources, because like I just said, there is a lot, and I mean a lot, of BS. A lot of these projects are trash, and you need to be able to decipher the good from the bad. And so you need to get around trusted sources so you don't lose your money, because that's really what it comes down to, right? And so when you're learning, you want to learn as much as you can. Free education is good. Mentorship is better. So mentorship doesn't always cost money, but mentorship will cost you time every single time. And so find you a crypto mentor that you trust and get with a trusted crypto mentor.
I second. Thank you. I second everything that's been said by my brothers and my sister here on the panel. Of course, this summit, I want to give a shout out to it as a great source of blockchain and related information. Again, FinTech, I personally, I'm like Ryan, YouTube is undefeated as a professor, I believe. So definitely, I tap into that resource for knowledge. But again, you want to find someone that you trust. You can't have too many mentors. I learned that from one of my mentors. He said you use them differently at different times and different cases, but get you a mentor that you trust, that you can support as well. In addition, I want to just encourage you to investigate our HBCUs that are offering finance education and technology education, because they are a wealth of resources. Southern University, I can say, offers a blockchain boot camp where you can learn the foundations of blockchain, and you don't have to be a computer scientist or engineer to take that course. I know my other HBCUs are offering the same. Again, Morgan's been shouted out. I know Bowie. We're all trying to tap more into those spaces, and we encourage you to definitely access. And there are a lot of other digital assets that are out there. One of my other favorites is www.skillsbuild.org. Again, I'll repeat that, www.skillsbuild.org offers a wealth of education in a lot of spaces, whether it's mindfulness, technology, and beyond. IBM offers a global university programs website where you can go into their academic initiative and get access to information in artificial intelligence, blockchain, cybersecurity, cloud computing, data science, design thinking, Internet of Things, and quantum computing. All of these things are foundational, so you don't need, again, an engineering degree to tap into those resources. So again, www.skillsbuild.org, or Google the IBM Global University Programs. Their academic initiative is also offered free of charge.
I'd like to just add two more websites to exactly what you're talking about. edx.com, and I think it's Coursera. Yeah, they used to be free. I think they're starting to put a little price tag around a lot of these things, but they have those blockchain boot camps and stuff like that as well. Just, yeah, still a lot of free courses and a whole bunch of different specialties.
And also, one of the last thing I want to talk about is the Government Blockchain Association. They also have student memberships available. It's maybe, I believe, $50, but they have offices internationally, and I've been attending all of those meetings over the last 5 years. I'm very good friends with the director over there, and I recommend anyone reach out to the Government Blockchain Association. And like I said, they have student memberships at a discounted rate. They have meetups globally, virtually, so you can attend. You can definitely network with some heavy hitters in the blockchain and government space. So,
I have one more question to ask the panel, but before I ask that question, actually I'm going to give you the question and I'm going to give my comments on the previous question. So the question for each of you is, as a student, what's that one honeydew class that you would want to take to improve where you are, and why are you focusing in on that one? It could be a programming language, it could be something that you haven't aspired to yet. But I wanted to double back and answer this question. It's partly a gripe and partly a resource. The resources are that many of the media outlets in crypto have free learn areas. So if you go to coindesk.com, there's somewhere a button there that's learn, and it's full of video lessons, free, all this things like that. Another Decrypt is another publication in the crypto space, also free learning materials. I'm trying to think of there's
Kraken might have some stuff on their website.
CoinMarketCap.com. So we're throwing a lot of URLs, and they all use the same thing, learn, and they have a wealth of material. Now here's the gripe. Where's ours? Who's funding ours? I'm a media professional. I have a degree in journalism. And believe it or not, it's not broadcast, it's editorial writing. But a degree in journalism, master's degree in education, but we can't get funding to do what they do. All these media outlets, CoinDesk, Decrypt, CoinMarketCap, they get their money from the same VCs that are producing the companies that are in space. So you think they're coming, or do you think they're here? I'm not gonna name people. Should I name people? I'm really from New York. I like to throw people under the bus. because there were, in Brooklyn, there was a guy, Marty Markowitz, who is a city councilman in Brooklyn, and he used to do these events, Caribbean Day festival events, and he was a Jewish American Brooklynite, but for that day, he was like from Trinidad and everywhere, he was Caribbean, and he used to, as he started the concert that was there, he used to talk about everybody he asked to sponsor who did not give any funds. Maybe we won't go there by the afternoon, we'll probably get there after lunch. But essentially, we don't have because we're not funded, not because we can't provide. So keep that in your back pocket. Anybody who wants to approach us afterwards, Black Blockchain Summit, we have the people, we have all the people that have been across the stage for 5 years to be able to produce our own learning materials up to par. So last honey-do list question, you personally, what's that one course or class that's gonna get you to the next level? Anybody can take it out of order and then everyone to answer.
So I'm currently a law student at Howard, and one of the classes that is really interesting to me is an externship with the SEC to see and hear about how they plan on regulating crypto and all of that kind of stuff. I won't get to participate in those decisions or anything like that, but just getting to understand where the government sees this stuff and kind of have my ear to the ground on the regulations that are going to shape a lot of the crypto industry. I don't, like I said, I'm going to be just an intern there, so it's not going to be any, inside information. But it's a very important part of this landscape is how the government's going to jump in, what they're going to do, how much of a role do they want to play. So for me, especially as an aspiring lawyer, getting to understand what kind of hurdles I'm going to have to cross if I want to work in the crypto industry as a lawyer will be the most important thing.
All right, and to kind of piggyback, I think if the course I would like to take is maybe music and the entertainment industry, NFTs, and maybe tax compliance. I think, or even a fellowship. But with a course like that, I could take that knowledge and I could teach everyone that I know currently in the music and entertainment industry, fashion industry, and show them how they could use NFTs, marketing, customer loyalty programs, and how to be tax compliant. A lot of people, I don't think that's an area we talk about a lot. We talk about the NFT gains. We talk about when the crypto was doing well, how we all made millions, but we don't talk about the tax compliant part. So I think if there was a course I could take, music, NFTs, how to actually grow that out, how to educate the people that I know in the entertainment industry, and really how to be tax compliant. So,
courses that people should take in general. We should know about the Federal Reserve and how they affect currency. Because everything that we do around anything is based, again, on money. And the Federal Reserve controls the money in this country. So we should know about what the Federal Reserve does. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is that most of these companies that are out here are tech companies. They're not anything different than any of the tech companies that are out here. They're just serving it on the blockchain instead of the regular thing. Most of these companies out here are tech companies. And so we should learn a lot about how tech companies function.
Excellent comments. I would encourage everyone, as I mentioned earlier, to take a foundational course in blockchain and crypto. The foundational course will also enlighten you to all of the numerous cases, use cases that where blockchain is being used. Retail industry, travel and transportation, distribution industry. Of course, we think about financial markets and finances, but I'm gonna tell you, blockchain is changing the landscape across all industries. And that's why I suggest that foundational course. In addition, if I may, Deirdre, I'd also encourage people to just take more courses around financial literacy. Our Black and brown people are not focused heavily on financial literacy, and that's another area that I suggest that we certainly delve into and invest in that continuous learning in that space. And last but certainly not least, business planning to help you develop that entrepreneurial mindset.
Thank you, Derek Warren, Corey Camp, Ryan Cooper, and Mike Bennett. Really appreciate it. We don't have enough time to extend this conversation, but I think you departed a book's worth of wealth if you were taking note. So thank you very much. Can we give him a round of applause?
Thank you.
And again, for the panelists, you're definitely exiting stage left. Our next panel is a baraza. Does anybody know what baraza? Do you know why we call it baraza? Or what is a baraza? I'm sorry, shout it out. A public meeting of the minds, right. We're using Swahili terms. Baraza is the equivalent to a panel, closest to it. And because one of our founders is from Kenya. So we have the next baraza, those who are on the panel for, is it rocket science, crypto education in the Black community, adoption. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. That's why. Come on over. See if everyone is here. You ready? Okay, so this is the baraza. Is it rocket science? Crypto adoption in Black communities. I'd like each of our guests to one at a time introduce themselves and do a 1 or 2 minute biographical sketch of their expertise and or life story in the space. I mean, look at the fashion up here. Go ahead.
All right, well, good morning. I'll start out. My name is Naja Roberts, and my husband and I own one of the only brick and mortar cryptocurrency exchanges in the US. Simply put, we have a Bitcoin bank, and we're looking to expand to 41 cities, inner cities across the United States. We also have a crypto kids camp in which we say we go beast mode on breaks. And I got 2 minutes, so I'm gonna tell you what beast mode stands for. Children ages 5 to 17, we teach beast mode, blockchain, evolution of money, artificial intelligence, security, which is cybersecurity. T is for technology, M is for machine learning, mining, O is online gaming, and the D is decentralization and drones, and the E is engineering. And so we do that for the children inner city specifically. I'm also a co-founder of the Black Wall Street Wallet, which is co-founder with activist Hill Harper. And those educational courses we do have on the Black Wall Street Wallet. You can just click on it and get education from folks that look and talk like you. And I'm also a founder of the Digital Financial Revolution Tour. Every single summer, we spend 50 days on the streets of the United States, jumping out in parks, projects, alleys, wherever we need to educate on cryptocurrency. And I think that's it. And I love my people unapologetically.
My name is Ronald Moulton. I wear several hats, co-founder of Don't Mute DC, co-founder of Checker Enterprises, and currently building the Go-Go Museum in historic Anacostia, where we bind up the block. And basically, what I'm working on right now is an enterprise that's formed with former gang members in Washington, D.C., where they own part of the block because they understand the policy. And one of the things that I would say that we as Black people don't understand is policy and how policy affects everything we're doing, even when it comes to Bitcoin. So if you don't make sure the policies work for you, then eventually they will take everything away from you. Or one group of people will benefit and then another group of people won't. So I'm a good friend of Sinclair Skinner, a guy I remember when he told me about Bitcoin and I told him he was crazy. It's probably one of the only times I didn't listen to him and I regret it, right? But I'm about like pushing the youth to understand things like Bitcoin. As I just move into it, I'm one of the type of people, whatever I get into, I make it happen. So I'm here to work with people, these wonderful people who are here, because if we come together right now, this is the one time in America black and brown people can come together and win. And we have the tools to win, to really win. The problem is, like, this room should be full, right? And we use social media and all these tools the wrong way. So that's what I'm pretty much focused on. How do we take all these tools, including social media and music, and use it to educate our people, empower our people, and never look back? And right now, we have the opportunity to do that, and that's why I'm here.
Man, good morning, everybody. How y'all doing?
Good morning.
All right. So my name is Jimmy Williams. I'm the other half of By the Hood, my partner Corey, which is up here. A little bit about myself. My background is in real estate. So I've pretty much done everything in real estate, from development to investing to selling property. You name it, I've done it. I spend most days studying real estate data, and real estate was like the love of my life. Up until about 2016, when my partner introduced me to Bitcoin. And same thing, at first I said, man, get out of my face, I'm not trying to hear that, right? So, but he kept pestering me and pestering me and pestering me. So, you know, that's my brother. So I said, okay, I'll jump in. And it was one of the greatest decisions of my life. Since then, I've just studied real estate as well as Bitcoin, and figured out how to bring the two together. So By the Hood, which is the name of our organization, we're in the communities, and we teach everything, as he mentioned, about all asset classes, but specifically Bitcoin and real estate, because one of the things we think is land, and we look at Bitcoin as being digital real estate. So we are very passionate when it comes to cryptocurrency and Bitcoin, and we also have a camp. And by the way, I'm excited just to be on a panel with Naja. That's one of my sheroes right there. And I'll tell you why. Because a lot of times in our communities, we spend times in bubbles, right? So a lot of folks in here, we have the conversations about crypto, about Bitcoin, about these kind of things, but we don't get out and talk to the people that really need the information. And what I saw what Naja was doing, she's talking about her 50-city tour. She goes in some places I see, and I'm like, whoa. But she's getting the information to the people that need it, and I think that's powerful, and I think that's something that more of us should do. Make sure we're talking to the people that need the information, and not just in our little bubbles that we all belong to. So with that being said, I think that it's very important to have events like this where we get to engage with each other, especially people that look like us, and have these conversations. And I'm just excited to be a part of this panel.
Great. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tongai Choto, co-founder of AfriBlocks, and we are a Pan-African freelancers talent marketplace. And I remember the first time I heard about Bitcoin, I just graduated from university. I'm based in Harare, Zimbabwe, and there was this guy who was in Harare. His name was Sinclair Skinner, and he was talking about Bitcoin. And I went to the session. It was amazing, and I remember that night I was reading about it. Like, I didn't know that there's this amazing technology. And the next day I called him up, and we started working together since then. So that was year 2015, and we've been working together since then, planning the Black Blockchain Summit. So it has been an amazing journey, and I do like the topic that we have right now, to say how the adoption in Black communities. And we had an event on Thursday, the African Diaspora Connect, and part of the reason we're having these events is to work and to collaborate together as Black people globally, as the Pan-African diaspora, the African continent. And one of the ways that I think can accelerate this engagement is working together. That's why we have professionals on the platform, designers, marketers, developers, because the only reason I'm here and I'm able to do all of this is because of the connection. If I didn't know anyone in DC, I would probably not be here, but it's because, we engaged with Sinclair. Now I know a couple of people were able to do all this. So I think it's one of the things that, we should continuously do. And the best way to connect is to work together on a project. If it's a logo design, but, when you think about, I want to go to Zimbabwe, guess what? Now you know Tongai Choto. And you can be, hey, I want to come through. But yeah, thank you so much. I'm happy to contribute to this panel.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Connor Wise. I'm an IO psychologist or industrial organizational business psychologist. My organizations are CWNA LLC. We're an award-winning international equitable economic development firm doing most of our work here in the District of Columbia, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Hong Kong, and Mauritius, Africa. And then my nonprofit is the WISE Institute, which is a career certification institution because we believe in stackable credentials and helping people get the credentials they need to start their businesses, right? A lot of times when people see Black or brown entrepreneurs, they say, oh, you did this, but you don't have, you didn't go to a fancy college or all these other things. We don't believe everybody has to go to college, but we think you should know how to do your work, how to do it right, and have a team of people behind you that will continuously help you be at the forefront of the industry, right? And getting more Black and brown entrepreneurs to work with other Black and brown entrepreneurs. Because a lot of times we will see them and they say, oh, I don't want to work with him because he's janky. But then we'll have counterparts of other races and we'll work with them with the same exact credential from the same, maybe even from the same exact organization or lesser, and they don't want to work with you, right? Anytime I walk into a room, I'm Black Filipino, proud to be it. I'm never going to age. So I walk into a lot of rooms and I'm dressed down, and they be like, who's Dr. Wise, right? Especially when you hear Dr. Wise, you think it's going to be a white Jewish man, right? So, and then I step in, and a lot of times I'll just step in and I'll just be like in a hoodie or something, just chilling there. And they're like, oh, are you his intern? I'm like, yeah. Yeah, and then somebody who would know when you walk in and like come up to me, oh, hey, Dr. Wise, and then you just see their faces drop, right? And then they'll look at me, they'll be like, oh, he probably went to like some shady place like ITT Technical Institute or something right now. Then I say, no, I went to Harvard University. I served in the Coast Guard as a officer. And then they're like, whoa, and how old are you? And I'm like, I did this, because I took advantage of the stuff around me. So one of the biggest things my organization is connected people to like wraparound services, mental health support, and a community of people that they can work with to actually grow their licensed businesses, right? And just teach them how to break into industries. And we work with not just the high-tech field, but also low-tech, right? Because a lot of people think that you only have to be in high-tech to break into blockchain or break into cryptocurrency. And because if you even look at it, that more people in the Black community have investments in cryptocurrency than they do in any other type of savings, right? About 10% of all the Bitcoin wealth in America is in the Black community, where about 18% and is in the Hispanic community, and about 65% is in Caucasian communities, right? So helping people get access to that, break into that, and expand, but also teaching them in whatever you want. So for example, if you were wanting to become a bookkeeper, I would help you start a bookkeeping business, get you a certification in bookkeeping, help you get incorporated, and give you access to micro capital to actually, that will be credit building to help you build your personal business credit to actually grow and break into that field, while also giving you a mentor and an internship in it. So you're more likely to succeed than to not succeed at all. So it's just mostly about educating our community, getting them active in internships that can pay them, because a lot of us can't do internships because we can't get paid for it, and we have to be the breadwinner for our households, or we just don't know, right? There's so many resources out there. DC offers more social services and programming than any other jurisdiction in the world. Like literally, I used to work for DC government, so I'm not talking out of my butt, but letting people know what are the opportunities that we have in this Black Mecca and actually taking advantage of it, right? Telling people, oh, you can own real estate in the metaverse, or you can go to school in the metaverse, or you can learn how to be a certified ethical hacker or join the blockchain council or all these other things. But a lot of people think when they hear these fancy institutions that they don't know how to get into them or it's not for them. So my goal is just to build the equitable pathways to the middle class, right? Helping you go there and having that helping hand. So one of the big projects that we're doing right now is that we're working with an organization called My Senior's Keeper, which is in the Ward 7 area of Washington, D.C., and they're teaching people how to get into agribusiness, e-agriculture, hydroponics, aquaponics, coop house, or working with organizations like the Cyber Barber, who's teaching people how to be barbers, but also at the same time, he's teaching them about finance and blockchain, right? Like getting into these other fields, but seeing how you can break into them even in the high tech or low tech side, but showing you that you don't always have to be just a computer programmer to be a part of technology.
Thank you. You actually answered the second question. So you did two questions in one. My second question was, what is some type of crypto adoption experience that you had that it went well, it went fantastic, maybe beyond your expectations in terms of talking to other Black people? You answered it. So we're going to go to the rest of the panel. The last.
Yeah, I was just going to say, is like one thing that we did is that we helped train people as notaries and helping them understand how they can break into the blockchain and using KYC and other things to help authenticate notarizations or people's deeds or other things that in some jurisdictions or countries where like maybe you just have that physical paper and you give it to the bank, and then the bank, after you pay off your loan, the bank says, what paper? And especially that happens a lot back in Africa, right? You give a bank a deed, and then the bank says, no, we own your farm. We've always owned it. And if you don't have that paper, nobody knows, and there's no other way to verify it.
Naja?
One of the things that I'm doing right now that's actually been an experiment, Tavis Smiley has a new radio station. It's nationally syndicated, and I am one of his hosts, and the name of the show is called Ahead of the Crypto Curve. So on Monday through Friday, educating our community on cryptocurrency, but when you're on the radio, you really don't know what effect that you have on the community, how receptive they are to what you're teaching, and then every day is really a grind to bring our community the best information, to keep them ahead of the trends and the things that are happening, to keep them from scams and those sorts of things. So that has been a challenge, but it was a Black History Month experiment that he was doing that now gave me a permanent spot. And I believe, they haven't told me, but a little birdie whispered in my ear that Ahead of the Crypto Curve has actually got more ratings than D.L. Hughley that follows behind me, and several other ones. So I'm really excited about the opportunity just to continue to grow. And well, the station is worldwide because it's an app on your cell phone. But that's one of the most, I'm excited because you don't know who's on the other side listening, and then when I'm out, people are like, oh, I listen to you every day. So it's starting adoption in a different way than, like we said, just like our little bubble. So that's it.
Absolutely.
Right. Yes, so we have a program that we do with the Department of Employment Services. And basically what I do is I try to heal people in my community and teach them about equity and fight for equity, right? Mm-hmm. Because one of the things that we do is we always progressively say we helping Black people, but we only giving them crumbs, and we're not teaching them to do for self. So in this group that we were having, one of the things that I found out that it's not that our young people don't want to know about cryptocurrency or financial literacy, we're just not talking in their language, right? So what we do is we do like 3 days in person in our boot camp and 2 days virtually. And the reason why we do virtually, a lot of the people who we want to get them exposed to can't reach them physically, but they can reach them virtually. And that's one of the things that we learned during the pandemic, that we don't always have to be in person. We still can accomplish the goal. So in the training with the cryptocurrency and financial literacy, those were the two things that the young people paid the most attention to, right? Because we're telling them you don't have to sell drugs. We're telling them you can use all this techie and all these skills that you have the right way to get paid. So they were so excited. And then at the end, I was able to tell them that Sinclair Skinner, we're going to give the top 5 young people a piece of a coin, right? And they were very, very excited. So I'm just saying, these are the type of things that we have to get to our young people, right? Not just talk about it, but like give them some exposure, give them some trainings, but also like, hey, you got some coin, give it to a young person and let him work it from there. You know what I'm saying? So to see the look on their face and to see them paying attention, because a lot of times people can't get our young people's attention. Right. Trust me, I'm telling you, we talk about all the money in DC, most people can't get 40 young people in a room like we do. in a week where they learn how to live stream. Like, see these cameras in here? We teach young people how to live stream. You know why? Because I pay somebody $650 at a discount to live stream my events, right? And it costs $1,500 on the average. And when you go into all these white institutions that talk about inclusion, you don't see no people that look like us streaming. So we gotta learn how to teach our young people all these things, not just the Bitcoin, all of it, every piece of it, right? And they will take it from there. They just don't know, right? They just don't know. They don't know. They don't know.
Thank you.
Yeah, so my answer would be very similar. I know Corey mentioned, I think I mentioned earlier about our free summer camp. So it's been going on now for 7 years, and our camp is completely free. You can get information at bythehoodcamp.com. And it's for kids ages 5 and up. And one of the things we talk about is cryptocurrency, among other things. But they are very receptive to it. So to answer your question, that's been one of the most rewarding things. They're being even more receptive than their parents or other adults because they live in a digital space. So they kind of have this understanding, right? They're playing with, Roblox or whatever it is. So they love the Robux, right? So they kind of they understand it, they gravitate towards it. And now we have kids 6, 7 years old that understand how to, open up their own wallet. They understand cold storage. So to see the youth gravitate towards it kind of gives me hope. Because, sometimes it gets frustrating talking to, adults, but you teach the babies and you see them gravitate towards it. And you know that, as several people have mentioned, this is the future. That's been the most rewarding thing in this space is watching, the babies that look like us really gravitate towards it.
Absolutely. So, guy.
So a couple of things. One thing that we realized, again, on AfriBlocks, we have about 8,000 professionals across 7 African countries. And, while they're waiting for a gig or they're waiting for a job, we encourage them to upskill. Because what we realized is, when someone says cryptocurrency or blockchain, you instantly think, I cannot learn that because that's probably coding or that's probably, JavaScript and things like that. But in the blockchain space now has, more skills that are required, say, design, marketing, my brother mentioned, live streaming. So we tell people to say, this is how you can get involved. Why? Because it's so easy to tell someone to get involved, buy a couple of Bitcoin. But the part that we miss is you need to earn first to be able to what? To buy that Bitcoin, that Ethereum, and keep it as a store of value. So we always encourage people, stay upskilled, take more courses, be a professional in the space. Talk about regulation. If you're a lawyer, you can be, regulatory and compliance in blockchain and cryptocurrency, which is, a very difficult field to be. So I think upskilling is one of the, the many ways that the Black community globally can get involved, because you're already a designer. But now you're a designer in NFTs. You're already a marketer, now you're marketing, all these, products. So that's one of the ways, you can shift without necessarily having to change your career, if I may put it that way. Yeah.
Final question, entire panel. If money were no object, what would you put money to fund to foster crypto adoption?
Say it again.
If money were no object, and you had the funding that you desired, that's a different amount for everyone, so that's why I don't want to say $1 million or whatever. If money were no object, what would you put it towards that would help foster crypto adoption among Black people?
Okay. You want to go first? Okay. So right now we're actually we're doing a GoFundMe and a Kiva campaign to get 2 buses, well, really 3, but 2 buses. One is going to be our mobile innovation lab that would teach computer science, computer coding. It's also going to teach 3D printing, a lot of other things in that bus. And then on our other bus is going to be our mobile business development center, getting people into starting their business, educating them about credit, finance. So really creating like these mobile schools that can go to areas, because not every area in the country has access to high-tech technology or fast internet, right? And even in, quote unquote, the top economy in the world, we still have places where people are still using dial-up. So being able to bring that to these communities and also get them a part of programs like the ACP program, the American Connectivity Program, which allows people to have access to phone service and discounted internet and tablets, helping to get people access to that, but also teach them now how to make money off of this stuff that the government is basically paying for you for, right? So just basically getting these buses that can go around and just flip the script of what education should be in a more hybrid educational model.
If money was no object, I already know. So right now we have a plan to open up 41 brick and mortar cryptocurrency exchanges in the hood. And inside of those brick and mortar exchanges, there's the technology we need for crypto, blockchain, Metaverse. We want to make sure that every piece of technology that's available to our community is available in the cities they live in. So if money was no object, we go from 41 locations to about 100, because I know about 100 hoods that need what we have because we're building Silicon hoods. So that's what we do.
If money was no option, I would use what's part of the problem as part of the solution. So one of the things that we're working on is this thing called Flip the Trap, where we take in young people and we incentivizing positive content and also having contests to produce positive music and positive content. And what I know is from doing the work with gangs and crews in the community, a lot of the negative stuff that we see in the community comes from social media and the content in our music. So we wanted to teach young people about cryptocurrency, financial literacy, or anything else. All we gotta do is use the music and the culture, right, to make it cool not to be a fool. Right now, most of the stuff that our young people do is for clout. It's not even for money. They're not getting a dime for this crazy stuff they're doing. They're doing it for clout. What happened is, in our community, they took away all the positive platforms for our young people, and then the devil fed them poison, because they know that music throughout history has been what's been used to mobilize us, to educate us, and to fight the devil, right? So they destroyed it and put the poison in it. So if I had it, I would create the platforms for young people and incentivize positive content to teach, right? To teach them how to love, to teach them how to learn about Bitcoin, to teach them everything they want to do. Everybody that makes money off of us uses our music. They pay a rapper to put it in the song. And then guess what happens? All of our people wearing it. All of our people doing it. It's cool. Some things are not as complicated as they seem.
Yeah, it's got, in education, that's called positive-based supports. Not all teachers do it, but they should be aware of it as part of their education training, that how you get children and adults to do what you want them to do is that you set up goals and you reinforce positive behavior versus punitive behavior and attack and attack and attack. Jimmy.
Okay, yeah, so my answer would be very similar to the last two answers. It would be somewhere in the realm of education, but also anti-recidivism, right? So that's one of the things I'm very passionate about and been working on lately. A lot of brothers and sisters come home and they need opportunities. And I look at this as being a brand new space where we can provide a lot of opportunities, create our own economies. So I would focus specifically being in our neighborhoods, right, where the people need the information, where the people need help, but really working specifically with anti-recidivism. That's where my...
From my point of view, it has to do more with resources and infrastructure. So I'll start, talk about, you mentioned, laptops, tablets, and things like that, and even the connectivity, internet connectivity, making sure it's more accessible to more people. I remember there was a friend who visited, and it was like, can you give me the Wi-Fi code? I was like, I don't even Wi-Fi code, because for me, I just use my mobile data. But for them, it was not clear, like, why don't you have Wi-Fi set up right now? I just didn't have it. But it's a case for most people to say, access to the internet is not as available. So I would place resources in making sure the infrastructure is there to support, people who want to learn, people who want to access, more, resources online. And what we say at AfriBlocks is we're building the technology infrastructure for the future of work and beyond. Even if you talk about, payments, like you've done work with someone in Ghana, someone in Nigeria, the next thing you're thinking, okay, how do I get the payment to them? And there's no direct way to do that. There's, Western Union, all of these platforms that are so expensive. So, those are some of the things that I would place money in to try to fix, because what it does at the end of the day, it increases collaboration. It increases it accelerates the rate of adoption in cryptocurrencies.
Connell Wise, Naja Roberts, Ronald Moulton, Jimmy Williams, Tongai Chilton. Thank you very much. Can we give him a round of applause?
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Deirdre, and all of our amazing panelists. So we're going to go ahead now and have a 5-minute break. So we encourage you to enter the lobby area, make sure you grab some water, there are complimentary refreshments, and then how many of you have already taken a photo in front of our 2 backdrops? Have you guys done that yet? No? Okay, so this 5-minute break, make sure you do that on the break and refresh yourself, and we have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hey everyone, we'll be back up at 11:38. At 11:38.
sorry, do you know how I pronounce it? Fasa, okay, but Mina? Okay. Hello again, everyone. I hope everyone enjoyed our 5-minute break. I'd like to invite everyone to please take their seats. We're about to begin our next panel. So the title for this panel is Trading Digital Assets and DEFI Wealth Building. And our panelists for this segment, we have Julius Mena from Investment Associate Techstars DC, Kamari Ellis, who is a tax advisor by the Hood and the Finance Rebel. We also have Caleb Boyce, sorry, apologize for that. Business Operations and Strategy of Dapper Labs. And then we also have Fasha, who is the co-founder of Presence Labs and the UMI Economy. And please re-welcome our amazing moderator, Ms. Deirdre McIntyre, to the stage.
Hello. All right. So these people gonna make you rich, maybe. Or they're gonna make you rich, or they're gonna warn you, one way or the other. So again, this is Trading Digital Assets and DeFi panel. I'd like each of our guests here today to introduce themselves again and give a brief biographical sketch, about 2 minutes. Thank you.
I don't think I need 2 minutes.
3 minutes.
But I'm Kamari Ellis. Many know me as the Finance Rebel. I'm a tax accountant, money nerd, person that all around loves black people. And I basically work during the day as a tax accountant, and at night I'm a financial educator. So that's what I do.
What's up? My name is Caleb Boyce.
Caleb, hold the mic a little closer.
I'm a Howard University alum, go Bison. And so I'm happy to be back here for this summit. I currently work for Dapper Labs Flow, and I'm running a grant program. It's a $1.2 million grant program for Black developers and creators to launch dApps on Flow. And we've got a few of the grantees here, including HBCU Labs, African Museum of the Metaverse, and also Montec. Ola's over here too. So I'm really excited to be able to give money into our community and help people innovate. My background is in consulting. I scale businesses, and so it was a nice fit to be able to help these young teams early in Web3 really develop businesses at scale.
3 minutes. Fasa read a keynote.
Fasa, I just want to jump right in. We have limited time. We don't own our culture, and we don't know how to own our culture. And there's actually a way and a process of doing that, and we haven't been privy to that. It starts off with cultures create communities. Communities create economies. Economies create the rules and laws for exchanges to be created, industries to be created, marketplaces to be created. Then you have companies, which is where we focus a lot of our attention, which is the entrepreneurship side. They create products, and then you get consumers. There's a gap between economies and marketplace that we're not really participating in at the highest levels, but that's the level that they participate in. That's why they have industrialists and we're entrepreneurs. That's why they get paid off every transaction from exchanges that have to do with our culture, and we don't get the value from those exchanges that we should be getting at the highest levels. We're building an economy to be able to support us owning our culture, monetizing our culture in our own space above the internet, which is the largest freestanding information landmass in the world. That's it.
All right. Given that a lot of people in our audience are probably new to crypto, let's break down this title first and foremost. How do you explain to someone who is not familiar with crypto what the heck is a digital asset? And you know what the question is going to be after, so don't go into the next question. It's going to be like, what is DeFi? So let's take that first, let's break it down elementary. What is a digital asset? Plain English.
The way I explain it is I tell people it's computer money. They try to give it to them real simple and plain. I let them know it's a way to exchange values and goods with digital currency. Not to reuse the asset though, but that's how I explain it.
I like to use like I think, so digital assets is a new term, but really it's kind of, if you trade stocks online, if you got a Charles Schwab account and you trade equities, it's a digital asset too. Chances are you don't have the actual stock certificate like they used to get back in the old days. So really digital assets are the same thing as an equity or a stock. It's just an asset that exists in the internet basically, or and digitally, and you can trade and appreciate value with it. You can also lose money with it, but it's a digital asset in that way. And the nice thing about, or the interesting thing about blockchain is you can actually own it and have like exclusive right over that asset, which is not really possible before.
Yeah, digital asset, I agree with both things they said, but yeah, digital asset is simply anything that has value that's been digitized that can be an exchange, that can be exchanged between people or for any type of value.
Absolutely. So we have some younger people coming in the building that just arrived, you know, high school age, representing your neighborhood. But just for their sake, you know, asset, it could be physical, something that it can be owned. It could be audio file, it could be something visual, a painting, it could be written word, it could be physical clothing, anything, building, asset, anything that you can own. And what we're saying is when we talk about digital, we're talking about, okay, now we're making a version of it that might be available for gameplay or movies or film, or it could still even be a physical product. Like for instance, earlier this morning, Robin O'Connell of Hold mentioned the word phygital, but he didn't quite define it. So you guys are getting privy to some new crypto slang. Phygital, physical and digital at the same time. So somebody designs a digital sneaker, but you're like, dang, I wish I had that sneaker for real. And someone is like, well, I can send the specs to a manufacturer and they can make it. So now you have a digital and a physical. You have a phygital. So you can throw that around and really impress some people. So now let's get into the second part of the title of this baraza. How do you explain to someone who doesn't understand it what is DeFi, or decentralized finance?
Well, I let them know that most things are centralized. Most economies are centralized. And what I try to do is say, I look at cooperative economics. I'm a big fan of cooperative economics. And so I say, instead of having to go to the bank and get a loan, let's say you got 50 of your friends, that everybody's going to contribute, let's say $100 to buy some real estate. That's an example of DeFi. But you can use DeFi in anything. But to stay true to your question, that's how I usually answer DeFi, or answer what it is.
Caleb.
That's a great question. I think, so finance, if you think about finance, maybe in the context of how we might use it is with a bank account. Let's say you want to go open up a savings account to put your money in and collect interest on that bank account. You may have to go to the bank, you may have to fill out an application, maybe do a process to get approved, and then you can have your money in the bank and you can interact with that bank with your assets that are at the bank. With DeFi, you can do it on an exchange without having to get anybody's approval, really. There's some aspects around compliance, like KYC. Brother Ernest over there is working that stuff at Coinbase, but it's basically there's a way for you to have more access to financial activities that could earn you revenue or earn you like money. And so DeFi, big difference between DeFi and regular finance is that it gives greater access, and that's afforded by decentralization. So instead of having a central bank or a central ledger, you have a decentralized ledger, and that's what gives people access. So you can have people all over the world trading money with each other in ways it's really never been possible before.
I think those two things are correct. I'm not sure what else I could speak to it, but I would say that what DeFi does is it gives us an opportunity to monetize different things. Information can be monetized and exchanged in these types of systems. I know people that are using DeFi to create wallets in the healthcare space that affinity-based communities such as affinity-based communities can share and exchange value based on the information that they deem to be important to them. We're talking about the different systems of governance in which, because communities are supposed to be the people that are exchanging value, and we are outside of that loop as a community. And so if we can get into that space, again, it puts us in an opportunity to monetize our culture, the things that matter most to us. So I think DeFi is a spin on what the current financial system is and gives us opportunity to innovate. Say something.
Okay, so you have cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, Litecoin, Dash, et cetera. There's more than 20,000 now. It's not even worth listing them. And you have other digital assets, NFTs and stuff. Someone approaches you who is a novice and says, I want to trade crypto. What are some of the admonitions you give them, and what are some of the affirmations you give them?
I get asked this a lot. And actually, just to be fully transparent, many people call me a Bitcoin hater because I've had a lot of people, real life scenario. I've had people come up to me and say, I have $500 in savings. I want to throw it in Bitcoin. And I say no. And there are some people that are in our community that have encouraged it. But when you look at it from a financial planning perspective, it's not a great savings tool. It is very valuable, right? No doubt. But it has its proper place. Everything has its proper place. So when someone asks me that question, I say, one, do you understand it? Two, have you read any white papers? I find that nobody reads the white papers. I get that some of them are a little challenging. But before you buy any asset, invest in any asset, save in any asset, you need to know what it is. So I usually tell them no in the context of the question that you just asked.
Before we go to Caleb, I'm going to keep breaking for vocabulary lessons. He's mentioning white paper. That also was mentioned this morning in some of the discussions. For those of you who don't know, in the crypto and also technical space, there essentially is a book report. And that book report is always labeled as a white paper. That book report is supposed to explain not only what they're doing, but how they're doing it, and what technologies they're doing it, and what are the benefits. So if those of you who are in school, you had this rubric that you're supposed to follow. So people keep saying, read the white paper, and the number one white paper you should read is the Bitcoin white paper, and you can Google it, bitcoin.org. But the reason why they keep saying that is what happens when you read a lot of books. If you read a lot of books, you can tell the good ones from the bad ones, especially if it's on a given subject. So some people do a white paper, and it's just marketing stuff. We're going to get you rich and get you rich and get you rich and get you rich. But what did the teacher say about the rubric? Where's the how? Where are the risks? Behind the project in terms of their technical expertise. So you're going to hear this white paper mentioned quite a bit, read the white paper, because you have to get accustomed to the sector to be able to learn what they're supposed to be producing to educate the public about the projects that they're working on. So Caleb, back to that question.
Yeah, that's really great. When people ask me to do that, I want to invest in Bitcoin, here's some money. My question is why? Like, what are you trying to get out of it? A lot of people are like trying to get rich. I was like, maybe you can get rich off $500, maybe not, but there's a bunch of ways that you can invest your money. And there's traditional markets. There's also ways you can do it in like DeFi and also with crypto. And so it's like, what are you trying to achieve? It's like, well, I want this kind of return. Okay, cool. Well, you have to accept this kind of risk, which means you might lose some of this money or all of the money. And so, okay, well, I'm willing to take that risk because it's $500 I can afford to lose. Okay, cool. Then let's look like, what are you trying to appreciate with and what time frame? And so it's like really just like a process of like understanding like what the different like value propositions are for each type of asset, and like that's what cryptocurrency is and DeFi is, and it, in my opinion, is evaluating assets. So it's like, well, if you want to make like 3% over 5-10 years, you probably should go with a bank account or something like that. But let's say you can't get a bank account because of any number of reasons, especially in our community, then maybe you want to go to a decentralized exchange, like something in DeFi, to buy an asset there that might appreciate value over time. And the thing about cryptocurrencies, they've not been around that long, but as stocks and equities have been around for a long time, probably 100 years. And so it's easier to kind of bet, with a safer bet on an equities, like buying stocks essentially, but the return is going to be lower because the risk is lower. And so if you want higher risk and higher return, you can go with something like, it's a little more volatile, like cryptocurrencies, for example. And so it's really about understanding that, like, what's the risk, reward kind of ratio that you're looking for.
The question again, just
What advice do you give somebody who says they want to get involved in buying and trading cryptocurrencies? The admonitions as well as positive affirmation.
There's a lot of misinformation in the space. I would look into getting educated first for a couple of weeks on what it is that, cryptocurrency, the biggest thing, you got wallets that are getting hacked, people not having the information and stuff. Our community is really, we've been the targets of a lot of that. So I would tell them to get educated, and I would tell them to, and that's it. I would just tell them to be educated on it.
Decentralized finance. Have you seen anything that is interesting? Now, for those who don't know, decentralized finance, what they're doing is they may be using a computer program with a set of rules. So those of you who took algebra, and I was not the greatest math students, but if this, then that, the logic, conditional statements. So instead of this direct peer-to-peer exchange of something, I buy this crypto and it comes to me, someone is saying, let's put some rules on it. Let's say you buy this and you put this there and you lock it away for X amount of time. Will you or won't you earn some interest, or if you remove it too early, you'll be penalized. So very similar to what actually exists in regular finance. These type of applications within the banking industry are finding its way into crypto. So what I'm asking them is, have you seen actually any innovation in DeFi that's worth talking about, or do you think that what's being replicated in decentralized finance is just nothing more than what already can exist in banking, so why bother? So I'm being a little gadflyish here.
I've seen some loans done via real estate that I think was really, really cool. You brought up something, though, about the algorithms. I'm a little worried, though, that anytime we get algorithms involved in anything when it comes to black folks, it's another leverage tool that they use to discriminate against us. And I know that the community, the crypto community, isn't supposed to do that or isn't for that. But I'm always skeptical when I see stuff like that. But I've seen some loans for real estate. I've seen some business loans as well. No credit use or very limited credit use. And it's worked out really well for some of the people that have used it.
So I'm really interested in NFTs. I work for an NFT company. Dapper Labs is behind NBA Top Shot, which is basically creating virtual basketball cards that are little clips of videos, and people are able to purchase those for things they're passionate about, like different fans or different teams, different players. So I think that's really cool. That's just one aspect of NFTs. I think that people are like, oh, NFTs are profile photos like Bored Apes, or they're moments like this, like video clips, but they actually represent a whole lot more than that, and so it's a really exciting opportunity. One thing I'll mention here in the context of this conversation is, like in a DeFi context, is actually people who have bought NFTs that are appreciated in value or maintain value. It looks for Bored Apes, just for example, but there are a lot of other artists that have communities that are really keeping the price of their art up because those communities really believe in it, and they're using NFTs to do that. And so you could be a big fan of a particular artist, let's say, that does really cool art that you like, and there might be a big community of that, and you might buy an NFT, early on with a job they do, and that NFT might appreciate in value. The interesting thing about DeFi is that you can then take that NFT and the value of that NFT and potentially leverage it to get liquidity. And what that means is that you can take a loan out against that NFT. Now, it's risky, for sure, but you might be a fan of something and all of a sudden have an asset that's worth a ton of money, like people collect fine art, like a Basquiat, for example, and you're like, oh, I knew Basquiat back in the day, and I bought something, a version of Basquiat in the digital sense here, and I bought an NFT from him, and now it's worth $100,000. I can leverage that to buy a house. I can leverage that to invest in a business. I can leverage that to help pay for some bills that I know I'm going to be able to pay back, but I would not be able to get normal liquidity from traditional asset. I don't own a house, or I'm not able to get a loan. And so I think that's like what is to break it down, it's like with NFTs, you have a whole different asset class that you can then leverage to give yourself liquidity to make investments in any number of things or to pay bills. Even the short-term things, like I need a short amount of money to cover me until the next paycheck, you can leverage an NFT that you bought from an artist that you really like to do that. And that's really never been possible before. I mean, not except for in like the ultra high net worth circles where you could leverage fine art and that kind of thing. But now this is accessible to everybody through decentralization and decentralized exchange and decentralized finance. So it's pretty exciting stuff.
Agreed. And another thing that when you're able to embed smart contracts into currency, you're talking about systems that are trustless. You're talking about systems where you can meet a certain criteria. So when you're talking about credit scores, now they're starting to expand what a credit score is and starting to explore what are the other aspects of somebody's life, because this credit score doesn't account for all of these other things that are why this person's credit score is why this credit score is, like their health, their transportation, the fact that they're in a food insecure environment, all these different factors in somebody's life. People don't live in sectors. Smart contracts create the opportunity for us to be able to move across sector, explore other aspects of people's life without compromising their data, the integrity of their data and their personal information, so that something like a credit score doesn't impact their life in a negative way for years. It's hard to get that person back whenever, once their credit score drops below a certain level. But if we could find other information and other data sets that are being stored in smart contracts to show that there's effort on their side to improve in these areas, then that's another way that DeFi is able to change the space. I do know some community-based organizations that are working on that.
Another great opportunity, thank you, FASA, for a vocabulary lesson, smart contract. Essentially, it's just a computer script that allows people to transact with one another in a relationship in which the script is acting like the middle person. So the most simple smart contract is you sending Bitcoin from one person to the other. There's not a human being that's validating and securing that transaction. It's an entire protocol of the blockchain, but it is also a script that generates this type of process. So when we talk about decentralized finance, people are just being creative with crypts. And I actually want to take a minute to answer a question before I ask another question. But I'm going to let you guys hear the next question so you can think about it. And so the next question is, where do you see people actually teaching about decentralized financing and the designing of these new products? Or if you don't see it, what would you like to see, people actually teach about designing DeFi? And we only have about 2 minutes, so I'm going to be brief in my comments so that you guys can answer that question. But I think the gaming sector is going to be very interesting. Caleb already mentioned NFTs, but this idea of little micro payments, little activities that you're doing online and exploring online, and because you did this, it executes that. So we'll get more into that in a later session, but the whole play to earn or play and earn, sometimes they're labeling it that way, are actually going to be these decentralized finance opportunities for young people. Because you're already playing games, you're already spending money in games, but you're not necessarily gaining in games. So I think that's going to be the smart contract difference. So final question for the panel.
So I see DeFi, crypto being taught at By the Hood University with the children, which I try to get involved with it as much as possible. And where I would like to see it go, I'm gonna say this might be a little controversial. I actually would like us to see it take a step back from crypto and DeFi and get into overall finance and economics and just understand how money works throughout. Because Bitcoin, DeFi, they're all tools. If we don't understand how to best leverage those tools and just fall into the salesmanship that everybody's selling to us, we wind up getting abused. And we've seen this happen in our communities time and time and time again. So we fall for the sales pitch, not knowing that this tool wasn't applicable to our situation. So I would like us to see more, not just financial literacy, but financial mastery, right? Because literacy is just the basic level. We need mastery. We need to be able to, as Basa said, take control of our culture, By the way, that's one of my favorite words that we don't use, that we don't really look into, because the true value and gem for us really is in our culture. So I would like us to see us really get into more finance and economics. And again, Bitcoin, DeFi is just another tool of that. So we can get into that as well.
So people want to learn about cryptocurrency or blockchain or whatever it is, and it's like, hey, you should go read some stuff online. It's like, I use an analogy. It's like if you said, somebody said to you, I want to learn what the internet is, or I want to learn about the internet. It's like, well, where do you tell people to go? It's like, well, I mean, the internet is, I mean, it's Uber app, it's, you know, it's Google search, it's forums, it's like, it's international trade, it's all these things, right? So the way I approach it, excuse me, it's like, what are you interested in? So let's say I'm interested in art, interested in sports. Like, some kids that are interested in sports, they know everything about a sport. Is there a class in sports at that school? Like, if I want to be a basketball player, is there a basketball class? Maybe you practice in gym, but you're not learning the ins and outs of basketball. You're not learning all the stats of the best players in the history of basketball. You're learning that because you're passionate about it. And so it's like, what are you passionate about? Blockchain is a platform, essentially, like the internet. So there's a million ways you can learn about blockchain in a very narrow and specific way that'll give you that, like, that's interesting to you. And I think you should look for that first. So as opposed to going, like, Googling, you know, blockchain or Bitcoin or whatever it is, like, start with, like, hey, what am I passionate about? Like, for example, even with, I'm a sailor, I sail quite a bit. And so there's actually a community of sailors that are like operating using NFTs around, NFTs for sailing. And so I can go and look at that. Or let's say that I'm interested in music or music artists or type music or production. I can go look at like what music NFT companies are happening, or like what is an NFT relative to music, or, you know, what are my favorite artists doing to like monetize their followings using NFTs or DAOs or NFT gated communities. So it's really about thinking about what is it you're passionate about, what is something that you'd be willing to do for free, and then trying to figure out how that applies to some aspect of the blockchain, whether it's DeFi or cryptocurrency or anything like that. And so that's the advice I give, is how to break into it. And once you find something that's interesting to you, it'll be a lot easier to kind of go deep on that and just really go deep on the concept and understand it. And so especially use that with kids, because it's like, hey, go read a white paper, and it's like, it could be interesting, but they're gonna have almost no context and almost no interest. And so it's like, find something that interests them and then apply it to the technology.
I would like to see us focus on DeFi not as money, DeFi as our culture. Our information and our data funds other people's economies. DeFi is the means for which the exchange of our ideas and our culture are funneling into other people's economies and allowing their resources to cycle in their economy so that they can own those ideas. I would like to see DeFi move to a place where we start monetizing in different ways, in our own way, our ideas, so that we can define what the laws and what the policy is going to be on some of these. And the NFT space is still open. All the policy hasn't landed yet. All the regulation hasn't landed yet. We should be moving in a coordinated way to think about what type of policy suits us, because it's our ideas that are funneling resources into the economy that we're getting eaten up by. And so I hope that we're teaching our young people and the truth, which is that it's not the money, it's our ideas that the money oscillates around, and that if we can own our intellectual property and monetize our intellectual property, we won't need anybody else for help. We won't need anyone else. We already are the value. We are DeFi. That's how I feel about it. And if we move in a coordinated way and start plotting a course that's 10 to 15 years long instead of 3 to 5 years like a company where you're trying to exit, we need to own the shit. We need to own 20, 30, 40, 50 years and start planning ahead of time. That's what we need to be in the DeFi space. I'm gonna shut up.
I just want to make one more comment. I love what you said about like trying to explain a smart contract, which I think is a key part of what this enables. It's like it's a software as a middleman. So instead of the middleman being somebody in a suit who's pressing a button on a computer somewhere, it's actually software that's been pre-coded to make sure it's a trustless transaction, meaning I don't have to rely on that person pressing the button or being out sick or whatever it is. And that's like the beauty of smart contracts. And so I love that analogy. That was like exactly what it is.
I wanted to close it out because I know we're over time, but you know, people think they're unfamiliar with this technology, but they're not. There's nobody that's verifying when you fill out an online form. When someone says fill out this form, if it's a Google form or whatever, it's the script that does that. So this is what we're talking about. We're talking about the programming language along with the protocol, the network of computers that kind of power it all together, being the person that's executing what you want done. I'd like to thank Kamari Ellis, Caleb Boys, and Fasa for the Trading DeFi and Trading at Digital Assets and DeFi panel. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much to our panelists and to Deirdre again for moderating. We are going to go ahead and move into our next panel, but before we do, wanted to make sure, does everyone have their phones with them? Yes? Does everyone have Twitter? Yes, okay. Everyone, the hashtag for today is Satoshi is Black. So if you have a question that you would like answered during the session, please input that. And then we also like to say hello to our virtual audience. This conference is being live streamed, so can everyone say hello to the virtual audience? Hey, so thank you all for joining us virtually. We appreciate that. And I'm going to go ahead and introduce our next topic, which is liberty, leadership, and regulation. Blockchain liberty, leadership, and regulation. And our panelists for this segment are Charlene Fadarepo, my apologies. And then we also have Janae Roscoe and Catherine Johnson. And then I'm not sure, and do we have Jacob with us? Jacob Farber? Okay, if Jacob happens to join us, he will join the stage. And of course, we have our wonderful moderator, Ms. Deirdre. Thank you so much. Enjoy.
All right, this is how it should be. We will not be talking about gender. You're not putting us in a box. Sinclair has never done that. I'm happy to sit next to these women who are experts in their respective fields, and I'd love for them to give about 3 minutes to introduce what they do.
Hello. Hi, my name is Janae Roscoe. I'm the Senior Vice President and Chief of Government Relations and Public Policy for Operation Hope. We were founded 30 years ago this year by John Hope Bryant. He's the founder, chairman, CEO. And this past May, we hosted our first Hope Cryptocurrency Digital Asset Summit, and I'll talk a little bit about some of the key highlights that came about that and the regulatory agencies that are working in that innovation space.
Hi everyone, I'm Charlene Fadarepo. I'm a Bitcoin advocate, a Bitcoin educator. I have about 15 years of traditional finance experience. I run 2 companies. I have one company called Guidify, where we teach Black women how to build wealth through Bitcoin investments. And I have another company called Mango Digital Strategies. We are a digital assets consulting firm. We help institutions, primarily banks and fintech companies, future-proof their business strategies through cryptocurrency. And last but not least, I run a podcast called the Bitcoin in Nigeria Show. And every week on Twitter Spaces on Fridays, we are focused on telling the story of the amazing Bitcoin revolution that's happening in Nigeria and countries all across Africa. So we interview fintech founders, we interview developers and ecosystem builders that are cryptocurrency, and most specifically Bitcoin across Africa. And I'm super excited to be here with you today.
Hi, everybody. I'm Catherine Johnson. I'm here from a company called Storage. We do decentralized cloud object storage. It came about, it's the brainchild of Sean Wilkinson when he was a student at Morehouse trying to figure out a way to save a lot of data affordably. And it uses a blockchain in that we have a storage token that powers the network. So it brings all the benefits of decentralization, including privacy, security, affordability, and it's very, very fast. This year, we started Storage Institute. I'm based in Minneapolis. Storage is a global company with people across 5 continents, multiple countries. We're in Ghana, and Macedonia, and New Zealand. Storage Institute was started where I live in Minneapolis. I have two of my colleagues here who work with Storage Institute, Crypto Beje and Yoga Boss. And so what we do is we seek to create a more diverse Web3, a more inclusive Web3. And the way that we do that is through education, by bringing up everybody's level relating to Web3 and decentralization along the lines of each one teach one. We also do policy advocacy, so we work with groups like Blockchain Association, the Wilson Center for Digital Assets Forum, and others to call for more clear regulatory frameworks so that we can have innovation that's not hampered by fear and uncertainties around regulation. And then we also have a grant program to amplify projects and companies by BIPOC founders and women and others who have been left out traditionally from, in Web 2 and Web 1. So all of that is to help create a more inclusive Web 3. My background is that I started practicing law way back when, graduated from University of Wisconsin, moved out to New York, clerked for Judge Laura Taylor Swain. She was the first I was her first law clerk. She was the first law clerk to Constance Baker Motley. So I've had the privilege of knowing a lot of really, really incredibly talented, smart, bright, largely black women in my career. And we seek to create greater networks for success for all of us. I've been doing that throughout my career, focusing on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Storage, even though it's only an 80-person company, we have a 50-page diversity report, DEI report. I encourage everybody to take a look at it online. I think it's really important that companies in this area take on responsibility of reporting out their metrics, saying what they're doing, putting their money where their mouth is. And I'm very proud to be at a company that does that. So I was practicing law, then moved into compliance. Coinbase was looking for somebody who spoke the language of regulators, and so they reached out to me. I left New York, moved to Berkeley. I worked there for a couple of years, and then came back to the Midwest to be with my family, and started working as an advisor to Storage. And when I got the opportunity to be their first general counsel, I jumped at the chance. So I'm now there as the head of compliance, people ops, and legal. So really honored to be here and have this discussion today.
Thank you, and we're going to break down this title one by one and piece by piece. So first we're going to tackle the concept of blockchain and liberty. What is liberating about blockchain? Or to be a little bit of a gadfly, if you want to say it's the same old thing as anything else, go right ahead. Janae.
Well, first let me say it's always great to be home, and I'm a Howard University graduate, so it's always good to be in the Blackburn Center. So HU to everyone out there. You know. Access to capital has always been a challenge in the black community. The Freedmen's Bank was created right after the Civil War, right after the Emancipation Proclamation, 13th Amendment. And in the short time that it was around, we had equivalent to over 70,000 free black people wanting to put an open account and have access to capital. I see what's happening today in the cryptocurrency space, the new access to capital opportunity. It's the new liberty opportunity. When there are challenges that people see in traditional banking or credit union systems, they have gravitated to this system. And as the federal government and the financial regulatory agencies are working through their offices of innovation and competition to explore how do we regulate and welcome this new American interest in cryptocurrency and digital assets, how do we begin to help liberate our people around finances? It has been with us since the end of slavery into our quote-unquote freedom here in America. And so I see our community embracing this because we are tired of struggling in this space. And so this is a win-win opportunity for people of color, not just black people, to basically say we want greater access to capital, and we're willing to deal with any system out there that's going to welcome us into it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree. One thing I didn't mention, before I moved into the cryptocurrency space, I spent about 6 years at the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, the central bank of the United States. One of the reasons why I wanted to—
Which is how we met.
Which is how we met. One of the reasons why I wanted to work at the Fed is because I was very clear on the role of policy in creating systems that have unintended consequences. And to Janae's point, you know, unfortunately, our U.S. banking system has been built on a system of discrimination, and that has adversely affected Black people for hundreds of years. The Black wealth gap that we see today is as a result of policy that has never really celebrated Black people. And institutionalized racism. But the good news is Bitcoin, blockchain, cryptocurrency represents a new financial ecosystem where everybody can participate and everyone belongs. And that is why it's so important for us to be on board, not only to understand it, but to own it and to be a part of this building that system. This idea of liberty means freedom, right? And to me, it means financial freedom. It means self-sovereignty. It means economic independence. And that's one piece that we just never got right in the history of this country. We think about the civil rights movement. We were really focused on civil rights and social justice. But social justice without economic justice is like a one-handed clap. It does not make a sound. And so this is our opportunity to get that economic justice part right and to be a part of building this system that's actually finally going to work for everybody.
Yeah, I think that says it. It's about access. There are 7 million unbanked Americans. There are 24 million Americans that rely on expensive payment providers, money orders, and check cashing places. Lack of access to to economic freedom is real. It's not just in the U.S. but globally. And for the first time, through the power of technology, through the power of the blockchain, we have a chance to change that. I also wanted to mention, you said self-sovereignty and also access. We've been talking today about creators, artists, and how we can use blockchain to get the value of our work. And that's also something that's different. And I think that is really encouraging to see. I think about Jean-Michel Basquiat on the streets of the Lower East Side selling his postcards for $1, and how much that artwork is going for now, and that he didn't see the benefit of that, or his family, his estate didn't. This is the time to change that. We've got an opportunity to change that now.
As leaders in your respective domains, what are your hopes in terms of regulations that will come to pass that will still allow you to effectively do what you want to do in this age of blockchain liberty? What are you hoping will happen, or what advice would you give to those who are trying to establish regulations in this new space that won't hinder you from doing what it is that we need to do as a community?
Well, I put on the chat on the Hoover app, and hopefully you guys are utilizing that there are some innovations and competitions that are happening on the federal regulatory area that I think that people attending the Black Blockchain Summit and people who are watching us all over the world should take advantage of some of those opportunities, specifically if you're here as a U.S. citizen. The USFDIC has a Sprint Tech program. It's it's out there, and they're looking for us to be a part of these competitions and part of these programmings as they are putting together their regulatory strategy that President Biden, and through his executive order in March, put out there. Something FASA said from UMI community in this last session, that while the regulatory programming is coming together, we should be a part of making sure that that regulatory positioning speaks to where we're coming from. And so by participating in these hackathons, in these events like the US CFPB is hosting, our participation in it will help influence and encourage ways that we want to see the regulatory agencies focus on making access to capital work for us all.
Yeah, I would just say two things. One concept that is always top of mind in the regulatory community is this idea of unintended consequences. That means you're creating policy and working hard to help this group, but you end up hurting this group. And so I think that you push against this idea of unintended consequences when you include more voices at the table. So my first hope is that having the right people with the right expertise at the table when these policy decisions are being made. So that's one. My second hope is balance. When it comes to regulation of any technology, most people are concerned and there's fear, and then they over-regulate. So I am hoping for a regulatory structure that balances innovation, right? You give the entrepreneurs what they need to just innovate in a wonderfully robust way, but you also are creating systems that provide guardrails to guard against bad actors. And so it's not an easy thing to do, but that is my absolute hope for the future of the regulatory framework for this space.
I would second that. I think it's important to right-size regulation. I'm very glad that Biden came out with the executive order in March calling for proposals by federal agencies for regulating digital assets. However, it would have been nice for it to come a little sooner. You know, our industry has already lost companies to other countries that have more clear regulatory frameworks. I think particularly for BIPOC founders and entrepreneurs, and I was an entrepreneur when I was in New York. My husband and I had an ice cream shop in Brooklyn. So I you know, have the entrepreneurial mindset and also understand the difficult road to getting capital for your business. And so especially for Black and brown founders, having that clarity, knowing that you can start a business and it's not just going to be ripped out from under you, is really important. So when policymakers are thinking about regulation and being guided by what that executive order told them to look at, six different principles, including access, you know, of course, protecting consumers, you know, and others, I think it's really important to remember that we are looking at it through that lens, and to not let people forget it, that you need to look at it through the lens of access and equity, because those things have been so sorely lacking in this country and have resulted in, you know, the wealth gaps and the equity gaps. So I think it's important to remind legislators of that and to applaud those who are already leading with that. The House Financial Services Committee, the chair is Maxine Waters. It's a committee that has a subcommittee on diversity and inclusion. They went out and they asked leading blockchain companies and Web3 companies to report on their numbers, because obviously we know that one of the pitfalls of Web2 was that the people at the table creating the technology were not a diverse group of people, and that resulted in real-world implications for people like us, you know, including surveillance video that couldn't distinguish clearly enough between, you know, one person of color and another person of color, you know, resulting in our liberty being taken, in people's freedoms being taken. So luckily, law enforcement, there's a group of law enforcement agencies that have come together and said, you know, we're not going to use that technology until it's been tested. So all of us need to stay educated about the real-world implications of these technologies and make sure that we, one, applaud those lawmakers who are leading with the right mindset here, as ordered by the executive order, to keep access in mind and equity in mind, you know, and then also to call out the ones that are moving forward in a way that doesn't keep that in mind.
Somebody is pressing the gas pedal way too fast, because I could talk about this for like another hour and learn more from you, because, but hopefully people were taking notes. I'd like to thank Janae Roscoe, Charlene Federipe, and Catherine Johnson for their time. And please do make sure.
We want to thank Sinclair for giving us an opportunity to come back to Howard University in person and be a part of this.
Exactly, and you know, it seems like this is very informal, but I still want to keep the same energy that we had when we were in the smaller venue. So don't feel shy, don't feel uncomfortable about, as they're exiting, going out that door and having that one-on-one time. And I just remember to remind some of the panelists that are coming later that didn't hear what I said in the beginning. Once you exit towards the left, there should be someone there to greet you, especially if you've never If you have never presented before, they have a gift for you. Something, this is called a shuka, which comes, and it's coming out of Kenya. It's not manufactured here in the United States. One of our co-founders, John Wanana Karenja, who is actually here today working with some of the workshops, is from Kenya and one of the founders of this organization. So definitely make sure that you get your gift and take some pictures and have some interaction and FaceTime. So once again, let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you so much, ladies. And we are moving into our next panel. And this panel is entitled Enabling Sustainable Energy, Environmental Justice with Blockchain Technology. And just another reminder to everyone, hello again to our virtual audience and our in-person audience. Thank you so much, Deirdre, for doing such a wonderful job as our moderator. And I'd like to invite our next panelists up. So we have Ms. Carrie Fulton, and she is the founder and CEO of Forecast Media Group. Next, we have Gerard Newkirk, and he is the CEO of Genesis Block Labs. Next, we have Ms. Raven Moore, who is a CPA and partner at Crypto EQ. And then we also have Mr. Mike. He's an NFT lead at the Tigray Art Collective. All right, hi. All right. Thank you, everyone.
And while they're getting settled, just a reminder that we are still checking Twitter under the hashtag Satoshi is Black. For questions. I'm actually being fed some questions. So if you have questions early on in this panel, definitely try to get them in. I like the panel to take about 2 minutes apiece and introduce themselves and give a little background in terms of their profession.
Hey everybody, how you doing? Hi, y'all got some good waves. I'm Carrie Fulton, and I'm been working in the environmental justice sector since I was in undergrad here at Howard University. And that has been a critical component when we think about not just climate change. Oftentimes, it seems like a nuanced conversation where we're not always at the table. And you can say that a lot with Bitcoin technology as well, and not just Bitcoin, but blockchain in general. So I really wanted to dive a little bit deeper into that. As mentioned, I also have been working in this sector. I work here at Howard in our growing interdisciplinary environmental studies program. So that's really awesome to see the growth of this technology as well as the growth of how we talk about our environment. And these two things play really, really closely together. You can learn more about the work that I do on a personal level at checktheweather.net. Like, check the weather. Is it raining? Is it snowing? I don't know. Checktheweather.net.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gerard Newkirk. I am the co-founder and CEO of Genesis Block Labs. We started this with a mission to build the entrepreneur class about 3 years ago. So we manage 3 brands in order to advance entrepreneurship. We manage a Genesis Block Academy. It also has an incubator, and we have a minority accelerator, and we also have a digital learning academy, with the focus being, regardless of where an entrepreneur is, whatever stage they are in their entrepreneurship journey, we have a curriculum that's credentialized in order to support them going to the next level. We also manage a food hall incubator called Block Eats, where we partner with local food entrepreneurs in order to get them lower their costs for getting access to the market. About 47% of Black-owned businesses are in the food industry, and obviously one of the biggest barriers is the $250,000 that it takes if you're going to go into a brick and mortar location. So a lot of our platforms are to lower the costs and barriers for access. And the final brand that we manage is called Genesis Bridge, where it's a technology platform aimed at connecting diverse-owned businesses and Black-owned businesses to contracting opportunities. We were recently awarded a contract by Duke Energy, Microsoft, Kroger and T-Mobile called Diversity and Clean Energy. So we're building a national database of the over 9.3 million diverse-owned businesses in the country, to over 2 million black-owned businesses in the country. And so we want to connect them to the larger global clean energy value chain with our software platform. And I'm also the founder of KWH Coin. I actually started that back in 2017 with the mission to connect the at the time it was over 1.2 billion people in the world that didn't have energy access. Now it's evolved into we've built an energy asset management platform. And we're really focused on the Caribbean, Latin American markets, and more mature markets. We're focused on empowering you with your energy data to be your own energy company. So KWH Coin is going to now integrate into the platform that we're building with Duke Energy and Microsoft. So I'm very excited to be here. I haven't been here in a couple of years, and so thank you for the opportunity.
Hi, my name is Michael Abra. I'm the NFT lead on the Tigray Art Collective. Our mission is to fundraise and raise awareness to the ongoing genocidal war happening in Ethiopia. The Tigray region has been locked from food, electricity, and also humanitarian aid services because of this conflict. So I'm here as an activist and also trying to merge technology into our ecosystem. Aside from that, I have also worked in product management. I'm working on front-end development for mobile products. Also the Web3 lead on app development agency currently. So thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Raven Moore. I'm a CPA in the state of Texas, and I've been working and specializing in oil and gas companies for the last 10, 12 years. So my full-time job, I work in oil and gas, and I prepare the public information that goes out for our company. My company is actually coming into the Bitcoin space and offering insurance for Bitcoin miners. So I have been very involved with learning about how Bitcoin works with the energy industry. Along with that, I'm also the partner at a company called Crypto EQ. With Crypto EQ, we provide education and research so that the everyday person can learn how to do their own research and learn and understand crypto from a fundamental level. And along with that, I'm also an entrepreneur, and I invest in real estate, and I also have a small-scale streetwear brand as well.
So Raven and I are going to share a mic. The saying is, you sell the rumor and you buy the news. So rumor has it. Did I get that right? Okay. I did it backwards. So you buy the rumor, sell the news. Okay. Then an analogy doesn't work. But what I'm saying is the rumor has it that this space is not environmentally friendly. And because it is not environmentally friendly, it really should be checked and stopped because it's especially not good for black people. We have actually been used as an example of people who will be victimized by the fact that this sector is not environmentally friendly. What is your opinion on that rumor?
I can take this one. To me, I think it's just a big misunderstanding. So people conflate energy usage with like wasteful energy usage, or there are energy uses that they come from solar and wind. So there is renewable energy, there is clean energy. All energy usage is not bad. And then when we look at Bitcoin mining specifically, you can see over 60%, I believe the number is 66% of the energy mix of Bitcoin is coming from clean and renewable sources. So we really need to be specific about what we're saying when we say it, or what those people are saying, because Bitcoin does use energy to secure its network, but most of it is clean and renewable energy, and what it's being used for is very valuable. So you need to understand why energy is used to create Bitcoin. To understand that, you need to understand why Bitcoin is valuable. So if you don't value Bitcoin, you'll think it's all wasteful. So once you get that fundamental understanding of why Bitcoin is valuable, I think then you can have an honest conversation about, okay, that's why it uses energy. So then you can start to understand how it's it's good or is it not good, and how we can make it better.
Sure. To kind of add to that, I would say when we look at pollution and energy consumption, we also have to take into consideration what are the largest sources of pollution. So for an example, farming, cattle farming specifically, is one of the largest sources of pollution in our environment globally. So there are many other methods that we can take into becoming more environment friendly and shifting into sustainable methods of extracting energy is what we need to take into consideration, because crypto mining, or whether it's Ethereum, now Ethereum is moving on to proof of stake, but essentially what the crypto ecosystem has done for the environment is a fraction of what is actually occurring, whether it's farming, whether it's coal mining and all these other sources of energy extraction. So transitioning into sustainable use cases such as electrical vehicles, solar panels, wind energy, like you said, Raven. I think we as a society can start subsidizing such as these use cases. The government also has done a good job, whether it's here or overseas, subsidizing clean energy usage. So we should put our energy towards that.
So yeah, I would say that it's not a rumor. There's actual fact that's a part of that. And part of that is not just around the energy consumed, but where people live in relationship to that energy production. So yes, a part of it may come from clean energy sources, but not all clean energy sources are equal. So you have things like geothermal, you have things like nuclear that also go under clean energy that also have their own risks when we talk about communities of color. And for Black people specifically, we are more likely to live closer to these industrial plants, to these toxic facilities than any other group. Now, when we think about that in context, we also have to think about power and privilege. So the gentleman brought up electric vehicles as a use study, but when we think about those subsidies, those rebates, are we able, as all people, to equitably take advantage of those new technologies? So if you don't put things in on the front end to protect and build in equity first, then you're going to have a larger problem down the line. So you already have federal recommendations that are starting to come out about voluntary caps on energy use when it comes to blockchain technology. And these are just voluntary. So what that means is that it could not happen at all. But if we're talking about trying to reduce our energy consumption so that we can stay below 1.5 degrees Celsius of increase in how much our globe is warming up and how that changes our climate, we already know that Black people, and I'm speaking specifically about Black people because we could talk about the larger context of people of color, but I want to talk specifically about us. We are already hurt first and worst by the climate crisis. And if we create technology that increases our energy use, whether it be through clean renewable energy or oil and coal and gas, then we are also talking about increased production, which means that the people who live closest to those sources will continue to have higher rates of cancer, continue to have higher rates of infant mortality deaths, and continue to not see the benefit of what these technologies are supposed to bring. So how do we build equity into something like blockchain technology so that those who need it the most do not suffer the burden of that energy use?
I think with our platform, a lot of what we did a lot of work in the Caribbean and Jamaica, Puerto Rico. So for example, a lot of our perspective on sustainable energy is how do we lower the cost? Obviously, Bitcoin mining is very labor intensive, very energy intensive. So you take, for us, for example, I live in Wilmington, North Carolina. The price of a kilowatt of energy is about $10.37 per kilowatt hour. In Louisa, which is the Black portion of Puerto Rico, is 46 cents per hour. So that's extrapolated across, that price of energy is extrapolated across food, energy, industrial production. So how do we integrate them into the economy, I think is really where our focus can be, and a lot of what we've done with KWH Coin is how do we democratize energy and make it accessible to everyone so that everyone can participate in this new economy. So I think there's going to be some environmental challenges whenever there's some production. I think we can be very mindful of the costs on the other side. You know, there's really no such thing as right or wrong. It's kind of who is opposing points of view, so whose perspective it is on. So I think we should put more emphasis on how are we more inclusive in our platforms to be a part of this, especially for the marginalized communities in the Caribbean.
You're all experts in your respective areas in terms of sustainable energy environment. What guidance do you give a novice to say, okay, where do I go to look at this data? Where do I go to find out for myself? And what can I do in my local communities, or even contacting my legislators to advise them on the right direction to go that would be most beneficial to our communities?
Okay, I'll go. I think that's a really good question. So here's the thing. My view is that energy usage is a good thing overall, because with energy, we're able to have a better quality of life. So as we're able to produce more energy and at a cheaper cost, then we can all have a better life for cheaper, because the cost of energy is an input to everything that we buy. So when we see inflation going up, 9%, 10% year over year, that's because the price of gas is going up. So when the DoorDash delivery guy has to bring you the food, his costs are going up as well. So then all of the costs are going up across the board. So the cost of energy is baked into like every product and service. So if we can get cheaper energy and abundant energy, I think that is the long-term goal for everybody to be able to live and have a great life. And the best way that we can do that is to focus on how do we grow renewables. So I live in Texas. Texas has an abundant amount of solar and wind energy. But this wind and solar is in the middle of nowhere where there's no transmission lines to get it to where the people live. So you have this stranded energy that's just stuck out there. We can't get it to the people that need it. So Bitcoin mining specifically gives us kind of a solution to where now we can bring the miners to the source of the renewable energy, convert that energy into value, the Bitcoin itself, at the place where it's created, and then that kind of increases the demand for building infrastructure. So now we can start to connect middle of nowhere Texas to Dallas, to Houston, to Austin, and then people can start to even move to these places where the solar and wind is generating, because you're able to then build a sustainable economy around these renewable sources. Whereas currently, as it's built, people will get credits from the government to build a wind farm, but then they are not able to use the wind farm because really the only reason they built it was for the credits, the governmental credits. So now we can actually use these things that are being built and actually generate the electricity and get the electricity to the people. That is the long-term goal, where in the long run, Bitcoin mining can actually improve the electrical grid throughout the country.
Great. To add to that, one great example, I think it was a year or two ago, Texas experienced a massive snowstorm that really destroyed the infrastructure, and that pointed to a greater issue, which is the centralization of the power grid and how that could be avoided. And when you take that concept and put it into the developing world, whether it's in the Caribbean or whether it's in Africa, whether there's a conflict going on, you do see how centralized ecosystems have neglected and affected people. So I think when we take a step back and look at the data and look at when we're researching, we have to take examples of things that have happened in the past, what went wrong, and really push to build effective infrastructure, especially when it comes to energy distribution, and also, again, going back into the environmental sustainability.
I think Green Button Alliance is a very good data source, especially if you want to understand and own your own energy data, not only as an individual citizen, but as a country or as an organization. So that can kind of be your framework for understanding, because I think there needs to be clarity, transparency, and visibility on energy usage, just so that we can understand who's producing what at what time. So I think Green Button Data Alliance is probably the best overarching source. And again, our focus, I think, is on making sure that with energy sustainability is multifaceted, and lowering the cost, I think, should have a lot more emphasis as we move forward.
I definitely think that folks should check the weather and pay attention to having caution in the face of uncertainty. As this technology continues to develop, we need to think about community-based solutions. The idea of a wind farm that nobody can touch, that doesn't actually benefit anybody, is not beneficial to my community. So when we think about the fact that we have billions of dollars that are going into infrastructure redevelopment, pay attention to that money and make sure that it goes to your communities, because right now it is not, and if we're not paying attention, it won't. So check the weather, pay attention. We'll continue to add that data, and thank you for that data source.
Awesome panel. Raven Moore, Michael Abraha, Gerard Newkirk, Harry Fulton. Thank you so much.
Thank you again to all of our amazing panelists. Now we are moving right on into our last panel before our lunch break and pitch competition. Who's excited for the pitch competition? Yeah, okay. So we have that coming up next after this panel. So the title for this panel is Black Wealth Matters, Banking, Wealth Building, and Distribution in the Age of Web3. Now we have, is Obi here? Not, okay, I think that was the only panelist we were missing, but we have Jared Ball, Miada, Manbrake, and Jared is a professor of Africana and Media Studies of Black Power Media at Morgan State University. And then Maeda is the founding member of Nubia Project, the Nubian Kandata, my apologies, Kandata Community Campaign. And then we also have Kezia Williams. Is Kezia here? Hi, Kezia. Kezia Williams, who is the executive CEO of the Black Upstart. And then we also have Courtney Richardson, who is the owner of By the Hood. No? No, you're not. Oh, okay. Sorry, I was here, but welcome, Courtney. Okay. And I believe that is all of our panelists. Okay, everyone, enjoy.
All right, so we're going to start with our Black Wealth panel. I would like each guest to, for 2 minutes, and because it was a lot to talk about in this. I mean, we would deliberately put this one before lunch because this is critical. It doesn't have to be about crypto. Crypto is about solving this problem, and this problem has existed since humanity has existed. This is a very important panel. So give about 2-minute introduction about yourselves. Starting with Mayada.
Hi, my name is Mayada Mananbrake. I am a Nubian from Sudan. I am an activist as well as a community organizer. Came here in '89. And I would like to present a little bit more information on the marginalization of the Sudanese people as well as the Nubian people in Sudan and in Egypt.
Good afternoon. My name is Courtney Richardson. I am the founder, formerly of the Ivy Investor, now of Desired Legacy, and also a member of the Black Wealth Project, not an owner of By the Hood. But by day, I serve as solicitor for small towns and municipalities outside of the city of Philadelphia. I also serve on the board that oversees the city of Philadelphia's finances. But the most important work that I do is I do estate administration and planning for people who look like us. Unfortunately, that is something that we have a very big problem in our community, and it has been since the beginning of time for multiple reasons, and it's things that we deal with. But I've been in financial services for about 20 years. I worked in Merrill Lynch. I did 401k advising. I also did banking and high net worth advising. So one of the things I like to talk about is how the rich do things, but you can do it too, but it's just a little bit differently. But also talking about how women can create, maintain, and transfer wealth efficiently and properly to make sure all their needs are met in terms of what they desire their legacy to be. Thank you.
That is so awesome. Y'all, Courtney is my friend. So like every single time she introduces herself, I'm like, yes, queen. My name is Kezia Williams, and I am CEO of the Black Upstart. We train Black entrepreneurs to start job creating businesses. Currently, there are 2.56 million Black entrepreneurs, but only 110,000 of them have the capacity to employ at least one person. So we teach Black people not just how to start an enterprise, but to start an enterprise that can create the type of economic emancipation that can free themselves.
Greetings, everybody. My name is Jared Ball, and I am a professor of communication and Africana studies at Morgan State University. Go Bears. No disrespect to where I currently am, of course. I'm author of, among other things, The Myth and Propaganda of Black Buying Power, the second edition of which, coming out in 2023, will have an additional chapter on what I call cryptoganda, the propaganda related to the crypto ecosphere and environment, and I am an advocate of Black radical organization and the assumption of political power. So I'm here largely as an invited and humble critic of a lot of what I've heard here, but I appreciate being invited and engaging in the discussion. Thank you very much.
All right, the first question, mainly because I can't do a top three, I want to at least get the top 2 things that you tell people that will help build them wealth. And be respective to your demographic, because I know that Mayada is specifically talking about Sudan and Sudanese Americans. So the top 2, and people should be able to walk away with at least 8 points at that point. Oh, okay, we begin with Dr. Ball first.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I guess my immediate target audience is African America, but the Pan-African community more broadly speaking, including my adopted and married family in Panama, Latin Americans. But primarily I do start with Black America. And the 2 things I tell them is that if we really want to have wealth, we have to have a political revolution. We have to assume political power and be in control of the distribution and definition of wealth. That's the only way it's going to happen. There is no catching up through investment, through traditional economics, whether it's in Bitcoin or crypto or anything else. So we need political power, and we should be organizing for that. And I guess those would be the 2 things that I would say more than anything are required for wealth, if that's in fact what we want.
All right. Since we teach Black entrepreneurs, one of the things that I say is Black people spend $1.5 trillion annually. Oh, let me say that one more time in case y'all forget, in case y'all ain't listening, in case y'all hungry and y'all waiting for lunch, but we spend $1.5 trillion annually. If we were to combine that spending power, we would represent the 10th wealthiest nation in the entire world. And so like, while newspapers are reporting on our spending power, while institutions are researching our spending power, there are businesses that are steady capitalizing off of our spending power, but those businesses are not owned by us. When we look at the $1.5 trillion that we spend and the top 5 businesses that Black people normally start, that includes administrative services, waste remediation, healthcare services, professional services, and even though there's nothing wrong with those enterprises, when we look at the top 7 to 8 products and services that we buy, ethnic hair care and beauty products, refrigerated drinks, contraceptives is one, refrigerated drinks, there's very little alignment in where we spend our money and where we create our enterprise. So I like to tell Black entrepreneurs that our $1.5 trillion should not be a blank check for every other community to sign but our own. When we think about the history of Black entrepreneurship, Mary McLeod Bethune was able to not only serve, but capitalize off of educating African-American entrepreneurs. When we look at Annie Malone, Madam C.J. Walker, the ethnic hair care and beauty products, those were self-made millionaires. They were able to get it inside of Black spaces. When we reminisce on Black Wall Street, those Black entrepreneurs were able to capitalize and also serve the communities that white entrepreneurs would not. So if we're looking to resource our businesses, understanding that there is an access to capital gap, I tell Black entrepreneurs to look where dollars are already being spent. Now, secondly, I agree with this gentleman right here. I think that if we really want wealth equity in this country, we cannot ask Black people to pull up by their bootstraps. One, that is impossible. But two, there are other demographics that have pulled up on a policy while they've asked us to pull up by the bootstrap. Homestead Act. The government resourced white Americans with free land. Free land. That's seeded wealth that was passed down from generation to generation. Y'all thinking Social Security taking care of your grandparents and your mama and your daddy? That bill was initially created to help white male Americans. So was the GI Bill. If we want to take it into a contemporary example, the PPP wasn't designed to help you. I know your cousin got a $5,000 loan, $2,000 loan, but initially that helped publicly traded companies that were majority run by white males. So when we talk about wealth creation and wealth equity, yes, we should capitalize off of the $1.5 trillion, but we also need to get intentional about those policies that direct the wealth that we research from this country, from our tax dollars, back into our communities.
Okay. So it's actually 2 plus 1, because I think we can't hit all of the points. The biggest thing is about, one, creating wealth. You have to actually bring in income. You're bringing in income, and you're making sure that the income that you're bringing in isn't always from your labor. Unfortunately, we have a love affair with our labor. At some point, you're going to have to say, I'm not going to do this. I need something to do it for me. The next thing is actually maintaining your wealth. When you get to a certain point, the IRS tax code will take the money, run me my money. That's what Uncle Sam says. So how do we make sure that we're maintaining our wealth using the tools that are provided to us? The tax code is I would say 2 phone books. I'm dating myself. 2 phone books big, and it's impossible to know it all, but actually learning the things that benefit you and what you have going on. And then finally, this is where my heart lies, is transferring the wealth to the next generation. We really, unfortunately, dropped the ball there, sometimes because we don't like talking about death. Here's the thing, we're gonna die. You're gonna die. And the thing is that understanding, once you kind of appreciate, I am not going to be on this earth for long. Whatever time that is, it's going to be tomorrow or it's going to be 50 years from now. What do I have to pass on, and how am I going to do that in the best way possible? And there's so many different ways to do it, but it's estate planning. And a lot of people that I talk to, they say, well, I don't have anything. I was like, people will fight you over a broken lamp. Please make sure, but ultimately not losing grandma's house. Sometimes it's a good idea to sell it, but not lose it to the government for back payment of taxes and things like that. So really focusing on how to transfer the wealth properly. So making more money, not giving your time away, finding other ways to make passive income. Next thing is that basically not giving your money back to the government, so finding ways that make the most sense for you to keep the most money, and using 401ks, using all those tax advantage accounts for the next move, and then ultimately maintaining, so making sure that all of those accounts that you have, your 401k, which is making sure you have your beneficiaries, making sure your life insurance, you have a beneficiary, making sure you have life insurance, making sure that the property that you have is either titled or willed to the person that it's supposed to go to, and not leaving it up to the government to decide based on the laws of intestacy, what happens when you die without a will.
The most important thing that I feel that we've learned for the past 33 years when it came to Sudan and its constant revolutions, the most recent one was in October 25th of 2019, is that we have plenty of revolutionaries in Sudan, as well as in Aswan in Egypt, but the missing components is sustainability, and that is economic sustainability, and as well as rooting out corruption from a Ottoman, Turkish, Egyptian rulership that has been there since 1505, and its elements has basically penetrated Sudan. Sudan, known as land of the blacks, has an identity crisis as well. And a lot of people, due to this Egyptian condemnation, now identify as Arab, although they are black Africans. There are over 300 languages, over 600 groups, ethnic groups between Sudan and South Sudan. And if we don't have sustainability, because we have the resources, we have the gold, we have the oil, we have the uranium, we have the Arabic gum that is used in your magazines and your photographs. We have many resources, but we don't have the ability to refine. We don't have the stability economically, and we continue to have these dictatorships. So for me, I feel that if we are to use this blockchain technology in a more realistic way when it comes to some of the less developed nations, such as my country, it would help us in the manner of having an election that cannot be rigged. We had a dictator for 30 years, and part of that was he attempted to have a free election that the African Union observers clearly saw that was not free because no one really showed up, and somehow he won 94% of the electoral, of the vote. And that would probably be prevented with technology such as blockchain technology. I've had this discussion before with our sister Deidre here, and because it could not be manipulated.
I knew she cut herself, so everybody here could keynote. And I'm enjoying listening to it, but we have about 3 minutes per person, time remaining. Arguably, it's been said that in the United States, no matter who's in power, we don't have no power. And I'm going to extrapolate it because I've known Mayada now for I don't know how many years. We won't even say how many years. The same scenario is true in Sudan, that these revolutions by the indigenous ethnic groups of Sudan are thwarted to reinstate the old regimes that more benefit Saudi Arabia, Russians, anybody else who's not Sudanese. So we're dealing with the same situation at home in the United States or at home in Africa. So is there no hope for us to build wealth because we can't get that political power? I know it's hard to ask you to summarize this in 3 minutes, but I definitely want to try to tackle almost like a workshop thing. What little thing can we do to push us forward? I'm going to start a little bit out of order. So Kezia first. Kezia first? Yeah.
Oh, you want to start with me? Oh, Lord, I'm still processing the whole question. I felt like someone asked me, how do you advance world peace? Such a big question, you know. I like to tell people that you shouldn't swim in an ocean of knowledge and drown in ignorance. And so what that means is that we've moved into a space where knowledge has become one of the most important resources that you could acquire. And I think what's awesome about today is that you can acquire that knowledge on the other end of your laptop, on the other end of your cell phone. There are systems and institutions that have begun to become dismantled because of the pandemic. Instead of just going to work to get a paycheck, now you can side hustle on websites like Fiverr and Upwork, right? You can take your skills from an employer that's paying you a separate but unequal paycheck and begin to monetize it with your clients via these platforms. Now, instead of having to go to a broker to teach you how to trade, you have people like Courtney, the Ivy investor, EYL master investor, that's Ian Dunlap, that are teaching you real time how to open an online broker account and begin trading index funds that can make you money while you sleep. We are now starting to come into our understanding of instruments like the custodial Roth IRA account, UGMA accounts, UTMA accounts, where you can invest. Hello? Okay, where you can invest as little as $300 a month for 6 consecutive years, and by the time your child reaches 50, 60 years old, that child could have $3 million. So what's that knowledge capital that you can acquire in such a way that you could put it to use to begin to dismantle, I think what you said, the political structures that keep us from building wealth?
Courtney, and then we go with Dr. Ball, and then Mayada.
So I think it's really on a micro scale. I think that's a really big question. It's a very macro question, but I think it's, when they say when you go on an airplane, they said, you know, if the cabin loses pressure, you know, put your mask on first. And I think that is the most important, is that we put our mask on first, is that we take care of our household. And if everybody takes care of their household, we push ourselves in a position where we do have the capital to put those in office that support our needs and actually understand what we're trying to do. Because that's the biggest thing, and I've seen that across the board, is that we need to get the political power. And the way you get that is you actually fund the candidates that support you and that support what you are looking for. Because we have a representative democracy, so they represent you. And then also, even still on a micro level, those who are in office, they represent you. Go see them. Have a conversation, make sure that you're still holding them accountable, whether you voted for them or not. And I think those are the things, and creating those relationships, because the government is supposed to work for you, whether it does or does not, it's supposed to work for you. So doing those things in your family and kind of reaching out from there and having those conversations with your groups, that really moves everybody forward. And then also giving back. Actually giving money to the institutions that we went to, you know, making sure that, you know, we're putting some money into the pot, because a lot of times you can look at the endowment of Howard University versus the endowment of Harvard University. Now, there's some systemic issues of why those are so disproportionately different. However, what we can do on a micro level is we can give.
So let me just say this, because there's not a lot of time, and I disagree with so much of what I've heard here, unfortunately. I wrote a book called The Myth and Propaganda of Black Buying Power, specifically to confront and challenge what we just heard here, a lot of which is misunderstood. The 1.5 trillion or whatever that we're said to be spending is marketing and advertising propaganda and mythology about helping marketers and ad buyers direct their campaigns. It is not a measurement of black income or wealth. It's a measurement of all that black people earn that white corporations think is available to them to capture through ad revenue. And because of our black commercial press trying to capture that ad revenue themselves, they perpetuate the myth. So the book is free. You can get it at mixwhatilike.org and read the book and the broader argument around that and the details and the analysis. And then I would encourage people to also check out the work of my comrades and colleagues at Black Power Media and expand our media diet to expand the conversation beyond what I think is a lot of the mythology that is holding us up from getting to the political power that we want. There's so many economic and political mythology, so much history we've skipped over. Our understanding of Black Wall Street, my colleagues and I have already obliterated that mythology. Black Wall Street was not simply the destruction of white supremacists blocking black businesses. Those businesses rebuilt by the 1940s to be even bigger and were then destroyed by federal public policy. That is really the point that I would ultimately want us to get to. And in terms of the comparison between Sudan and what's happening here is a good one, because it is a crypto-colonial relationship that black people have to the establishment here, as the Sudanese have to their former colonial powers on the continent of Africa. That relationship is extractive and abusive. It does not allow us access to the real wealth-producing and power-producing centers of society. That's why we are encouraged to so much mythology, which is unfortunately promoted by some of the people that the sister here was mentioning.
I think it's interesting. Will I get a chance to actually respond to this?
No, well, we don't really have time, and I want to give accurate time.
Well, then I guess we'll have to have another panel because
we told you this was going to be high. We told you it was going to be high.
My timer here. So even, I'm just saying we disagree. It's not, there's no disrespect. It's not hostile. We just disagree. So if you, for instance, I wrote an article called Cryptoganda where I go through some of the people that she mentioned, Earn Your Leisure, Ian Dunlap. Earn Your Leisure, just very quickly, really what we're doing, what they invite us to do is earn their leisure by hustling us. And having us invest in what will make them money, but is not helping the black community. Look at the economic data. The national, we've gone through it on my platform a lot lately, and I've helped produce some of the research, and I'll stop here because I know I've...
Now we've turned to criticizing influencers, educators, instead of actually imparting information. Raise the consciousness of the individuals in the audience.
Excuse me. It's not a political debate.
Can I just say one more thing?
I want you to take, because right now you're extending into Mayada's time, so I want to give her time to talk for 3 minutes because the panel is about to end. Mayada?
But my time was interrupted, so I didn't get a chance to finish.
Okay. All right. So I completely forgot the question now. Okay, because I was listening to the debate. As far as for me, Pan-Africanism is the most important thing, and in this space here, we're able to work collaboratively to find solutions. And I think there is room for constructive criticism as well as innovation. Technology and even green energy are the future. We don't want to be left behind. We want a balance between old and new. And at the same time, I think it's very important to see that this wealth gap that does exist, you can see it. I can just walk into Southeast DC and see it, you know. So I don't think that it's actually a stretch of a criticism. It's very real, you know. It exists in my country. My country, before it was called Sudan, it was called Nubia or Nuba, okay, and had many kingdoms, and it's dubbed after being land of the gold. And this gold was used to finance the war in Ukraine. So, but yet everyone there makes $2.75 a day, maybe $65 a month at the very most. We have healthcare workers that are, 25%, 25% of the healthcare workers there are trained and the rest are not. So we can use technology to solve some of the problems, but what's really important for us is to ensure that we root out corruption and we do collaborative efforts within the African diaspora.
Thank you, Mayada, Courtney, Kazia, and Dr. Ball.
Thank you.
Now we'll give him a round of applause. Thank you. Those who are new, definitely go to the left because there's a parting gift for you if you've never presented before. Those are you. And I believe on the schedule. Lunch break. You want to mention?
All right, thank you everyone, and thank you to our amazing panels. Did everyone enjoy that last panel? Yes? All right. And you all ready for lunch? Yes? Okay. So we have a complimentary lunch in the lobby area. We have selections for vegetarians, and there's also a few different meat options, box lunches. So please help yourselves to that. And then also like to let everyone know that if you are a Howard alum, please make sure to come by for the pitch presentation in the auditorium during the lunch break. So the pitch competition is taking place during the lunch break, so you can grab your lunch, bring it in here if you want to partake in watching and supporting the pitch competition. And then you can also learn how to get involved in DAO for the Howard University community. So does anyone have any questions at all before we break out for lunch? Any quick questions about what we have going on here today? All right. And hello to our virtual community. So we will be back for the pitch competition. So grab your lunch, join us in here, and then make sure you also take photos on our 2 backdrops out there in the lobby as well. All right, and thank you so much, Deidre. Uh-huh.
And I thought it was coming like right now because we were supposed to start at
to give all of our amazing judges, thank you so much for all being here, the opportunity to introduce themselves, tell us a bit about what they do before we bring up our first panelists. Oh, sorry, not first pitcher. I've been saying panelists all day, so we're switching gears now. So yes, all right. Over
Great,
to you.
thank you.
Yes.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Kalani Jasmine. I'm a venture capitalist. I have a fund, a national fund that invests in seed stage diverse and Black and diverse seed stage companies. I'm sorry, I'm a little tired. Anyway, I put this pitch competition or presentation on with the Black Blockchain Summit, so I want to thank the summit for allowing us to do this. The fund that I run is called Black Tech Nation. It's a $50 million fund, and we're hoping to invest in 30 companies over the next 3 years. So, pass it.
Hi everyone, my name is Himalaya, like the mountains, and I run the BFM Fund, formerly known as Black Founders Matter. Same thesis, and so we focus on Black founders throughout the United States. We are industry agnostic, but we focus on the seed stage, and we invest in companies that have a demonstrated product market fit. And so what that means is that they have a demonstrated ability to show that they can sell into their market. And so sometimes they have like one-off revenue, and then we help them get to recurring revenue. We help them build out their technical roadmap, and then we introduce them to our partners at the Series A level so that we can build out a pathway for capitalization.
I think it works there. Perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Ade Umituoju, Managing Director at the Black Venture Capital Consortium. We're also a seed stage fund. We primarily focus on Hispanic as well as Black founders that are in the tech space. Also industry agnostic, but we also have another side of our business where we train HBCU students to enter in the world of VC. We place them at venture capital firms that are run by Black GPs as well as non-Black GPs, so we can actually increase the amount of people that are cutting checks to Black and brown founders. And also very happy to have one of our fellows over. Yes.
Caitlin, shout out to Caitlin who
yes.
put a lot of this together. She's a fellow from his fund.
Yes, so just trying to do what we can to keep that cap table black.
If I can just say something before we begin. The reason I felt it was really important to bring real life Black VCs to here, Black startups, is because there's a narrative right out here that, you know, there's not opportunities for us to get funding. And there really wasn't traditionally, there really wasn't. But right now there is an amazing group of Black VCs, not just us, but a huge group of Black VCs where a lot of capital has been opened up to us. So the time is now. If you have a startup or something you want to get investment in, take advantage of where we are right now, because there's so many like us who literally want to fund Black companies. And that's what we're here to do.
Amazing. So, with all that being said, thank you all so much for being judges, and I'm so excited to welcome up our very first pitcher, Mr. Micah. All right.
Hello?
Micah, you're aware you have 3 minutes, right? 3 minutes, and then there was a 5-minute Q&A after.
Thank you.
Start when you're ready. Do we have his slides? All right, give us 1 moment. Technical difficulties at a tech conference.
All right.
All right. Yeah, you might have to do that one. Oh, it just disappeared again. All right.
All right, thank you very much. I will be presenting on Valera, which is the first decentralized internet infrastructure. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, thank you. So the internet in web in general has progressed a lot over the years. We started off with a more static version of the web, which evolved to a more dynamic and user-focused one. And then now we're sort of shifting to Web3, which using different blockchain technologies has increased securities and privacy. So what Valera is doing is presenting a web version beyond that, which we call the symbiotic web, which has end-to-end decentralization, semantic solutions, and would be fully autonomous. Next slide, please. All right, thank you. So we see a lot of problems with Web3 that stops its actual adoption in real life use cases. What we focused on was symbiosis between virtual world people and machines. And by symbiosis, I mean like compatibility and interoperability and the ability for these systems to work together properly. So in this, we have a lot unmanaged cyberspace. There's only virtual, there's not much integration with the physical world, and we have identified 6 major problems. I don't have enough time to go over each one, but like one of them, for example, incomplete trust. The majority of Web3 applications are built on centralized infrastructure, whether it's from certificate authorities to ISPs to web servers. They're all stacked on top of centralized services, which means that when those centralized services fail, they will also fail as well. So they're not truly decentralized. Next slide, please. All right, this is a simple interaction of our components. We focus on 3 different components in optimizing these with connections, data, and intelligence. And we have several modules in these. And using these, you can create different services that can be used in smart cities, Internet of Things, and several other components. Next slide, please. This is our layers. We go across 9 different layers of the internet so that when people use our product, they can complete any service using complete decentralization. So through that, we have all the way from the hardware, all the way up to connective. One example, like the blockchain, that's part of ours. We design a new blockchain protocol with block DAGs, with all the latest features. All right, next slide, please. This is a simple interaction between the components and a list of our 11 services. Next slide, please. Another major point of why we're better in terms of our cryptocurrency, many cryptocurrencies are largely speculative and rely on speculation for people to. So what we do is, ours is based on a real economy in the real world. Next slide, please. So we have a very large market. You can see here, this is based on different predictions in the serviceable obtainable market is based on similar projects in the industry. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide, please. We're seeking $2.5 million to expand our development offices and complete development as long as filling out our legal requirement and marketing. Next slide, please. This is our team. We're very diverse. We have a lot of strong people. Venkat is the co-founder. He has a lot of experience in business and technical. He's led several different startups. And we have 2 PhD-level researchers that help design our product. Next slide, please. Well, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for being the first. I know that's always hard. We had a little hiccup at first, so I'll let you go a little more. Can you talk a bit, well, first of all, let me just give you feedback. Obviously, you had 3 minutes, so you had to talk really, really fast.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask some questions just to clarify a little bit of what you were talking about. When you say that things, in which I agree, a lot of Web3 has ended up becoming centralized in a lot of ways, you're saying yours inevitably creates decentralization.
Yes.
Can you explain how, like what exactly you're doing to make sure that it's completely decentralized?
Okay, yeah. So most Web3 applications, whether they're blockchains, there's a lot of centralized in them. There's like, the internet is made up of different layers that are all layered on top of each other, and you need to have decentralization in every single one of those layers. For example, the lowest layer, just how data is restructured with ISPs, internet service providers, those are centralized authorities that you need to route data. What we do is we use different mesh networks in order to overcome that, rerouting the data through different people's personal devices. Then you got another layer, there's certificate authorities. In order for you to have a secure and encrypted connection to anyone, you need to go through these certificate authorities for you to verify that your device is what they say they are, and those are also centralized. And as you go up, there's, even in most blockchains, they're largely centralized. Like Bitcoin, proof of work, there's a lot of issues with that. Large mining companies can control most of it. If even like two of the largest one merged, they could perform an attack. You go up even higher, lots of Web3 are built on different types of web servers that are centralized. A lot of them use Amazon Web Server, which is a centralized entity. So when you get these stacked centralizations, if any of them fail, all your applications are gone. If the ISP shuts you down, then you cannot do anything. If the certificate authority fails, then your whole application is worthless. It doesn't matter how centralized or decentralized you're on higher layers. If you can be compromised on a lower level, then it doesn't matter. So what we do is we make sure we have complete decentralization across every single one of those layers, and we've been working for around 2 years to design that.
Thank you very much for explaining that, because obviously this is a new and evolving and novel technology, so appreciate you for making it approachable. Help us better understand the #1 use case that you think is going to drive value in the space, right? So like we understand the whole concept. We also know that a lot of our day-to-day apps operations, the way we do business, requires certain things such as bandwidth, data interoperability, the infrastructure that it's built upon is what enables that. So we'd love to get an understanding of like that one use case, be that like remote telehealth using satellite links. So it's something that we can say, okay, well, this is what you're building for this particular use case that drives value.
Okay, were you thinking of more of a, like an everyday person perspective, or a government perspective, or enterprise perspective, or any?
Whatever you would say to us as investors, because so to put it another way, when we make an investment, we make it based off of the total addressable market from a bottoms-up perspective, right? So I would look at what the average contract value is, or what the transaction fees associated with it. Then I would multiply that by the potential users that would use that. So help me better understand who these customers would be and the use case that you're solving.
Okay, got it. So largely the main customer would be other developers and enterprises looking to build on top of our architecture, because largely what we do is we build architecture. So other Web3 projects, different companies, if you want to have a decentralized internet service, decentralized security system, decentralized AI, and you want to build using architecture that's decentralized, you would come to us. If you're talking about the more individual level and the everyday person, they're not going to be developing and coding things on top of our applications. So for that, probably just the cryptocurrency and crypto transactions. We have a DAG network, and several other mechanics that make it super fast and absolute finality, so it's great for transactions, low fees. Yeah.
I think, okay. So building off of that question, can you tell us more about what that looks like when you're doing a B2B play? What does that look like from a business development standpoint?
When you're doing a what? Sorry, I couldn't.
Sorry, when you're selling it, you said you're selling your services to other people who are developing different types of apps. So then, what does the business model look like behind it?
And really quick, just for the audience, B2B means business to business sales versus business to consumer, which is usually B2C.
Okay, yeah. It's largely a peer-to-peer marketplace. So the mechanics is we would go to the different developers and businesses and present the advantages and efficiency and speed and security. And then we would go to different users. In the initial stage, we'd have to provide our own infrastructure and be like, you contribute your own computing power and you get passive income. And then the both of them, through our marketplace and stuff, it's automatically allocated using their devices.
Sorry, can I just follow up with one clarifying question? So similar to what we were saying here is, if we're valuing, so we're talking about average contract value, right, to understand how big your market is. So when you're going to those firms, what are you charging them? Like, how are you thinking about that? Is it like a monthly recurring revenue based model? Is it per transaction based off of the user's interaction? Like, what is the business model?
Okay, the business model it's not really conventional, just structure. We're similar to like Ethereum or Bitcoin, except we take a small transaction fee off everything. So yeah.
Awesome. You did a great job. Thank you for being
All right,
first.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Micah. And next, we are going to bring up our next pitcher, and her name is Jasmine.
Hi, Jasmine.
Hello.
All right, we're excited to hear your company, and I will start when you start. Or when your slides are up. Can we get your slides, please? Oh, she said there's a lag? Okay. All right, I think we're good.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jasmine Brunson. I'm the CEO and founder of Rectify AI. We are a Web3 security and risk analytics platform making the world of crypto more intelligent. Next slide. Imagine being on the cusp of the decentralized future as more people transact peer-to-peer, buy NFTs, invest in DeFi protocols and liquidity pools, and thus find out that this space has a lot of risk associated with it, right? The challenge is, as the space grows, as innovation grows, the risk landscape becomes vaster, and people who don't know what they don't know in this space need the education and need the proper security tooling to prevent themselves from being exploited. So as you see here, these are some of the major exploits that have happened in the past 2 years, from Rowan Network losing $624 million, Wormhole, and also Nomad. These three projects are all bridges, right? And bridges in themselves are cross-chain innovations where people can transact through different types of blockchains, right? Different transactions and tokens through different blockchains. So we're seeing that as innovation grows in this space, so does the risk landscape. Us at Rectify AI, we are champions of Web3 security, detecting vulnerabilities before they graduate to attacks. Next slide. So we did a survey when we first started the company, and I come from a data science background, and one of my UX UI professors always told us, ask your consumers questions so you know what you're building is actually needed. We asked, how much do you care about risk in Web3 among 100 respondents, and 96% of them said that they care. Next slide. So here's some categories of focus. We're talking about general crypto scams from DAOs, from altcoins. We're talking about decentralized finance, which is traditional financial services done on the blockchain. Funding, derivatives, I mean, you name it, insurance. Also, NFTs. We see a plethora of mis-exploits left and right, and also big celebrities using FOMO and different types of social engineering to make people invest, or at least cajole them to invest in pump and dump schemes, right? Dogecoin, for example. Also decentralized storage. Next. So the problem is, as the space is growing, as innovation is growing, more people are coming into this space, they don't know what they don't know. I mean, we have issues on the platform level where we have bugs in code, right? Smart contract exploits within the DeFi industry has lost $12.5 billion in the past year and a half. That's crazy. And cognizance, like I said, people don't know what they don't know when they enter the space. They don't know if they're investing in a trash project or if they're investing in the next big project such as Ethereum. And then also FOMO, right? Like I mentioned, but before we have major celebrities, especially in our community, who tell us, oh, you should invest in this new project, you know, and people are being paid to do this. Next slide. The solution, our solution today is a one-stop shop for projects and their users. So we offer a data portal. Our data portal is going to be a B2C project where we allow people to have access to our D app. You'll be able to connect your wallet and show you risk analytics associated with the things that you're investing in, like I said earlier, DeFi, NFTs, and what have you. We also have the Real API, which is the largest API of hacks, scams, and exploits in Web3. There's similar projects that have databases that are open source, but ours is natural language processing power. Also, we offer smart contract audits. Most Web3 security companies to date offer smart contract auditing. That's part of the industry, right? But the issue is that a lot of these smart contract auditors do not offer affordable solutions, right? We want to give you affordable solutions, but also giving you that the direct quality that you need from a security audit. Next slide.
I'm going to stop you at this slide. We'll stop here, and then we'll do Q&A. Thank you so much. Can we give her a round of applause? Do either of you want to start?
Hi there, great presentation. So if we can dive a little bit deeper, same kind of understanding around the business case of this. So can you walk us through who a typical customer would be, how they would experience what the solution is and your data platform, and then also how they would be paying for something like this?
Yes. So in terms of the smart contract auditing, that's going to be, like I said, to the businesses. So if you're a project, if you're a new emerging project in a space, you're definitely going to need an audit, right? And then also, as we see the space grows, for example, we have more than 12,000 DeFi projects that are out here. As the space grows, another Bitcoin halving happens, more projects will come out. Also, in terms of our data portal, we're mostly focused on people who are either newcomers but also have experience in the space, so kind of like that whole landscape. But the people who have experience, they tend to, they might know that risk is like really important. So another thing that I didn't mention is we also have like an educational program. So we're actually educating people on Twitter, you know, our radio show, you know, about the importance of mitigating that in the space.
Great presentation, thank you. And so just to validate my understanding, what you want to do is create something that almost is like a code audit to make sure that there's no vulnerabilities in what they're building, essentially.
Yes.
Okay. So it's like a blue check mark for Twitter is like verified. Okay.
Yes.
So how difficult is something like this to build, and why hasn't something like this been built before?
So, okay, that brings me to my next thing. So in terms of smart contract auditing as a service, there's a lot of companies who do it, right? We have Gauntlet, we have CertTech, we have all types of Web3 security companies. In terms of our data portal, no one has created a D app where you'll be able to connect your wallet and see these risk analytics. Now you have Zaprify where you connect your wallet and it shows you all your investments, but it doesn't show you like risk analytics. In terms of this project in itself or this product, I had to sit down and think what is out there. And typically, if you're a project in the space, you go get an audit, and you think that that's enough. The issue is that a lot of people don't understand. You got to have at least 2 to 3 audits. It's like going to the doctor, right? If you don't know what's going on, get multiple opinions. So that's one thing. But for our actual users, the end users, I'm thinking about people who actually care about mitigating the likelihood of getting an exploit.
And then just a quick follow-up. At least from my understanding, a lot of these major exploits were through the bridges between the different blockchains.
At least for this year, 70% has been through bridges. But in general, it's typically smart contract exploits, right? So that's why the major thing that people do is they tend to just get the audit. But for the end user, there's nothing out there to protect the end user. I worked in decentralized finance insurance, so that's why I moved to Austin, Texas last year. And I noticed that the same issues in regular traditional insurance is propagating in DeFi insurance. I wanted to attack the issue in crypto as it pertains to how do we protect the projects by, doing the code audits, leveraging AI ML, but also how do we protect the end user? That has not been a focus. Most of the things have been typically reactive than they've been prescriptive and predictive.
All right. And how much are you raising, and what will you do with that money right now?
Yes. So we're raising $3 million at 15%, and that money will be...
Pause real quick. Is this your first round that you're raising?
Yes, seed round.
Okay, and then, so just to clarify for the room, what she just said is that she's raising a certain amount, but at a percentage, so you're doing a priced round?
Yes.
Okay, okay. So just some feedback, just a thought, and this is for anybody who wants to raise capital. Oftentimes, when you have an idea and you're bringing it to market, the biggest risk is you saying that your company is worth X amount before you've been able to demonstrate that, and that can oftentimes hurt you as a founder by saying, my company is worth this today, which means that you have that hurdle to get over as a priority as opposed to really focusing on your customer. So my recommendation would be to explore other instruments like a safe note or a convertible note that says that I am raising a certain amount, but then it'll convert to equity at a cap, which means that the investor is incentivized and benefits from that early stake without having you having to be beholden to actually creating that value day one. So just
Thank you. We got to talk. Very good. In terms of allocation, focus on the team. In order to create something like this, we've got to have the best machine learning engineers, data scientists, scientists in this space who actually know it, right?
Not to interrupt you, who's on your team right now, just so I understand, and then who you're bringing on?
So we have Justin Stewart, who is our CISO, our Chief Information Security Officer. He's actually a Howard student, a PhD student. He's out of town, but he studies cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. We also have Ilhan Jama, amazing woman in this space, Web3 security, cloud security, knows the space to a T. The hard part with finding people is if they know about Web3, and also do they have the cybersecurity acumen.
If you could just say the team, just because I gotta keep moving because they're gonna yell at me. If you could just say what positions you have right now, and then what positions you need.
Oh, what positions I need? Yeah. Yes. 3 machine learning engineers, 2 data scientists, as well as a UX UI designer, and then also an operations director. I also have a document of all of this with the pricing as well, and then. Yes. Perfect.
Well, great presentation.
Great presentation.
And hopefully the feedback's been helpful because we want you to be successful. So
and we'll be around to talk after too for all of the pictures. So okay, great. Next person.
Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jasmine. That was an amazing presentation. Next, we will have Mr. Dele, who will join us here on the stage. All right.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dele Atanda. I'm CEO Chairman of Mitai Media. Our mission is to transform ownership through storytelling and play. Before I tell you a bit about Mitai Media, I want to tell you a bit of a story. Let's go to the next slide. Now, I actually thought there was going to be audio here. There isn't. So next slide, please. Oh, interesting. All right. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to the previous slide. I'm going to have to ad-lib because my slides are different from what I expected them to be, but that's no problem. So I'm going to tell you a little bit of a story. There's a world that you know, this analog world that you know called Terra, where everything is as you understand it is. But there's a parallel world, a digital world called Digiterra. And in that digital world, there's a conglomerate of cyber vampires who suck people's data and use it to enslave them in that world. And if they control them in that world, they can control them in this world too. So they are at war with a group called the Bats, who are from the East, and they're fighting to create the super AI, because whoever creates this super AI, they believe will dominate the whole space for eternity. Now, it's not all doom and gloom, because there's a group of decentralists led by this strange sage who we've recently discovered is called Satoshi Nakamoto, and a group of cypherpunks. And they are fighting to liberate us from the tyranny of Fang imperialism, and they are creating a decentralized AI with decentralized tools and decentralized money and decentralized data. Now, Satoshi has actually set up the Meta Knights as well, who also are now trying to liberate us and give us ownership of our data, most importantly, because that's the key asset in Web3. So this battle is going forward. Now, the way we get information about what's happening in Digiterra is through comic stories that give us this information. Go to the next slide, thank you. So, Meta Knights is this franchise, this story about the battle for the soul of the metaverse. It's basically a comic saga, a portfolio of NFTs, a video game, and a metaverse platform. It's basically built around African-centric heroes who are tech sort of hackers who are mobilizing to sort of liberate this tech space. Next slide, please. So in terms of business overview, kind of coming back into the Terran world more logically, we started the company in 2018. We run a crowdfunding campaign on startengine.com, raised $1 million, which was the highest amount that could be raised at that point under SEC, but most importantly from over 3,500 investors, because that's really about transforming ownership, giving people a chance to actually own the company, not just the NFTs. We've done some pilots with NFTs, did 30K in the first month of those, a rich portfolio of NFTs covering a variety of different things. Let's go to the next slide. And there's a bunch of utilities. This is all actually videos and stuff, but it's not working. So there's a bunch of utilities and perks for fans, creators, and collectors. Let's go to the next slide. Lots of strategic partnerships focused on academia and education, most importantly. Next slide. Addressable market is just quite frankly huge. McKinsey said it's a $5 trillion market in the metaverse alone by 2030. Next slide. And the investment opportunity, we're currently doing a second Reg CF round, and we are raising 4.75 million at a pre-money valuation of 48. We are also taking private placements at discounted private placements accordingly. And that's Meta Knights. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good job. So, what are all of the offerings? I kind of wrote some down. You said video games, it's a comic saga, NFTs, and what else?
It's basically a story, which is the comics, that plays out in a video game, a portfolio of NFTs. But the video game is sort of like a metaverse platform as well.
Okay, and you're saying you're raising 4.75 at 48.
We raised 1 million.
You raised, right, one already from the 350,000 users or NFT purchasers, right? And then now you're raising 4.75
That's correct.
in the same fashion or?
Yeah, we are currently in a Reg CF, but we also in parallel are taking private placements, either from angel investors or VCs accordingly.
So my question is, because you said at a 48 valuation, $48 million valuation, right? And for those who don't know, that's how much he believes his company could be sold for right now. Somebody would write him a check for $48 million. Why would someone write you, like what's the underlying value that you believe your company has separate from others that someone would purchase this for $48 million?
I mean, provenance. Look at the NFT industry, it's exploded. And I know we're in crypto winter and a lot of prices have collapsed. But in terms of substance behind a project, aside from projects that are legacy like The Matrix or Batman that come into the NFT space, there is no project in the NFT space or the metaverse space in that context as well developed as ours. We are the first crypto comic. We coined the term. We minted on chain back in 2019. Thankfully, blockchain gives us the proof of that. And we have provenance. Aside from that, we have some major strategic partnerships in terms of launching new tech around identity and data sovereignty with Polygon in the tech space and also in the entertainment space. We have one of the main screenwriters for Marvel working with us to create a feature film script for the saga. We think by 2025, it's about a 3-year window for that we will be having a blockbuster production for a feature film based on Meta Knights. We think that it will take what was established with Black Panther forward in the culture, in the community. So, you know, we're the largest represented community per capita in terms of investment in crypto. So, you know, we think that everyone's trying to access our community, and this is a great vehicle to bring our community into crypto. So, yes, we think our valuation is modest, and we think when we are able to go public with our partners from the Marvel screenwriter and 2 of the largest names, if I mention them, you would know them for sure in terms of artist management, that valuation will double, and that will happen in months.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on all of the progress you've made so far. My 8-year-old son's playing a game, and I know you'd love to.
I have a 9-year-old.
Yeah.
He's actually out there somewhere.
Okay. Walk us through your current traction in terms of your user base, engagement, et cetera. We'd love to get an understanding of some of those metrics to kind of couple this concept of not only the valuation, but then want to get a better understanding of what you think your core business is, right? So there's, obviously in these universe of IP and media, there's the IP of the characters, and then they can manifest in movies and games, et cetera. But would love to understand some of the underlying engagement around the current game that you have.
So the game isn't launched yet because the idea is to create something, and you would have seen this if the video is working. It's Unreal, so high quality games, and there's about a 3-year time frame for the game to come to market, like a AAA kind of standard of game. So game and film will come around 2025, but we are bringing the community along in that process. So in short, our biggest asset is our investor base, 3,500 invested people, as well as 7,000 followers on Start Engine currently. That said, our comic production partner, Comic Republic, which has a viewership of 500,000 monthly regular users, we've remained their top 10 title for the duration that we've been there. We have really focused on IP development for the last 18 months. We're now in fact, coming up next week, we will be launching the season 1, which is our new content, which is the first content we've released since we've created it. So our metrics, in terms of our user base, it's growing. We've got 10,000 followers on Facebook, so thousands on Twitter, et cetera. But in terms of, we're just beginning the sales cycle of actually rolling out solo material.
And thank you for that. And so what you're saying is that you have a comic asset that's already out there, and you've made sales on the comic asset already?
Yeah, we have, but effectively, the first two, we had 2 pilot episodes which we gave out for free, just to kind of get people interested in the space, and that's through Comic Republic. Our primary thing is to sell the comics as NFTs, but that's a very niche market still. So there's scale markets, so we're on Amazon now, and there are scale markets on Webtoons and the like of that. But the purpose of the project is to onboard people into Web3. So we have a different perspective on metrics in that sense. Of course, there will be the standard commercial metrics, but also we're very keen to see the number of people we convert to Web3 users, which may not be very high representation commercially, but we think strategically that is of critical value, particularly because that's the number one problem the industry has about how do you educate people about crypto and how do you onboard people to crypto.
We have Web in it for him.
Thanks so much for the presentation. So when you're talking about the development of game and not only the time but also the capital it takes to be able to do that, what is your thought process around your next fundraise? What is the fundraising timeline from this to the next? What are potential investor bases that you're going after, and is it always going to be through the platform, or are you expanding that to game investors?
That's a really great question. Crowdfunding is a slow process. It's a slow march, but it is important because it involves the community. So in that sense, we can continue at a relatively slow pace and crowdfund, 4.75. Realistically, it's probably a 12 to 18-month window if you do that solely through crowdfunding. But venture and private placements is an accelerator in that sense. So we are doing both in parallel now, and I think as we continue to get more traction, both in terms of sales, adoption and usage and awareness, then we become more investable effectively by ventures. So we're just looking for those who sort of understand that kind of relationship and dynamic and who want to be early, effectively, to lead the charge. Because once it does reach critical mass, it will kind of explode.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank
Let's
you.
give a round of applause. And I believe we have one more company. Oh.
Thank you
we're
so
going to have
much.
to really move quickly. I thought there was only one more.
We actually have 2 more, so.
Oh, okay. So
yes,
we're going to, I'm going to stick to times really heavily.
Yes, we're definitely going to run a little bit over, but we want
Yeah.
to try to make sure we get everybody
Yeah.
in. So next we have coming to the stage, Mr. Raven. So Raven will be pitching next. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to be really strict with time, guys. We thought there were only 4, but I think there's 6. So, all right, cool. Go ahead.
Cool. So my name is Raven Moore, and I'm here representing Crypto EQ. Crypto EQ is a research and education platform. And what we do there is we try to make do your own research attainable for everybody. When you come into the crypto market, everybody came in as a beginner and didn't know what was really going on, right? And so the cryptocurrency market is complex, but we're here to make it simple so that everybody can understand it and everybody can know what they're doing with their money. When they're making a decision to buy a certain asset, they can have, they'll understand what is this asset that I'm putting my hard-earned money into. So Crypto EQ, we have 3 core tools that we use to help people understand what the asset is. One is the fundamentals of the coin. So we have a team, for each crypto asset, the team will evaluate each asset over 10 core categories. And from those categories, they will determine a score. So the fundamentals will go from gold, silver, bronze, neutral to deficient. And when you read the report, you'll see the overview of the coin. What are the strengths of the coin? What are the weaknesses of the coin? And you'll see the evaluation of all 10 of those categories. So that's the fundamental analysis. The technical analysis, we use momentum indicators to give you a buy, a sell, or a hold rating at that time. And with that, you can either look at it as a long-term investor or as a short-term investor. And so that really makes it simple. It's green for go, red for wait, and then yellow for hold. The last third piece is the sentiment analysis. And with sentiment analysis is we'll go out and we'll check social media and we'll check the news and see what are people talking about when it comes to that asset. So you can have a positive sentiment, a negative sentiment, or a neutral sentiment. Those 3 together should allow a user to make an informed decision so they can know, okay, is this something that I want to put my hard-earned money into? Okay, so that's one of our products. That's the B2C, of course. And then we also have, now in June, we developed an API. So if someone runs a company in crypto and they need that data pool, they can get the data and use it as needed for their own platform. So we have exchanges and other, Web3 platforms that need the data input, so we can offer the API access to those people as well. And now the third thing as well is you have hedge funds, venture capitalists, you have people that they have questions and they need industrial grade research, right? So they come to us, they come to us with the ask, and then we have a team of researchers who now we can put them onto that. And so those are our main offerings. I'm ready for questions if you're ready.
Shop. 3 minutes on the dot. Love it. Thank you. Good job. I actually kind of want to stick on that, and we're going to do 5 minutes of Q&A. My first thought is it sounds like a lot is happening. So what is how are you executing all of this right now?
So right now it's a web platform, so cryptoeq.io, and you can go to the dashboards, keep it right here. This is a copy of the dashboard. This is what you see when you go to the website. So each of these assets are on the left, and you can see the rating for Bitcoin is the first one. It's a gold rated asset. That is the highest level of quality that we can give to an asset. And if you click on that, well, that's just a picture, don't click on that. If you click on that, it brings you to the entire report of Bitcoin, the overview of Bitcoin, the strengths, the weaknesses over all these categories. So you can learn everything you need to know without having to go to all these different websites and on the web. And a lot of people, when they're doing their research, they don't know if they're reading quality information or if they're reading marketing materials or if they're reading somebody trying to scam them. So we try to be a trusted resource that has integrity and they have quality, valuable information.
Then you also said you have this the sentiment database that you're doing as well. And then you also said that you have this research arm for VCs. So that's what I'm saying. It sounds like a lot of moving parts, and I'm wondering, are all of these features currently built out?
Yes.
Or they are currently built out?
Yes, it currently works. You can go to this website right now.
Okay.
You can click all the buttons and everything is beautiful. I use it on a daily basis. Like there's even functionality that I use that I wasn't able to talk about. But it's really, really good tool.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Great work. And congrats on all your traction thus far. Tell us about what you feel your competitive advantage is, because at least from my understanding, I know that there's a lot of different research firms out there. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't exist or the market is not large enough, but we'd really love to get an understanding of what angle or what proprietary research or insights that you provide that you think would advantage your customers over a customer that's using another service.
Okay, so I would think our biggest advantage is the quality of the research and the integrity of the team and the people working on it. You can compare our research against anyone else's. I don't see a lot of crypto reports that will label an asset deficient and tell you exactly why it's deficient and why they gave it a bad rating. A lot of other research firms in the space are just rubber stamping things and saying, oh, this is a crypto, buy it, it's good, number go up. But that's not what it's about. It's like, what is the use case? What is this built for? Does it actually do what it's supposed to do? What is the liquidity looking like here? So with these reports, you can really get into like the nitty gritty and understand pretty much everything you need to know. You can become an expert on a coin by reading the full report. We spend about a month of work to create one report for one asset. So it's really labor intensive, and the quality of the report is really of utmost importance.
Thank you for that. And then one follow-up question. Tell us a little bit more about your go-to-market strategy, because I would imagine that institutional investors would probably find this to be a benefit, especially as the market opens up more around the regulation in terms of investing in crypto assets. So walk us through the business model. Who are you charging? How much are you charging?
Okay, so for the B2C model, we have free membership where you get, pretty much 80% of the information on the bridge reports for free. And then we have the premium membership, which is either $20 a month or $200 a year for the B2C model. And then if you want one-to-one consulting, you can get that as needed, case-by-case basis. For like a research report where you sponsor a report, let's say I think people were talking about bridges and interoperability. If you want to sponsor a research report, then you can get your business's information towards the end of the report. And with that, those engagements are in the four-figure range. It really depends on what it is, what the research is, how many hours it's going to take, but it's really good.
30 seconds.
Okay, so I guess the follow-up to the follow-up would be, why not sell to like a Fidelity, or why not sell to a larger institution? A lot of these data assets can be several $1,000s a month, especially for research, and especially if you're providing what you feel is a gap in the market in terms of understanding the downside risk. Why focus on the B2C?
Well, B2C is the model to really, when I first started in crypto, the point was to teach the family and friends and the people around me, people I care about, so to impact the community and there's a big gap there between the users and what's really happening. So we got to fill that gap. But then I think you're right. We do call ourselves the morning star of crypto. So when you are,
Let's stop it there. You're the morning star of crypto. Awesome. We'll
Thank you so much, brother. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Good job.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Raven. So we have our next pitcher, Miss Charisma. Come on up.
Come on up. Hi.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Charisma, founder of Parents in Motion. Parents in Motion is a safe and cost-effective family and transit company. Next slide, please. In the summer of 2017, we conducted a survey of 250 Northeast, Central, and Southern Ohio families. In that survey, we found that 35% of those families struggled with time conflicts. Another 38% of those families had to drive more than 5 hours weekly just to get their kids around. And then another 27% of those families only had one source of transportation or none at all. Next slide, please. In Ohio alone, 585 districts, out of all of them, 90% providing transportation had been negatively impacted by the national driver shortage crisis. Next slide, please. The problem as we see it is that ride shares are unsafe, they're never affordable, the processes and equipment are not good for children, buses aren't always accessible to everyone, and not always reliable. Parents do not always have the time and resources to drive their kids where they need to go. Next slide. Our solution connects parents to safe and vetted drivers through a mobile app. From there, the users can give and receive rides. Rides can be assessed through payments, donations, and exchange system that is accounted for through a digital coin. We've been doing this manually, so our goal is to implement the blockchain to help us effectively scale this process and automate it so it'll just be more efficient and obviously help us scale the program a little better. Next slide. So these next 3 slides, you can just skip through these. It's just a kind of quick run through of the product itself. It's just an app where families can assess the rides directly there. There's different notifications, tracking, and so much more. Next slide. I want to talk a little bit about our safety processes. Our drivers are regulated through the Public Utility Commissions of Ohio. They must undergo a 22-point vehicle inspection, safety, social security name and address trace, nationwide criminal search, a sex offender check, OFAC, county criminal search, motor vehicle report, a statewide criminal search, 2 professional references, and drivers must have child care and caregiving experience, and of course, parents count. Next slide. To date, we've driven already 6,783 miles. We've given 449 impact rides with 0 safety-related incidents. We've also helped families save $10 to $15 per ride. Next slide. Our model and value propositions, parents, schools, and community-based organizations pay a monthly subscription fee. From there, we cover our costs, and in turn, families have peace of mind. Next slide. Our market size in Ohio alone is 1.6 million students. That's 750 students of those are bused already, and then 250 pipeline users that we have.
All right, I'm going to stop you at this slide. Thank you. Let's give it a round of applause. Do you guys have questions? I'm going to state the obvious question. I understand that this is like a blockchain solution, right? And you're verifying safety based on blockchain and probably taking other data, I would imagine, from blockchain. I'm sure you take the data of the drivers from other blockchain solutions that verify who that person is from blockchain, right? How are you going to compete with Uber in the sense that they have way more resources to jump into this as soon as they see how?
That's a good question. I get that often. But the thing about Uber is they have literally thousands of sexual assault cases. And it's so bad to the point that there's a breach in their contract that they can't transport minors. Their insurance won't cover it. So it's just specific things that we have in place that they don't.
So thank you for your thoughtful presentation and clarifying that piece. So just to dig a little bit deeper, what you're saying is that your core value is the background checks, like actually making sure that the identity of this person is not somebody that, or somebody that you can trust. Is that essentially what it is?
Yeah, well, so there's also processes that, like, for example, Uber and Lyft that they don't do. For example, we interview our drivers. There's a pre-screen. We validate them through the schools that they're applying for their child. Like, we do verifications. So it's just all about creating a process that they don't have, and it would take a lot more for them to implement it. They're already doing well without it.
And so what is it about using blockchain as a technical tool that enables you to do that better?
Well, for example, we were actually manually doing this process. So the blockchain, one, will make it more secure. And then two, like, because we're catering to a specific demographic, unlike most ride shares, we're targeting families of lower income. So we'll be able to account for exchange systems where families that drive, they receive double mile perks for every ride that they give. So they're actually getting more when they give.
And then finally, what other or adjacent or additional spaces do you think you could use this technology for, or is that not a focus for you? Because I would love to get your thoughts on just the vision that you have for your company.
So the vision is to grow and scale and just create a solution for families who they normally can't afford something like this, but they need it. So my vision is to just scale through the lower income neighborhoods. This is something that they can use, but like I said, it's not affordable. Typically, if you're going based off the Uber-like model where they're paying per ride, per miles, and all the other fees that they have involved.
So then on that, like digging a little bit deeper, how do you maintain affordability as you scale? Is it a subscription where it's per month, unlimited rides? Are you curtailing it by a certain number of rides per week? How are you doing that?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So what we do is when people apply for rides, we just have them answer 3 different questions just to see where they are financially. We assess their financial space. And based off of that, they get to choose what option they want to join as a member for the program. And that could be as what we call an exchanger, which is where you drive for the double miles, or that can be through the subscription if you're just paying for a ride. So we just kind of provide an option for the different people based off of their scenario. Another thing is we're applying for subsidies, so families could also receive subsidies to pay for the rides like they would for child care.
So, sorry, just to clarify on that, are you working with the state of Ohio to be able to provide those subsidies and work as a preferred vendor? How does that?
Yes, so we're in the process of getting something called ACE funds, which is like the beginning process. What that is they just give per household a specific amount of funds that can be utilized towards like, let's say extracurricular activities, educational things, anything related to that kind of thing.
All right, I think we're good. Thank you so much.
Great job.
All right, we have one more. Last but certainly not least.
Yes, we have one more, and welcoming to the stage, we have a duo actually. So Tony and Shayna from NFT CL2. NFT CLT, okay. Welcome, welcome. Thank you all, this is our last presentation. Okay.
Hello, my name is Shayna.
And I'm Tony, and we are NFT CLT. Okay, there we go.
NFT CLT is an organization dedicated to providing free and accessible blockchain, NFT, and Web3 education onboarding in our home community of Charlotte, but also in communities across the nation.
In 2019, I got into this space because I had a freak accident. I fell 30 feet. I broke my pelvis in 3 spots. I broke my arm, and I was out of work. I was like, what do I do next? So next thing you know, I took everything out of my savings, invested into crypto, started learning about crypto, invested in NFT projects, and the rest was history. I was hooked.
And I was already in tech as an engineer, helping the largest corporations like Microsoft build their electronic components and optimize their supply chains. It wasn't until I met Tony that the power of blockchain really resonated with me, and the potential for blockchain to solve so many problems for our community and to create an equitable ecosystem clicked. And so that's where NFT CLT was born. And we started doing live events in our city regularly, and we're invited to do events doing education and onboarding in cities across the nation.
One thing we do, we get invited to a lot of conferences in New York City, Essence, Fest, NFT NYC. You name a conference, we've probably been at it. And the one thing we understand is everybody got different entry points into the space. You just can't teach people one side of this space. You got people who want to learn about coding, you got people who want to learn about Web3, you got people who want to invest in projects, you got people who also want to build first and second layer applications as well. We just want to understand that they need a resource to better serve these communities.
But the events weren't really designed for individual learning, nor were there basic activations like setting up a crypto wallet at most of these events. The other problem was with diversity and inclusion. Of course, race and gender has always been a discussion in the tech space, but it was obvious that there were not many age-appropriate programming at these events. And ultimately, the generation coming up is the one who is going to be using the platforms built on blockchain, and will probably take blockchain further and really figuring out solutions for the world's greatest problems with this technology. And so Y3K Takeover was born.
Y3K Takeover is going to be the cultural Gen Z event of the year. Basically, 3 days. It's going to be a 3-day conference focusing on what?
Blockchain, workshops, education, and building. 3 days of immersive experience helping students go from little to no cryptocurrency knowledge all the way to having their own wallet setups, earning NFTs as they learn throughout their conference on our platform, where they'll be able to mint NFTs on Polygon, and redeeming those NFTs for some really cool swag, merch, and a music Web3 showcase and concert celebration.
Okay, guys, gotta stop you there. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
All right, so is there a tech solution in this anywhere?
Yeah, so we have partnered with a platform called CrowdClass. They have a solution, a web-based solution, where as the kids are participating in the in-person workshops, they can earn their NFTs on-chain via Polygon is the blockchain that we'll be using.
That's a tech partner.
For our event, the in
For
real
the
life.
event, but for your actual NFT takeover, is this an event you're pitching, or is there a tech solution here that you're pitching?
It's an event that has a tech solution component. NFT CLT does have our own DApp where we give NFTs for people who come to our in real life events.
Okay, can you talk more about the DApp and the NFTs that you, like what the value of them is, what's your goal with the NFT? Maybe talk a little bit to that specific piece of it.
Yeah, the real value is sometimes we talk at people about blockchain and NFTs, but it definitely goes over people's head. And to have a solution where someone walks in knowing nothing and then walks out with a wallet and a digital asset in their wallet is a very powerful tool. It means we've got them actually in the ecosystem, not just giving them information and then let them kind of go figure it out for themselves.
So to her question, are you currently raising capital? Is that where the space is? Okay. So to an investor, then, what would you say is your proprietary technology, and then what is your competitive advantage?
Well, the proprietary technology is the platform we're using. While we don't own it, we're the only event to include a platform that you can, in real time, in real workshops, distribute NFTs at a mass scale. So we are supporting a partner in that, but in terms of competitive advantage, as Tony mentioned, we've pretty much been to every conference and helped in some capacity with onboarding, and there's definitely been a lack of focus in terms of programming for the under 21 crowd. Most of it is networking with alcohol, drinking, things like that. And for our community, which NFT CLT is really focused on creating blockchain communities, grassroots, we saw that all these kids, they wanted to come to conference with us, but that's a lot of liability. So we just know that there's a need for this in the market. And that's really the competitive advantage, is no one is doing it.
One thing that you may want to consider, so I'll just use an analogy. There's a company called, have you heard of Snowflake? So Snowflake is essentially a reseller of AWS services, but they build on top of it analytics and things that kind of help enterprises use that underlying technology better. So one of the things you may want to think about is down the line in terms of your product vision, if this is a kind of reseller or partner that you're using, what additional products or services that you think could be built on as an extension to then give you additional, not only competitive advantage, but versatility in terms of either income, et cetera, right? So obviously the event space is fairly large. You articulated that you feel that there's a problem in terms of tackling or targeting a particular market, but I think going forward, you should definitely think about how that technology and the enablement of it can maybe be an extension of something that then you can capitalize on.
Yeah, because let me answer that too. A lot of people are building. What's the point of building if people are not going to understand it? That's why you need resources for people to go to. We can build all day long, every day, and keep building the same stuff or building things that we think people use. But if the average person that walks off the street can't integrate that into their day-to-day life, they need resources that are available for people to understand this. This is why mass adoption has been slowed down because of this. Even our people don't get this. So having available resources where people can check out our product, just like you're saying, that's available at these events, and that opens up conversation for a lot of people to understand, how can I get in, who are you, and basically entry-level points.
I think that is
Thank y'all.
that. Thank you for being our last.
Great job.
I want to
Thank you
thank
so
everybody
much.
in the audience
Great job. Thank you.
for attending and watching, all of the people who pitched. It is not easy to come up here and basically talk about your baby in front of people, especially in front of investors who look at you with our dagger eyes and chop up your company. So I really appreciate all of you who participated. Thank you to our judges, Himalaya and Ade. And if you guys, want to network or talk to us after, we'll be here for some period of time. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. Can we have another round of applause for all of our pitchers and all of our amazing judges? Okay, so we're gonna continue on with our program for the day. So we went a little bit over time, so we're gonna try to play catch up a little bit. That's all right. Now again, everyone has their phones right with them. Our hashtag for today is Satoshi is Black. So if you have anything that you want to ask, feel free to do so on Twitter using that hashtag. And we have our first keynote speaker for the summit. Her name is Tavania Evans. Please welcome her to the stage, everyone. Can we give her a round of applause? And she is the founder of Guapcoin, Guap City, and Cowrie Bank. Am I saying that right? Cowrie Bank? Okay. Cowrie Bank. All right. Welcome, welcome. I love your outfit.
Hi, everyone. How are y'all? First thing I want to say is I absolutely agree with the last gentleman that was on this stage. You can create all the tech you want to and throw it out there, but right now it doesn't mean anything because our folks out here ain't educated on this stuff. They're not educated on crypto. They're not educated. Matter of fact, they're miseducated on crypto. Not saying that they're not educated, you're miseducated. Not educated on NFTs. And they come to me every day, because that's what I do. I do teach crypto now, and I do teach all of that stuff. But they come to me every day with the same questions. And that's because nobody's out here educating people. So guess what? We have an opportunity to take hold of a space that no one else is doing. And when we do that, we will bring about the mass adoption of crypto, which is what I know we're destined to do. And I know how it's going to get done. But it's not going to get done without educating the people, because that's the people who are going to do this. That's the people who are going to take crypto to where it's supposed to be and really enact what it was created for. Does anybody know, I'm going to ask you a question because I always ask this question. Does anybody know what crypto was created for? Okay, so I'm going to go back to Bitcoin.org's one statement, right? Bitcoin, a new kind of money. Money, period. Money, M-O-N-E-Y. And everybody's afraid to say that. Money. People come to me and they're like, what's your use case? Money, damn it, that's what Bitcoin's use case was. Money. What is the problem with that? What is the problem with the idea that money is transforming and this is what it's transforming into, and that you need to be taught that? Because if you're not taught that, you're going to get this central bank digital currency that they're going to give you from the United States, which is essentially like a food stamp of crypto, and you're not going to benefit. So they don't want you to benefit from crypto. They don't want you to know what it really is about, because when you know what it's really about, everybody's going to be out there dancing in the streets. Oh, yeah, okay, now we really can have a black dollar. And they're going to get it, and globally, the diaspora is going to come together, because nothing brings people together like money. And they know this. You want to know what's going to bring you together? That's it. So we're going to come up here and talk about crypto and blockchain and all of the wonderful bells and whistle things to do. And mind you, I'm a geek. I'm a developer. I'm a real developer. I'm a real engineer. I really build shit, excuse my language, every day. And I have to say that because sometimes people don't realize that. They think I do this just for fun. This is not fun. This is not fun. When I have to fly from one city to this city to that city and all that, this is not fun. This is not my idea of fun. My idea of fun is baking cookies at home with my kids. That's my idea of fun, right? But I have to constantly reiterate these things, that I am a real expert. I'm a real developer. I'm a consultant to CNBC, to Bloomberg. They call me because I know what I'm talking about. So I have to reiterate those things. So just to kind of get that off a little bit to my chest. I'll be a little rowdy sometimes, pardon me. But this is how I teach crypto too, and this is why when people come to me to learn crypto, they say, damn, I learned more in an hour than the 3 years I've been involved in crypto. Because I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm not gonna tell you the fluff. I'm not trying to get you to buy in a Ponzi or buy in a MLM and all of that, because yes, this is a scammy industry. And most of it is a scam. Even the stuff you like, oh, my favorite coin is this. Guess what? They came in with $65 million. And you know what they did with that $65 million? They bought the market. So they bought the price that you pay for it. It wasn't organic. There hasn't been an organic crypto since Bitcoin. Oh, yes, there has. Guap coin. That's why 6 years later, we're still here doing it organically, right? No capital infusion, no millions, no we raised $4 billion in an ICO, EOS, back whenever. This is a market that is strongly manipulated. And I will say this in the face of maximalists, minimalists, I don't care who you are. I talk to the exchanges. I talk to the big wigs. I know this is manipulated. So don't believe the hype. Don't believe any of that. And that's why I'm not going to be the favorite invitee to the party. Because that's what this is. But there's an opportunity. There's opportunities here. And the opportunities is in owning the space, because again, like they admit, black people are holding more crypto than everybody else. Okay, fine, we're holding it. Now what are we going to do with it? Now what are we really going to do with it? So anyway, if you don't know who I am right now, because I just jumped right into it, I am Tavana Evans. I'm the founder of Guapcoin. And we launched Guapcoin in 2017, and we're still going. As a matter of fact, we just released our updated iOS and Android wallets. We have desktop wallets. So hopefully, if you don't have a wallet, you're going to install it. I'm also the co-founder of Guap City DAO now. Guap City, yes, we're building a smart city. We have land in Northwest Georgia, and we're turning it into an agro-eco, smart, sustainable city that's powered by Guapcoin. And I'm the founder of Cowrie, which is a bank. So my thoughts were that you got to come to the people where the people are at. People were telling me years ago, please start a bank, a bank, a bank, a bank. And you know, I'm a crypto purist, so I'm like, I'm trying to get rid of the banks, you know? But you always got to meet the people where they're at. So, this year I partnered with a fintech company, and we're launching a bank that also has a crypto component. So they can manage their crypto in their bank account, and they can spend their crypto. And why do I want them to spend their crypto? Because I want them to understand that crypto is money. I'm tired of people coming up to me thinking crypto is a stock. And that's only because they're constantly misinformed, and people are okay with them being misinformed. People are okay with them not knowing what the hell this is. I'm not okay with that. I want you to be empowered for real, because that's what GuapCoin is about. That's why I created GuapCoin. I created GuapCoin because we have the opportunity to empower ourselves with our own money, because our own money leads to our own data, which leads to our own power, which leads to the growth and the ability to invest in our communities, because we've taken our social capital and we've taken our social capital and we now have value. We now have money that we can do the things that we need to do. I've been a founder for years, and it's been very hard to raise capital for the projects that I've done, and I've built. I got patent, I got stuff out there, you know, and it's very hard. It's still very hard for us to raise capital, and it shouldn't be, because we got to get more. We have to invest and support Black tech, no matter what. I had this conversation yesterday, the Power Rising Summit, and I feel like I'm having it again here, and that's good in Atlanta. But we have to support Black tech. And the reason that we have to do it is because years ago, we supported something that looked like a box that became the iPhone today. And years ago, we supported a buggy platform that now has well over 1 billion users. It starts somewhere, and real tech doesn't look like, it's not pretty. Tech is buggy. It's not pretty at all. Crypto is not pretty. They've dumped a lot of money in it to make it pretty, to make it attractive, and guess what? To make it more centralized. And now they're pulling you back into the world of centralization. And they dumped a lot of money into doing it because they know how valuable and influential you are. So they're going to make it as easy as possible for you to get on board, right? So you don't make a mistake and deviate into some side project that you might put your social capital into and that take over the world. So you got to support Black tech like you have to. Like, I don't care if you take $1 here and $1 there and invest in this project and this project. All these projects that were up here should be invested in. Every last one of them. Every last one of them. I'm like, y'all got my money. The first thing when they come up and ask me about a project, I'm like, where are you raising money at? I'm going to be there. Where you raising? What platform are you on? Are you on this? You on that? I'm going to be there, putting whatever money I can in these projects, because that's what they need. You want to know what people need? They need money. They already got the brains. They already got the ideas. They already got what they need: money. And I'm tired of people out here going through what I went through. I don't want that to happen. I pledge, when I get my money, to give away most of it to tech, to Black tech. We got some of the brightest, most ingenious people, and I know, because my co-founders, my partners, I have one of my co-founders out here right now, agrotech. This woman knows more about agricultural stuff. She just blows my mind every time. Like, where the money at? I'm tired of it. So, yeah, you got to get up here And yes, you got to put yourself out there. And I'm usually a geek. 10 years ago, I'm behind the scenes. I don't come out in front of people. I stay behind my computer. But you got to put yourself out here. You got to go the extra mile, especially if you're a woman. You got to go the extra mile. You got to get on every TV show you could possibly get on. Get on, talk to everything, show up at every podcast, because that's what I do. Any podcast that comes, I don't care if you got one follower, one user. And you ask me, people will know. You ask me, you can be on my podcast? Hell yeah. Send me some proposed times and I'll pick a time. And I'm going to be on your podcast. So one day when they hear Tavana Evans out there, they'll be like, damn, she's been here. She's on everything. Yes, I've been on everything, literally. I don't turn anybody down. But this subject I'm very passionate about because, again, there's a lot that goes on that you guys don't know about. A lot. And it's not necessarily a plot from the outside folks neither. It's the resistance that we have amongst ourselves. It's the people that we have amongst ourselves that we tripping over our own folks' feet. That shouldn't happen. Like I said, we should support every project up here that we see, every one of them. Because it takes bodies. It doesn't take your money. It takes your bodies. You are the value, but you give your value away. You are the value. So it takes numbers. If GuapCoin has 1 million people installing that wallet, when I go sit with, I ain't gonna talk bad about him. I was getting ready to say a bad word about the head of a company, but when I go sit to talk to so-and-so, all he wants to know is, he's gonna hit me. I'm like, well, how many users you got? We should have 1 million users, because it's free to have a wallet. That don't cost you nothing. And you should be calling up and talking. The topic of this piece was supposed to be building value. And that's what builds value. You. I believed in the value of Black people. That's why I did GuapCoin. I believed in our value. I might have issues all day long with our folk, but one thing I know, we worked a lot of money. A lot. And that's a risk I'm willing to take. So the value is showing up and downloading a wallet and telling your colleagues, your friends, your family, get a wallet. You know how they used to say, you know, in the country, they tell you want money, you gotta have a wallet, you gotta have a pocketbook to put the money in, right? You don't think about, well, I'm not gonna get no wallet because I ain't got no money. That's not how you're supposed to think. You're supposed to think, I gotta get a wallet so I can put some money in it. So that's the value that we need, and that is the support that we need. And again, the use is, or the use case is one day, right? We're able to go in Walmart and see, I've told people before, I'm not necessarily a proponent of buying Black. There's not enough Black stuff out there for me to buy. Let me be real. I'm gonna buy from white folks too. I'm a supporter of spending Black because you got my money. So I'm your boss. I'm your stakeholder. I'm a businesswoman. I know what my money means. And if I got the data to back it up, I'm really big. So if I walk in Walmart and Walmart is accepting GuapCoin, but Walmart's not doing anything for the community, then guess what? I'm walking in on these stakeholders. I'm like, look, your profits went up last year, and this is how much of your profits were composed of this data coming from this community, GuapCoin, yes, these crypto. And why would they accept it? Because you're valuable. And if that's what you're spending, that's what they're taking. It's that simple. So this is a mission to affirm our value to the world so that we can own it, We can own our data, and if we want to pull it back one day, we could pull it back. We really want to pull it back, because that boycott don't mean nothing if you ain't got the data to support the fact that you're boycotting. But if you got the data to support the fact that, yeah, your profits went down 25% because we ain't giving you our money. That's powerful. And it's the value and the power that we need as a community. And it's only going to make us make better decisions, because as your self-worth goes up and your value goes up, then your power goes up and your community goes up and everything you have goes up. Trust me, I know. So that's what building value is, harnessing your value, which is what the whole world is trying to do right now. Even the Bitcoiners, they trying to get y'all. They trying to get y'all. They need y'all. Because right now, what Bitcoin needs in the middle of this bear market is new users. New users. That's what Bitcoin needs. That means finally you guys out there, right? But what you gonna do for me? They don't do it. None of these people do it the right way. They're not out there building schools. They're not out there building housing. They're not investing some of that Bitcoin money they got anyway. They're not doing any of that. They're not doing it the right way. So it's still a case of what you doing, what you gonna do for me? What are you doing for me? No, not what you're gonna do for me. What are you doing for me now? Now. I expect to see a city right out there that you sponsored, and I'm number one on the list. I can get in there because you want me. You know I'm valuable. So, and that's just the truth. And I'm not a hater. You know, I'm the CTO of the Black Wall Street app as well. It's a Bitcoin wallet. I support him because I support Hill Harper because he does support the community. His focus is the community. I support anybody whose focus is the community. I don't care if you love Bitcoin, Ethereum, or whatever. I'm with you. But at the same token, it's now 2022 and we got to get real. We got to get real about how this has impacted us and how it's going to impact us and what opportunity we have right now, because time is ticking, because in a minute, they're going to have you yoked up in some stuff. They're going to have all those people who never heard of crypto spending a digital dollar, right? And people are still not educated. They still don't know what's going on. They still don't know how this could actually be a benefit. When I was at this conference yesterday and I actually told them these things, that these could be a benefit in this way, they were like, wow, why isn't anybody saying this? Because nobody wants to benefit you. That's why. So, you know, I hate to be a Debbie Downer. I really do. I hate to be a Debbie Downer. But, yeah, again, you know, I travel the world and I see how people are embracing this, and they want to embrace it for their people. They really do. People call me from Mexico all the time and say, I want to do what you're doing with Guapcoin with my people. And I know that's what people are going to want to do. When we do it, everybody in the world's going to want to do it. I want to do this for my culture. I want to do this for my tribe. I don't want no more middlemen coming over here taking my stuff and selling it out there, and there's no record of anything, and I'm just making peas and whatever. I don't want that anymore. That's why going to El Salvador didn't really mean anything to me, because I'm like, you still ain't doing enough for the people. That's why the people still walking around sucking their teeth talking about Bitcoin. You can't dig in your pockets and do something for the people? Then you don't need to be, I don't need to be giving you my energy. So I'm not going to stay up here and hog the stage for super duper duper long. But I urge you, get a wallet. Make sure your kids have a wallet, because my kids have a wallet. My grandmother, she was 99, she passed away in January. She had a wallet. And my grandmother would call me every so often, Tavana, how's Guapcoin doing? 99. And if she could understand what I was trying to do, and the reason she understood is because I told her it's money. And that's all she needed to hear. She don't need to hear all the technology behind the blockchain and how you make a block and all that. She didn't need to know any of that. And if that had happened when crypto first hit, instead of we getting out here trying to teach all of y'all a bunch of technology y'all ain't even gonna use, and just told you it was money, drop the mic. This conversation.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Can we give her another round of applause, please? Wonderful. Is everyone having a good time? Yes? Okay, so we are moving along with our agenda for the summit. So next we have a fireside chat, and that will be led up by our amazing moderator, Ms. Deidre McIntyre. And I will also be inviting up our panelists. So the title for this fireside chat is Protecting Intellectual Property in Web3. So we have Jesse Fenty come to the stage, and he is an intellectual property attorney for Fenty IP Law. Next, we have Ms. Valencia Martin Wallace, who is the Deputy Commissioner of Patents for the USPTO. Next, we have Kaylin Perry, and she's a blockchain associate for Perkins Coie LLP. And then we have Mr. Derek Bowles, who is the owner of Herentel Innovations LLC. And then we also have Ernest Pepper. Pepper? Oh, hi. Did I say it right? Pepper, okay. And he is over regulations with Coinbase. So, yes. We have one more person? They're not. Okay, all right. Well, thank you. Welcome our panelists. And over to Deidre.
She's my hero. She rescued me. She's a laugh. I kind of got locked in an open bathroom stall for some strange reason, so she's my hero. In any case, we're back for our next baraza and centered on intellectual property. For those of you who are here in the morning, we had the privilege of Jesse Fenty sitting down with Valencia Martin Wallace, who is the United States Patent and Trademark Office's Deputy Commissioner of Patents. So that's kind of a part one. It mainly focused on the current, it focused on her relationship with Howard, because she's an alumnus of Howard out of the School of Engineering, and how that related to patents. I don't want to completely recap it, but I definitely want you to go back on the archives and to tune into that one, because it's very critical in terms of business owners and understanding patents. We have the part two. We're going to start with introductions for each of our panelists to take about 3 minutes and give their name and their background in this sector. Jesse.
Thank you, Deidre. Thanks again to be on stage at this great event. My name is Jesse Fenty. I'm an intellectual property attorney based in Washington, D.C. I'm barred in Virginia and D.C. Went to Howard University, graduated in the 1996 with a degree in electrical engineering. Worked at the patent office as a patent examiner. Went to law school while I was there. I've been doing patent law for about 15 years, different firms in DC and Virginia. So I specialize in patent law, trademark law, getting into the NFT blockchain space. So one thing I had this comment that I've been thinking about all week, 2 weeks, about blockchain and crypto and people making money in this space. And it kind of dovetails off what the previous speaker was talking about it kind of comes down to where you spend your money. I mean, to me, this is a black empowerment conference. This is a black business conference. And so what concerns me is where we spend our money. And that's what the previous speaker was talking about. And so she said she didn't mind if she went to Walmart or something like that. But we got to have our own businesses. we got to have our, we got to support our own businesses. In DC, I live in DC. I mean, we've been gentrified out of DC. We don't own, not that we ever owned DC, we had majority of people, and so lately in the last week, I've been shopping only at black restaurants, only at black stores. I'm making a point because the whites, the people who have come to DC, they didn't come to DC to integrate. They came to set up their own little dog parks and their own restaurants and their own stores. So this is business. This is war. This is serious. And so this is something I think about all the time. So I mean, there's no major black-owned grocery store in DC. So this money that we're making, what are we going to spend it on? So I'm happy to talk about intellectual property because even the people who were presenting the pitch competitions, I was looking at my phone, I was looking up trademarks and patents so I can look up. So some people had trademarks, some people didn't. So this is about property ownership, it's about power. I mean, I work in IP and I teach IP, and this is serious. This is serious. So anyway, I'll pass the mic, but I'll come back to it. I can talk about IP all day long, and empowerment, that's what I'm all about. Thank you.
Derek, good luck.
Hello all, I'm very happy to be here today. Have you welcome me here to speak to you guys. My name is Derek Bowes. I'm the owner of Harnetail Innovations. It's a different company that I'm building right here. This company is, I like to call it a metaphysical company. Some people understand when I say metaphysical, it's about turning thoughts into things. So often in the IP world, people think that one invention was invented by one person. A lot of times, a lot of inventions are invented by multiple people at the same time. And that's because, in our view, in my company's view, we feel like we're all connected. We're all connected through an ether, where you can feel things, you can feel people through your antenna, if you will. If you're sitting at a stoplight and somebody pulls up beside you and starts staring at you, you will feel that. You'll feel that across the room. Many times people picked up the telephone and they felt a certain rush, and there was a bad thing on the other end of that phone. These things you can feel. My company is using intellectual property. We're trying to connect with ideas that's out there but has not been come about yet. And we're using metaphysics to get that done. There's a combination of metaphysical and staffing company. Because in the DC area, you have a lot of law firms, intellectual property law firms, and they don't have proper staffing. They're desperate for staffing. And a lot of young black high school graduates, college graduates are not, they might become paralegals, but they're not becoming IP paralegals. So the combination of metaphysical and staffing is what my company is about. And we, hopefully it'll take off real soon.
Ernest.
Hi guys, how you guys doing today? First teacher, thank you. Caleb, thank you for inviting me here. I'm also a Howard grad, class of 2010. Hi, Jesse. I'm on the regulatory standpoint, so I've been doing it for the last 10 years. I've worked traditional banking, and I've moved over to the crypto space. So I'm right now at Coinbase doing all KYC onboarding. I've also been able to educate, start building DAOs with Caleb. And I'm here today just to talk to you guys about my understanding with IP laws in regards to the regulatory standpoint of it with the Web3 and the NFT space, which is very, very ambiguous, but also it's growing, and we need to educate ourselves and have an understanding of what it is, because at this point, it's not regulatory, not regulated. There's a lot to it, so I'm going to be here to talk to you guys today about it.
All right, my first question to the panel is, how does Web3 upset the IP sector? I think many people are under the impression that blockchain makes IP registrations obsolete. Maybe that's a myth, maybe it's true. I mean, what is your viewpoint in terms of Web3 and its impact on intellectual property?
All right, I'll start. So, I mean, every new technology, so the patent office is, we talked about it this morning. It's the foundation for, a lot of commerce, not all commerce, but it's for a lot of commerce. So people, I got some stats on my computer, I was looking earlier. People, I think there's about 7,000 or 8,000 patents that have been granted already just with blockchain in the title. So people, even though people think that blockchain and Web3 can go beyond the patent office, and I'll talk about that in a minute, people are still registering their intellectual property with the patent office, because the patent office gives you a federal right, federal protection of your property. That's what the patent office gives you. And so with, with blockchain, if you were just to register your property, on a blockchain, you can certainly determine who invented something first. And I think that's what people like about the blockchain is this immutable, ledger. But I don't know if there's an enforcement arm. I mean, like the smart contracts, the NFTs are written in, they're coded. I mean, an NFT as a smart contract, it's a perfect license. If you can figure out how to get your digital asset into an NFT, a smart contract, fantastic. You get your royalty right there, and that's a great way, and that certainly supersedes the written contract and having to track somebody down for royalties, so that's great. But in terms of the enforcement part for like a patent or a trademark, I don't know if blockchains have that, whether you can take that and go to court because the federal government sets up the patent system and the trademark system to be able to go to court. So they work together in some ways and they're separate in other ways, but I don't think I don't think we'll ever replace the patent system. There's too many people invested in it and the laws of the US are invested in it. But it's a very interesting topic.
Well, just to piggyback what Jesse was saying, without IP laws with regards to the Web3 space, there's no way to regulate. There's no way to show what's going on with like specifically your NFTs because you need to have that type of understanding, that regulation where there's laws into it. Because if I have an NFT, he has an NFT, and there's no patent laws, people can just take it. That's where the theft comes in, the regulation standpoint of like, how are we doing this? Like, where is it going towards? So just to piggyback on your side, that's what I'm gonna go with there.
Yeah, I have not much to add to that because Jesse said pretty much the whole thing, that the patent office is not going to be replaced by Web3, not even a little bit.
How can decentralization coexist with, protecting people's patents? Because we've already had cases in which, the mainstream industry, they came out with all these daggone apes, and then other people copy the apes, and these people copy the apes. I mean, it's become the World Wide West. So is it possible to be an advocate of decentralization and also an advocate of the necessity of registering IPs? And can those two coexist? Because they seem like they're a bit counter to one another.
I believe so in a way where if you look in, like, for instance, I know Seth Green, he had his NFT, his board ape stolen, and to get that back went through a whole mess of like regulatory aspects. So that IP project, there has to be code, there has to be that. You need the IPs, you need it to be coded with the NFT space, with the Web3, because if you don't have it, there's a lot of infight, a lot of still like hacking and theft. So you will need that.
I mean, it's interesting. I mean, with NFTs and with decentralization, so you could have and I think the people in this space know you have different communities who are setting up different programs and different systems. And so at some point there has to be some trust. If you were going to do it outside of the PTO, there has to be some trust within the systems within these communities that people like somebody told me you could sell an NFT on like OpenSea, but then you could also sell the same one somewhere else. So ideally, you're trying to say, you sell on OpenSea, that this is the only copy of this ever, but there's no real regulation that you couldn't sell it on some other platform. So you could have decentralization, but you would need some sort of trust. And I don't know if that's out there with this, the monetary system, but I'm sure there is ways to set up different communities and protect your ideas within those communities. I mean, this is the old bartering system. I mean, NFTs and blockchain, this is the old bartering system that people were talking about in the 1970s. Let's get away from the US dollar and let's just trade services. So I think it's possible to do. You just have to have trust between people, and maybe that's what people are setting up with different blockchain communities. So I think it's possible.
I think that maybe you can shed some light on maybe some interactions you've had of the corporate world and their concern regarding Web3 and IP, and I'll give you a scenario. People are used to virtual reality type gaming produced by a corporation and old social media, AOL, etc. But the promise of the Metaverse, which we'll talk about more later, but the promise of the Metaverse is that it becomes an environment where you interact with people's brands and you mix it up a bit. So, hypothetically, you could, go and buy a piece of a Lamborghini and smash it up with a Ford, and then maybe it becomes popular and sells it. And so have you had any conversations in your professional lives with the brands that we know being concerned Or are they excited about the potential of this kind of user-created environment that's going to occur with the commerce that comes with it? I know it's like a multifaceted question, but it's just some things I've been thinking about. The gaming space that we know of are really centralized. You know, you go into this brand's games or this brand series of games, but we're talking about things and people mashing things together, because you can technically, you know, if somebody creates a mergeable NFT, and it happens to be mergeable with someone else's brands, and then that individual that owns the merged thing together, and they start selling it, what are the ramifications? I'm just curious. I want to eavesdrop on some of the conversations that you might be having with others. That's what I'm asking, if that makes sense.
All right, so, yeah, I mean, it's a whole new world of business, and I think it mixes the new with the old. Somebody sent me an email. I got an email just a couple days ago that said like Nike has the most NFT sales of all the NFTs. I don't. It was just an email that I got. So it's the old world plus the new. I mean, people are in the metaverse, but they're selling land, quote unquote land, in metaverses. Which kind of copies the theoretical sale of real estate. So even though it's a metaverse and it's new, it's still copying like the old law of real estate. It's getting a piece of property and buying it, and then hoping it becomes valuable. So it's an old plus a new. I don't think it replaces the patent system, but it certainly goes beyond it. But the major companies are filing for patents, and the major companies are filing for trademarks in this space. And so, I mean, that's something that, one of my education companies, which we focus on, is kind of just teaching these things. So you can't go beyond, you can't skip over what's already there, Like even in the movie The Matrix, they had to plug back into the Matrix to do work, They were outside of the Matrix, but they had to go into the Matrix, and they had to simulate the Matrix to do work. So you can't totally leave the Matrix. You can't be, you can try to be in the real world, but you got to be in both,
Ernest, your thoughts? What have you heard? Concerns, excitement?
I mean, with the metaverse, there's always a chance of, as I said, theft. It's the Wild Wild West right now. You're going into a new space where it's in infancy, so there's so many different things that you're not going to see understanding. And like Jesse said, it's going back to the old is always going to be here. You're always going to, at some point, it will come back into the full circle. So I don't see anything really changing. I feel like there's be new things, but I don't see it as in a way where it won't go back to the old guard. There's always going to be that aspect that we're going to need.
Yeah, I totally agree. With this new world right there that we're talking about, this would be very difficult. You talk about what people are worried about. They're worried about security a lot, losing their intellectual property through the different forms. So that's the biggest thing I'm heard about as far as the metaverse, the security aspect.
And it's still brand awareness. Even if you're in a metaverse, you still have a product that you're trying to sell. So even if you don't register it with the PTO, you're still, the pitch competitions and all of us out here, you're still selling your brand, and it's still, even if it's a common law trademark, you still want people to recognize who you are and what you're doing. So you're still always branding yourself, even if you don't get the formal IP. If it's a trade secret, if you keep your information secret, it's still going to always be governed by that still base layer of society that we've always known. I guess that's what I said before. Yeah.
When it comes to what excites you about the space, do you see any laws changing that specifically relate to Web3? I mean, what is something that you're like, oh man, when we get to this point, this is really going to change or be a game changer?
Well, there was a copyright case that came out about a year and a half ago through the Supreme Court, and it actually made it easier to copy. It actually weakened the copyright laws, and it actually, I think, it will encourage NFTs, because when NFTs first came out, they were copying people's art, and people were getting really upset that their art was getting, copied, and people were selling it. And then this case came through the Supreme Court where it actually makes it easier to copy. So that's, for the NFT community, it's actually better that you can have less, court enforcement of these derivative drawings and so on. But what's fantastic is just hearing some people talk today. I mean, the level of technology. I mean, I talked to a few people today. I didn't know what they were talking about. I was just trying to hold on for dear life. I was like, what are they? Just trying to figure out what they were saying. So that's the fantastic part about it. But I look at the Black empowerment piece and how we're using this. It's not just about making money. It's about supporting, black business and black content and all different things. So it's fantastic that people are doing this, but it's all at different levels. It's not just the most high tech. It's Web 2 and Web 1. We still, we didn't win Web 2 or 1 or 2, or I don't know if we're going to win Web 3. We still got to work on all three levels.
Ernest?
I was going to say, well, in that aspect, what you're saying, the biggest thing that I'm getting from this and the most exciting part is the growth opportunity. It's in its infancy, so we're able to build our own wealth, build our own networks. There's a look in intellectual property, like you say. It's easier for copy to be able to show your product. It's in a way we are here in the forefront to be able to build what we want as a group, as a black community. And I think a lot of times we don't speak about it. And today we're having an opportunity for us to build that up.
Right, and the most exciting thing for me is just the autonomy of it, where so long we have the big government controlling every aspect of our lives. But once we get to decentralized crypto, we can spread out and do what we want to do. We can be our own people.
Have there been any cases yet of, we always talk about how people without means or black people without as much money have had their IP taken by major brands and having that exploded. Have there been any challenges made by individuals who have minted something to the blockchain? I'm not just an NFT in which they're trying to now reverse challenge something that may have be grown by someone else, a major brand, or that hasn't come to pass yet?
I haven't seen it as of yet.
Me neither.
I mean, I don't have any specific examples, but I do know that small businesses do tend to put their ideas out there. I mean, people who are, anybody here, you're trying to get your business heard. You're trying to get, your voice heard. So people just naturally tell their ideas, and everybody does that. So, there's no foolproof way of not getting your ideas taken from, some version of your idea. It's just part of business. I mean, copying is part of human nature. You see somebody with a hat that you like, you go out and get a hat like that. So if you see somebody in business, so copying is natural. The patent system tries to have some guidelines, but everybody's going to have something from them taken at some point. That's a natural part of business. So,
because I bring it up because I know there is a situation of someone from within our community who's not at this particular conference, but Cass Patterson was the first to mint sneaker NFTs and actually had the computer code was on GitHub, and it precedes when Nike started to do its thing. But it's not, you're not talking about somebody that has the funds to say, a certain VC was at my pitch deck competition, and all of a sudden they magically came out with the exact same thing and branded and advertised, had celebrity athletes. But she does have that evidence of the fact that her GitHub, printing date, like it wasn't a blockchain thing, but the programming there does predate anything. Anytime they were mentioning it. But again, you're talking about funds. Who has the funds to pursue or to acquire that, or do you just cut your losses and move on? So that's why I was trying to say that any instance of using the blockchain of a smaller person is say, look, it's verifiable, it's there. It's not me copying from the major brands, and I can show the record of me going to all these different things. When you talk about sharing your plans, sometimes to get money, you got to share everything, and your uncle and your mother to boot. So it's kind of like I'm kind of exploring that idea of people, using the blockchain in that fashion to protect themselves, or do we still really need to concentrate on government, which is more centralized registration?
Oh yeah, I was going to say something until you said that last piece, right? The blockchain certainly proves that you had something first. That's what I said in my initial comment about enforcement. But there's no way to prevent yourself. Like I said, the early NFT people's drawings just got taken, so there's no foolproof way of not taken advantage of in this world. You do as much as you can to protect yourself. You fight as best you can. Sometimes you win. Hopefully you win most of the times, but you're not going to win them all. So it's definitely going to happen.
In an aspect, smart contracts do help in a way to help with your NFTs, but at the same time, like he says, there's no foolproof way of seeing your product doesn't get taken away. So in itself, it's just figuring it out. there's no real answer to it at this
But
moment.
smart contracts are nice though. If you can get yourself into a smart contract, then yeah, that's a good way.
Like I said, nothing's really regulated. It's like it's the wild, wild west right now. We're still, it's in the infancy. You're still building it up. We don't know where it's going to go. Like within the Web3 space, we see what's going on. NFTs, Bitcoin, the crypto side is just it's a big factor where we're going to see what's going to happen.
And I have a client who has an NFT collection, and it's the same name as a popular hip hop artist, from back in the day. And he knew that, and he derived his name from the hip hop artist, and he put his collection out there. He got a letter from the hip hop artist kind of representation, but he knew and they wanted to do NFTs, but he knew he started his NFT project first, and he was like, no, let's file it. I want to get the trademark for that. So we filed like this group of trademarks, and after we filed, we got the letter again, and they threatened him like a cease and desist letter. They threatened to take him to court. So, but he's plowing ahead. He thinks it's his property. He developed his whole collection, and so it hasn't gone to court yet. But we'll see.
It sort of is a different category. I mean, it's named after it, but it's not the artists themselves, is it? Or is it? No. So it's just the name that's the same.
Yeah.
But it's a different
But he wouldn't have. He got the name from the artist, But he doesn't. He says it has a different meaning, but it's, But he was in the marketplace with his NFTs before they were. And so he's a little guy, they're a big guy. We'll see what happens. So I'll give you an update next year.
Yeah, definitely got an update next year. Any message you get is still a little bit of Wild Wild West. We probably still should rely on the traditional systems for now, but who knows what's going to happen in a year, 2 years, 5 years. I'd like to thank our panelists, Jesse, Derek, and Ernest, who give them a round of applause. And for those who are, again, I'm going to keep repeating this because people are coming at different times of the day based on their schedule. I believe Ernest is the only person that is new. There is a parting gift for you, so you can go out this door and somebody will have a shuka for you of your choice of color, and make sure you get it and take some pictures, okay? Thank you.
Thanks
so much.
Thank you.
Next we have, are they all here? Thank you so much to all of our panelists, and thank you, Deidre, for moderating once again. So we have another panel, another fireside, before we have our next keynote speaker. So next we're about to talk about cybercrime. Cybercrime and avoiding crypto hacks, rug pulls, and exploits. So I know this is a really important topic. A lot of people have questions on, and let's get right on into it. I'm going to invite our panelists up. First we have Jasmine Brunson, who is the founder of Rikify AL. Next, we have Keisha Crosby, who's the founder and CEO of TriGuard Risk Solutions. And then last but certainly not least, we have Dr. Robert Campbell, who is the president of Med Cybersecurity. Welcome, welcome. And over to Ms. Deidre.
All right, so this is about keeping things secure. So we're going to have our panelists one by one take about 3 minutes to introduce yourself and give your background. Sorry.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jasmine Brunson. I am the CEO and founder of Rectify AI. I'm a data scientist, developer, DJ, kind of like left brain, right brain. The way I came into this space is through a movie called Dope in 2016. And I was in high school, and I always was coding. I was always inquisitive. And I told myself, I was like, so we're going to be using Bitcoin, something that is backed by math equations in the future? Like, yeah, let's go. So I went down a rabbit hole, started studying the decentralized future, got into the Ethereum ecosystem, going to hackathons. And the funny thing enough, The beautiful thing is this summit was my first in-person summit, and its value in this ambiance of seeing the people who literally are built off of decentralization, we're the naturally decentralized people coming into this space and building. So that's kind of me, and thank you guys so much for having me.
Hi, my name is Keisha Crosby. I'm the founder and CEO of TriGuard Risk Solutions. So my specialty is software security and system security. I have a math degree and an engineering degree, and I happen to do, for my senior thesis in mathematics, ciphering and cryptography theorems. So I'm an old school cryptographer.
Hi, my name is Rob Campbell. I am chair of a quantum computing PhD research program at Capital Tech University, headquartered in Laurel. I am also a consultant for cybersecurity for enterprises as well. I started cryptography in the Navy. I was a Navy officer back in the late 80s, and so I've been working cryptography since the late 80s and still doing that today.
Okay, my first question, we're going to take it way back. We're going to take it back to the beginning of 2009. Is Bitcoin as secure a value transactor as has been said, or is it not? And why do people actually say that it is, unbreakable? I mean, we think people will give speeches and they'll hear these things and say these things, but you guys are the experts in this area, so it really needs to come from you in terms of not just saying, well, this works and this doesn't work, but really trying to explain to us why you know what you know. So please explain, I'm a repeater of it, other people have repeated it today, but you guys are the ones that really know the truth about it. So give us the 411. Is this revolutionary technology or is it not, and why or why not?
I'll go first. I would say in my research and my experience, Bitcoin is the most decentralized cryptocurrency there is, period. Like you're talking about the proof of work consensus and the fact that Bitcoin in the beginning days, Bitcoin had no smart contracts. It's now afforded smart contracts through languages such as Clarity. And the issue is that when we talk about the Ethereum ecosystem and all these other ecosystems, the main attack vector is that contract. It can be edited by anyone. Once you put something out on mainnet, it can be exploited. Bitcoin is the most decentralized cryptocurrency there is, and people will make the argument that there was some type of vulnerability back in 2010 where Satoshi had to fix the code so that someone wouldn't mint multiple Bitcoins. That was the last kind of vulnerability we heard about Bitcoin. Ever since, we're solid because of Metcalfe's law. The more people who use the network, the more valuable and more secure it'll become.
So, I guess I got a different view. I think it is secure. I think it's obfuscated through the blockchain. So that makes it more permeable and harder to get to. But a lot of times people don't look at the software it's built on and what might have bugs or flaws in it. And then we don't think about, there are, 700 and I think 71 known weaknesses in software. And some of those, a big subset of them, are cryptographic weaknesses.
Let's see.
Dr. Campbell, can you hold the mic a little closer to you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can everybody hear me? Let's see. Blockchain technology is a technology that has put together a number of technologies that have existed for decades. So for example, fault tolerance, right? We've had fault tolerance in enterprise networks for a long time. Another aspect is distributed consensus, right? That's where you got a database, but it's in different places and it needs to agree in real time. And cryptography, which is one of the most important aspects. So looking at Bitcoin, I'm a big fan. Even though I do quantum computing, but I see those technologies merging and helping one another.
I am a fan of Bitcoin because of this proof of work that it has as a security model. And what I mean by that is, so we have so many people involved in mining Bitcoin. I do as well. I mine Bitcoin. I mine 24/7 other coins. I used to mine Ethereum before they went to proof of stake. I was at a conference, I think a week ago or 2 weeks ago, and somebody asked me about the proof of stake and proof of work and what did I thought about it. And so my answer was basically proof of work, yeah, that's a security model that we can evaluate. We say, well, in order to hijack this blockchain, you need so much hash power, and it's so spread around the world now. It's so high, it's really difficult to do. But proof of stake is basically, the whales coming in. They've got a big say. They're validating. It's centralization, and it has no security model. They're saying basically, because you have assets invested, you're not going to be a bad actor. That's not a security model. That's a joke.
Uh-oh. I just want to clarify a few points for people that are new. We always say that, take as many notes as you can, and then Google is your friend to try to understand what they're talking about. But just to backpedal, just kind of summarize what Dr. Campbell is saying, when he was talking about the technologies pre-existing, Bitcoin is analogous to the first cake. If you imagine the first ever baked cake in the world. But those ingredients all existed: the eggs, the milk, the flour, the butter, the sugar, even baking things in ovens, all existed. But imagine when that recipe is together, it makes something that's new from older ingredients. And then once you have that first base, pound cake, because we know it's first cake, pound cake, then all other cakes, chocolate cakes, carrot cakes, and all that kind of stuff are kind of an extension of that first cake. So that's kind of analogous of what he was saying. But something else that he was saying kind of leads into the next question. There's been a criticism, or there's been a statement that Bitcoin will eventually be hackable because of quantum level computing. I'm going to let Dr. Campbell answer last, because that's area of his specialty. I want the other ones first, and he can kind of add his comments later. So we'll again go in order, starting with Jasmine.
I would say when I read Anthony Lewis's book, The Basis of Blockchains and Bitcoins, or Bitcoins and Blockchains, I might be switching it around, and he mentioned that the only two things that might kind of be an attack or something that could possibly mess Bitcoin up, mess up the Bitcoin network, was quantum computing and treasury-backed CBDCs. And this book was created prior to 2015. We started even talking about CBDCs. I think as far as quantum computing goes, even if there was a collection of countries that got together and tried to attack the Bitcoin network, it's not going to take all of its value. There's too many participants, in my opinion. And so, I'm actually interested in Dr. Campbell's views on this topic, because it's very contentious, but I feel like we're just already ahead. We've gotten so far where I don't think that quantum computing or even these CBDCs are going to destroy the Bitcoin network.
Oh, okay.
He's just like, I defer. I yield my time.
No, I thought I was last. Okay, so, well, the blockchain, Bitcoin blockchain has several elements that involves cryptography. So one of them is mining, right? So in order to add a block, we miners try to, get in there and solve this puzzle so we can help to add a block to the blockchain. The other aspect is the digital signatures, your ownership of your assets, right? Your private and your public keys. So it has a lot of cryptography. So when we say, hack, but sometimes we have to be more specific about what part are we talking about. So what the quantum computing threat does to not just blockchain, but the entire planet, as far as if you use a network, if you you have digital secrets you want to keep, it cracks all of that. It's all broken, right? And so, but there is work being done by National Institute of Standards and Technology that says here's a new algorithm that you can use to implement in your networks and implement into blockchains. But Bitcoin is a bit different than an ordinary network. It is highly resilient to attacks. Now, we also have to remind ourselves when we talk about blockchain, sometimes we get confused with the ecosystem, right? It may be a service for a blockchain. It may be a wallet for a blockchain. It may be a DeFi, right, or a decentralized exchange that has really nothing to do with the blockchain. So we hear about attacks almost on a daily basis, but it really, most of them don't have anything to do with the blockchain. So I am optimistic about Bitcoin, a strong supporter, and I'm pushing to integrate quantum technologies that will make it resistant to quantum computer attacks. So that's one of my life's goals right now at the moment. And so I'm very optimistic about Bitcoin being able to stand up to quantum computing.
I'm going to,
So, I mean, I can't add to that, right? So, but what I would like to say, and I know I'm not the moderator, is, you know, we all know that it's built on SHA, you know, secure hash, right, algorithm. I want to ask, like, you know, the doctor, with your quantum computing, are you looking at SHA-3?
Well, Bitcoin is SHA-256, right? So, yeah, the new family is, she's talking about, like, you have cryptography, which is public key, private key. Then you have cryptography, which is symmetric, which is you have one key. And now she's talking about SHA, which is a hash, that there's no key, right? There's no key. So the SHA and the AES, they're in the same category in terms of what a quantum computer can do. For example, the quantum computers are so powerful and that typical classical computer could take hundreds or thousands of years to crack a particular code or algorithm, but a quantum computer could do it in seconds or fractions of a second, right? Sufficiently large. So, but the Bitcoin blockchain is more complicated. They do a double hash, right? And then they have another hash. It's a 160 that's shortened for addresses, right? So they have multiple cryptographic operations which make it more resilient than a typical network, right? So I'm very, you know, optimistic about it, Bitcoin.
I have a question. If Bitcoin is, as a proof of work blockchain with so many different nodes, meaning so many different people running the software to keep it secure more than any other proof of work cryptocurrency, then why don't we see as much of corporations and others advocating building on top of Bitcoin's blockchain? Why are they running towards proof of stake and making statements about, you know, green energy and stuff like that? What do you think is behind that? I'll let Keisha answer first.
So I think corporate is starting to adopt the blockchain. They're just not adopted within the space. A lot of them are using it within their corporations, within the big.
Yeah, hold the mic closer to your mouth.
I said corporations are adopting it. They're mostly adopting it, block technology within their space, not necessarily.
Isn't that like a database? Do they really even need? Do they even need? If they're adopting a version of blockchain that's privatized to their or customized to their industry, then why wouldn't they just use a database? What's the point?
So you're talking about the ledger that's within inside the blockchain?
Yeah, I'm asking, like, why aren't they building layers more so and advocating that, you know, using Bitcoin's blockchain and building layers on top of that versus trying to create, you know, proof of stake, privatized.
I'm a
and
small
not using a
business, so
database.
I can't answer why corporate does what they do.
Okay.
But I can see, as a small business, why they want to use the technology, because it's really more robust and secure than what's currently out there. So I see them wanting to use the technology. I can't answer to why they're not using the vehicle that's already there in.
So essentially, they're admitting it's a technological improvement, but they still want the controls to control it, basically, to their best interest. Okay. Jasmine, do you want to say something? And we're gonna, I think I have to check the time, but Jasmine first.
Got me
Dr.
thinking. I think I have a multifaceted approach to this. So I think that people are possibly playing catch up, going into like the Ethereum ecosystem, building on Arbitrum, building on Phantom, what have you. So there's a lot of money to be made in these high-risk investments like DeFi. They want some Bitcoin. Those investors, they're taking that money and they're putting it into Bitcoin because they understand the value of it. The issue is that when people see the price of Bitcoin, who has the price right now? Anybody got their computer open? $19,000. Bitcoin's on sale, right?
Yeah, but I don't think that's a real argument. I'm going to interject a little bit, even though we only have like 4 minutes left.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a real argument. But if you know the history and you realize that the oldest NFTs were still built on Bitcoin's blockchain, and the oldest DeFi application was still built on. So I think the thing I was asking was, why did people continue to improve building layers on top of Bitcoin? Versus, you know, saying we need it, versus making an argument, we need a proof of stake blockchain that's different than Bitcoin because Bitcoin can't do X, Y, Z, even though Bitcoin was already doing X, Y, Z before they started doing X, Y, Z. That's my question.
I don't think there's just one answer to this. I think there's like, there's multiple reasons why people go to different ecosystems. I mean, people will give incentives to build on their chain, stuff like that. But in terms of the investors and why they're running to proof of stake and all that, I think a lot of people have bit the environmental bullet. Oh, proof of work is bad for the environment. I gotta use Ethereum. I gotta use this. I gotta use that. It's just like, do your research. You know what I mean? And then, I think that's the best way I can approach this type of thing.
Dr. Campbell, you want to close this out? We have about 3 minutes.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. I presented some blockchain solutions to some government agencies, and we went through a kind of a matrix of your choices, you know, advantages, disadvantages. For example, one of the big things is transaction throughput, right? How many transactions can I do in a second, right? So if you're a very, very busy enterprise, then you can't get bogged down with a slow blockchain. So there are alternatives to that. So for example, we call Bitcoin blockchain a blockchain because of the data structure. The data structure is a linear array, and it can only take in so many inputs and output so many outputs per second, right? It's somewhat limited, linear, you know. Now, we have other data structures that's built on top of the technology of Bitcoin, such as you've heard today, DAG, which is a graph, right? It's fast. You've got distributed consensus spread out, very, very, very rapid. So you get to 100,000 transactions per second or more. So there's considerations of transactions per second. There's a consideration of privacy of the data, especially if you're an enterprise or you're a classified organization. You don't want everybody looking at what you're doing, right? So they have permissioned as opposed to unpermissioned blockchains like Hyperledger, which is a variant of Bitcoin that a lot of enterprises are using. So they are using the technology, but they're customizing it for their needs. Also, they want to keep control, so they'll have their administrators who have, you know, super privileges. And so therefore, if it's permission, they don't need the proof of work per se that we have in an open blockchain that's global, like Bitcoin. So they get to save a little bit on energy, but they keep control.
All right, thank you. I wish we had more time. Can we get a round of applause for Jasmine, Keisha, and Dr.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And all of our panelists, if you could join our photographer for a photo op in the lobby before you disperse. Get a group shot. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Deirdre. So we are moving into our next keynote speaker. Okay, so we have the lovely Miss Cleve Mesidor, who is the Executive Director of the Blockchain Foundation. So please welcome her to the stage, everyone.
Testing, testing, testing. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. How is everyone enjoying the program? Woo! So, I have been at, I think I missed 1 year. I think I've been at every Black Blockchain Summit since the first one. John here, one of the founders, has created this thing that just ended up being this place where Black people from all over crypto, all over the country in crypto started coming to and kept coming to. It's such an important space because Black and Latino communities lead national adoption of crypto. How many of you knew that? Black and Latino communities lead national adoption of crypto. There would be no industry without us. There would be no industry without us. So we belong in this space. We belong in this room. Today I'm going to talk to you about something that's kind of boring, public policy, the regulatory framework. But I want to go a little deeper. I want to talk about what each of you could be doing, should be doing, and how you can make a change. So I'm Cleve Mesidor. I'm the Executive Director for the Blockchain Foundation. It is the sister entity to the Blockchain Association. The association is the largest entity for crypto in the industry, representing about 100 companies. I've been working with them for about 3 years, and last year we recognized we needed an arm, a nonprofit arm, to focus exclusively on education. So that's the hat I wear right now. Where was I before? I worked in Congress. I worked for Congresswoman Barbara Lee. I worked for Congresswoman Betty McCollum, who's from Minnesota. Most of you know Barbara Lee. Then I served in the Obama administration. I was a presidential appointee in the Obama administration. I actually served in the Department of Commerce at the Economic Development Administration. Working in Congress, I thought I worked for the federal government. Then I got to the executive branch. Then I really found out what working for the government felt like. That said, it was in 2013, while I was serving in the Obama administration, that I first learned about Bitcoin. Sinclair Skinner introduced me. I helped him with a press release, learned about it, then I saw the movie Dope, and it crystallized it for me. Around 2016, when the conversation opened up beyond Bitcoin, beyond currency, to what are the applications of the technology, I found my space. I found my sweet spot. So it was, how do we use the technology to solve problems? Things like self-sovereign identity brought me here. Intellectual property protections, I was like, yes, that is for me. So I left Washington to go work in crypto. John knows, I was going to build a product on Ethereum. He actually did a whole call with me. I started building logos, published a white paper. Then in December 2017, the worst and best thing that could happen to crypto happened. December 2017, Bitcoin hit $20,000, and the space has never been the same again. What that did was opened up the regulatory conversation. All of a sudden, the IRS was just like, are these people paying their taxes? Then you had the regulatory agencies said, are those securities? Are those commodities? And then you had Congress saying, well, what kind of legislation do we need to create for this industry? So something that was created to solve problems all of a sudden became a political tool. We started talking about what is the regulatory framework. Why that affects you is because the regulatory framework is code for how do we stop this train? How do we put in rules and roadblocks? How do we conform this rogue industry to look more like traditional finance, to look more like traditional banking, right? And so in 2018, I had to lean back to Washington to start focusing on this. And in leaning back, I found the Blockchain Association, and Kristen Smith was leading it, and we started collaborating because I knew we needed to focus on the Tri-Caucus, the Black Caucus, Hispanic Caucus, Asian Pacific American Caucus. We need to make sure that the people who represent Black and brown people also knew that Black and brown people were building on this space. There are many people who believe that Black people are latecomers to this space. We're just jumping on a bandwagon. We know that's not true, because some of you in this room have been in this space since 2009, since 2010, since 2011, since 2012, since 2013. And the only reason there is adoption, the only reason Black and Latino communities lead national adoption is because of the work that you're doing here. So if Black and Latino communities lead adoption, if we've been in this space since the get-go, why don't you see us at the hearings? You've seen the crypto hearings, right? When they're creating these bills that you hear about, did they consult us? That's a problem, because the reason policy doesn't work is because Washington wants to use the same rules from the 1930s, the same approaches to regulate a new industry. So that's why now, it used to be a time when you didn't need a bank account to buy crypto, but now you do. All of the policies we've been seeing just try to make crypto operate more and more like traditional finance. And who does it keep out? Those early adopters, those of you in the room. So, policy. What we've seen is a lack of inclusion in the policy-making process. We're not being consulted. It's not because of a lack of trying. Most of you know I have been working to get Black people in the face of these regulators. Some of you have been coming to Washington. But let's be honest, the members of Congress, they want to talk about financial inclusion. They just want to have that conversation with wealthy executives. They're not interested in talking to us. And that's where we have to make it stop. Why not? Because that is not how they do things. They have a way of doing things, right? Even the Black Caucus, even progressive Democrats, right? How do they do things? There's an agenda. The Black vote is important. They talk about our issues when it comes to voting, but they know we're gonna keep voting, right? So when it comes to crypto and the Black majority in crypto, they approach it the same way. Why come to us? They have us unlocked as a voting Black anyways, right? So when it comes to financial inclusion, they know they can't solve the issue because people say all the time, technology doesn't change things, people change things. Government doesn't change things, people change things. Laws and policies and technology should empower people to make the change. But right now, the people who represent you do not want to talk to you about crypto. I'll give you an example. The first hearing for cryptocurrency was supposed to happen this past week. It was supposed to be the first hearing. The House Agriculture Committee was going to have it, right? And I was invited to testify. The day of the hearing, it got postponed because of votes. How is it the only hearing on financial inclusion gets postponed because of votes? Because I remember a Senate hearing on crypto that we had to wait 2 hours to begin because of votes, but it still occurred. But that said, I don't want to be critical because I appreciate the House Agricultural Committee for actually having the hearing, for actually taking on the goal of having the hearing. But my issue was, the way Congress works is who's ever in the majority gets to invite the witnesses. The minority, in this case is the Republicans, only get one witness. So that means the Democrats control Congress. They can have 20 witnesses. I was the Republican witness. It was the Republicans who used their one witness to bring me to the table. That's ridiculous. Now, the majority, the Democrats, did bring in a black person and a Latina, two academics who hate crypto, who can really talk about why crypto is bad. And then they did have a company that actually will talk about crypto in a good way, and that was a white female CEO who is wonderful. Love her. So what I likened it, it was like, that hearing was like you having a hearing about rap music. Is it good for families? And then you bring on a black person, a Latino person who can say it's terrible, it's killing families. And then the only person you bring from the industry is Eminem, right? Love Eminem, great rapper, but you don't bring him before you bring us, right? So they don't get to bring everybody who's already testified, who's been at multiple hearings before they go into their districts in Ohio, in New Mexico, in Texas, to find the black and Latino people who are building on it, especially when it's a conversation about inclusion. Again, I credit the House Agriculture Committee for even wanting to have the discussion. But isn't it sad that it took this long to actually have this discussion? I'm going to provide a framework of some of the policy issues that are playing out that affects you. But before I do, I want to tell you, none of this is going to change unless those of you in the room run for office. None of this is going to change unless those of you in the room find somebody in your community to run for office. Washington is run by a generation of people who are used to doing things a certain way. It doesn't matter if they're black, white, or Latino, they're still used to doing it a certain way. And those of you in this room are looking to do things differently. Until we elect new people to the table, that's not gonna happen. And that means, I'm gonna say something very controversial, that means you have to primary incumbents. That means the good Democrats we love, that are so great, you have to decide if 10 terms is enough, if 20 years is enough. Because if you want your voices heard, they have proven that that is not where they want to be. And so we can be loyal as much as we want, and loyalty will get you somewhere. It just won't get your voices heard. Controversial, but right now, this is the 21st century, we're at an inflection point. We are leading an industry and our voices are not heard. Washington is creating policies for an industry and you are not at the table. Here's why it's bad. Right now, Gary Gensler, the SEC commissioner, sees all cryptocurrencies as securities. Do you know what a security is? It's something that will land you in jail. They want to, Gary Gensler thinks NFTs look like securities. That means those of you in the room can be building NFTs that 2 years from now, it will be retroactive. You will get an SEC fine, and you will go to jail for building it because you distributed it. It may sound crazy, but right after the merge, for the Ethereum folks in the room, right after the merge, Gary Gensler said, this new, more energy efficient Ethereum looks like a security to me. So we need to take a look at it. as a security. Right now, the IRS looks at cryptos as property. So that's why you have to pay your taxes. The CFTC looks at cryptos as commodities, right? And they've declared that Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin are commodities based on their rules. The SEC says, they all look like securities. And securities laws are something that large companies have a lot of attorneys for. They have a huge budget to actually go to court when securities issues come into play. Startup founders, do you? Do you have an accountant? Do you have an attorney? Do you have a budget for that? This type of regulation is coming. I may sound alarmist, but it's coming. Just this week, there was a decision made. There was a lawsuit filed against a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization. You guys are building DAOs. You guys are using DAOs. The details are a little inside baseball, but it refers to people who voted on governance of a DAO, right? People who actually voted, right? So now, the implication is that DAOs would be looked at just as LLCs. And the participants in a DAO, especially voting members, will actually have a legal burden. Look it up, just announced. Mind-blowing. As I close, I want to highlight the most egregious regulatory policy. So last year, infrastructure law. Most people did not realize, for Biden to pay for the infrastructure law, in the pay for section is, how do you pay for the bill? So Biden's people said, we're going to use crypto to pay for the bill, $28 billion if I remember correctly. So crypto paid for that infrastructure law. So how do you get to $28 billion? Right? The pathway to do that was to expand the definition of broker. Right? So a broker is Gemini, Kraken, the big exchanges. So if you expand that definition to software and hardware developers, miners and stakers, then you have a larger body that have a regulatory compliance, that have a legal and financial burden that you could get to 28 billion. Who are the software and hardware developers? They're the startup founders, innovators in the space. Who are the miners and stakers? That's you all. So these policies, right, that you're not a part of, for the first time in history, you're getting hit real hard, real quick. The large companies, they have large attorneys and funds to just withstand this. You don't. We are on a trajectory to make it impossible for ownership to continue as we've seen it. We came to this space because of decentralization, diminished barriers of entry. You can build, you can innovate. But while you were building, the people you elected to represent you are creating policies, some unknowingly, some it's just how we do things, that are having effects on basic things that you do. NFTs, DAOs, being a software developer. So, and just to be clear, the software developer law that has a compliance burden on software and hardware developers, it became law. We're still fighting it, the Blockchain Association and others. Do you know what Treasury Secretary Yellen said when challenged as to this is an undue burden to entrepreneurs and startups? I'm quoting now. Essentially, the response was, we have no intention of targeting them now, but we reserve the right to do so later. So as long as you're small and you're not making money, you're good. Don't become profitable because the law exists that at any point, pull it out of the packet. So, right now, you can't afford to just be innovators. You have to follow the regulatory policies. Each of you have a local representative, whether it be your member of your congressperson or your senator or your mayor or your governor, because Colorado just announced that anybody in Colorado could pay their taxes with cryptocurrency. So you need to make these people work for you, because these laws and these policies have tremendous effect on you, but you can stop the train. For the first time, Black and Latino communities lead national adoption of crypto, but we are the majority in the world, and these people get to ignore us at their peril. So apologies for scaring you, but I hope I have. I hope I've prompted some of you to think you want to run for office. You want to get your kids to run for office, because we need to vote a lot of people out. Politics because, oh my God, this person has been so good to us. That's wonderful. Send them a card, send them flowers, but don't give them a congressional seat. That is not how you think, people. These people have to be working for you, working for our communities. On that note, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Thank you. Thank you so much. Of course. And now we have another panel discussion. How's everybody feeling? Good? Okay, I know we're like getting towards the end. We have a few more panels and speakers. So let's get into the next one. And I'd like to invite our moderator up once again, Ms. Deirdre McIntyre. Come on up. Oh, okay, this is like our fullest panel. All right, so let me stand on this side so that way everyone has enough room to get to their seat and their microphone. Alrighty, so the title for this panel discussion is Housing for All, Blockchain and Real Estate. I know this is a very hot subject. So we would like to invite Ms. Whitney Griffin to the stage. Whitney, are you with us? She's a real estate investor with InvestWit. Hi, welcome, welcome. And then we have Mr. Omar Kareem, who is the president of Banneker Ventures, LLC. Next, we have Tracy Powell, who is a real estate broker with Buy the Hood. Ooh, I'm loving all the pink, yes. And next we have Mr. Marcus Goodwin, who is the managing partner of Goodwin Companies. And then for our final seat, we have Mr. Drew Hubbard, who is who's over housing and community development. Oh, sorry.
All right, we're going to take about 3 minutes for each individual to properly introduce themselves and give their background on their career. We'll start with Marcus.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Marcus Goodwin. I'm a DC native. I've been in commercial real estate for about 10 years, focusing on apartment, office, hotel, and mixed-use projects in this region, DC, Maryland, and Virginia. Started my career in New York, did 2 years of investment banking, always wanted to come home and have an impact on communities. Last year, I launched my own firm called Goodwin Companies, currently building a 120-unit affordable housing building by the Arboretum, so going through the entitlement process, ensuring that we have all of our zoning in place because we're going up a little bit higher than in-place zoning would allow. I also run a software company called Ownerific, focused on helping provide more equitable access to home ownership. So happy to talk about the blockchain and the impacts or implications on both commercial and residential housing in the district and beyond.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Omar Kareem. Hey, I'm with Banneker Ventures, and it's such an honor to be here, right? I love black people, just like the shirts that you all have. And I came up and grew up of age right here on the yard, right here in the Armour J. Blackburn Center. And we used to do a lot of protesting and did a lot here. I came to Howard when I was 16 and did my mechanical engineering degree here and law degree at Howard. My whole family, we're full of engineers. And I run a company that's been around for 17 years. We are a BE 100 company. We mainly focus on real estate development and construction. At one point, we were working in 11 states across the country. Now we're primarily in the DMV. We have $700 million worth of development projects, primarily affordable housing, workforce housing, and some retail. Our most recent transaction, we closed on a large apartment community on 16th Street Northwest last Friday. It was a no money down transaction. I would love to talk to you all about that one of these days or today or whatever. Super excited to be on the stage with some giants in real estate, and I'm really here to listen to these amazing folks and have an amazing conversation about real estate and the blockchain. So thank you all so much.
Hi everyone, I'm Whitney. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. I'm a Howard alum actually. Graduated in 2019 I did computer science. I'm actually a software engineer at Microsoft, and I've done a lot of projects with them where I took like enterprise solutions. We went from idea to production in less than 6 months. I've done private consortiums for transport industry, food traceability, NFT projects, and now I'm actually not active in the blockchain space. But what I've been focusing on in the past like 1 to 2 years was real estate. And the reason I got into real estate, in fact, back in March 2021, I didn't believe I can buy a property because I'm a foreign national. And I actually got my first home in March, and by the time the end of 2021 came around, I had 6 properties, and now I have 12. And this year, I actually bought 6 of them with 0 money down. Brother Umar said, right? So long story short, what I'm trying to do now is really like figure out how I can continue buying real estate using 0 money down, as well as like once we figure this out, I know that there's a bunch of people who also don't know how to buy property, and maybe they don't even care about knowing. So I really hope that I can help them bridge that gap and provide that real estate investing at leisure feature to them, where we all just build generational wealth and hopefully focus on the solutions that we really care about.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tracy Powell. I am from Philadelphia originally. Heavy background in real estate. Family's been in real estate for forever. Quick journey for my educational background. I'm actually a chemical engineer by profession. Became a real estate broker through real estate. From family, from learning, from understanding how to buy since back in the 80s with dollar houses with my family, creating trusts and that kind of thing. Joined this year, the last 3 years, with a minority development company who is one of the largest on the East Coast, doing a $15 billion expansion in the Navy Yard in Philadelphia, also doing revitalization for Bowie State, as well as several other universities up and down the Turnpike at this point. And a lot of the details became very evident about our plan to do equity development to help make sure our community is involved in some of these big transactions and these big real estate developments. We started using programs like Small Change and different things for them to be able to contribute, and we are transitioning into starting to utilize crypto as options for those kind of things. So I'm super, super excited to be here, super excited for this community, super excited to learn more, to do more, to be able to network more, because housing and into the blockchain is the future?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Drew Hubbard. I serve as the director of the DC Department of Housing and Community Development. I have spent my career here in the district doing housing and workforce development policy, and then over the last several years, at the agency that is mainly a funder of affordable housing projects, as well as with responsibility to do some regulatory functions in the housing space. I'm a transplant here to DC. I like to joke that my kids are native Washingtonians, but I'm from the Philadelphia area too originally. I went to Morehouse for undergrad and went to GW for law school, but really got into housing and workforce development, really all the issues related to people of color, folks who are low and moderate income, and really got my training, and I'm gonna say this name, how many of y'all are from DC in this room? So I got my training working for Marion Barry, and that's the perspective I look at this work from, because if there's one thing that you take away for those of you who don't know Marion Barry and his legacy, he cared about young people and seniors and everyone in between to make sure that folks that lived in this city were able to stay here and prosper. And anything he ever put into policy was focused on that solely. So that's how I come to this work.
Clap, clap. My first question is very simple. How is the real estate industry using blockchain? Everyone can answer. Don't rush it at once.
So I think the beauty of the question and maybe the conversation that we need to have is what the potential is. I've just looking around the world seen examples of, in India, there's a lot of instances of property fraud. People trying to sell property they don't actually hold title to. And the potential for the blockchain is the ability to create smart contracts that helps both, city, state, provincial governments understand who actually is the title holder to property being held into, an immutable blockchain, identifying uniquely who is the owner of a property. You can eliminate or, certainly drastically reduce instances of this happening. So the Indian national government, the Uttar Pradesh, which is where Delhi, Jaipur, and Agra are, have contracted with a Swedish company that they're utilizing the blockchain to ensure and minimize the ability for people to try to sell parcels of land, tracts of land, individual properties that they don't actually hold title to. And that's helping them avoid a lot of the costs that the state would incur because they have to, one, get a report of this, send out detectives, do work and understand and uncover exactly what occurred, and then take the land back for the lawful and rightful owner. That's a lot of government resources being consumed, and that's one way in which, certainly if we took that, adopted this strategy here in DC and could understand we all have unique identifiers. If we're American, we have social security numbers, or if you hold property in an LLC, you have an EIN, who is the rightful title owner, and then within the blockchain, easily transferring that, minimizing some of the middlemen like title companies, or at least reducing the load of work that they have to do.
That's a good question. I don't know many people that are doing real estate using the blockchain, but it certainly has a tremendous opportunity and a tremendous impact on our people and on municipalities in particular and on black municipalities. For example, the District of Columbia, if you transfer a real property in the District of Columbia, you have to pay what's called transfer and recordation taxes. That can be upward to 5% of the value of the property. If that property is now transferred using the blockchain and the district government is not involved, the district can lose billions and billions and billions of dollars over the foreseeable future. So it's certainly something that our government should be interested in, because those dollars are then used to go invest in roads and schools and grants and hospitals and other things like that. So that's one thing. The second thing is I think our community needs to be certainly interested in the blockchain and in technology and real estate in particular, because if we don't, we just gonna get left out. Like we won't even be able to transfer your grandmother's property or your property or your parents' property if somebody dies if things are transferred over the blockchain and we don't know how to transfer the property over the blockchain, or if we don't have wallets. We were coming in earlier today and a mom had thanked one of the founders here and thanked him for organizing it, and she was like, and my daughter here has a wallet. And I was like, a wallet? No way. I said, I thought she was an undergraduate or graduate student. And I said, how old are you? She said, 15. I said, my God, right? So all of us, instead of the little wallets we got in our pockets or whatever, right, we should be getting our children wallets so that they could keep, you know, Bitcoin and other type of coins and other things like that, you know, inclusive of understanding what smart contracts are and other things like that.
Whitney was skipping you. No, Whitney, I'm skipping Whitney because I know the wealth of, she's been at this conference from the very beginning as a startup founder, and I know she's going to drop a whole lot of knowledge. So we're going to go to Tracy, and then we're going to come back to Whitney.
Okay, perfect, yeah. Definitely, I see a lot of potential. There's so many different facets that can be used. I've seen it on a small scale on a few people who've bought property using crypto, rehabbed it, pulled it out, money using DeFi, different things, put the money back. Very, very temperamental, small scale, nothing that's caught fire that I've seen in my space. I do know that there's been, I guess recently in like February, a $650,000 sale that happened with an NFT property. That was the first of an auction kind that happened via blockchain, which is interesting, and I don't know all the details about it, but I know it's Googleable. But it's starting to become a regulatory thing that I'm sure is going to literally become an addition to the standard. So I think we're on the precipice of that change of, in addition to traditional mortgages, this becoming an option.
I mean, I'll stay along those same lines. I don't think any of the project we've done have included that as a source, but this city is the place where innovative things happen related to real estate, especially housing, affordable housing. You know, we put out under Mayor Bowser something north of $1 billion just for affordable housing. But the one thing that ties into what Marcus was saying, that, you know, this technology and this as a potential scaled up use, anything that deals with affordable housing, anything that drives cost affects in a negative way affordability. So if we're talking about increased timelines, if we're talking about the things he talked about with having to go through a lengthy process of clearing title, that's going to affect the end user. In a commercial development or a regular real estate transaction, it's not the best thing to pass that cost on to the end user, but it can happen. But when you're looking at building affordable housing, any of that cost, it has to stop somewhere, because it's untenable to pass it on to the end user if you're really trying to create safe, affordable housing for folks that are here and can stay here. So anything that can help make sure that cost driver is capped is something we want to look at.
Whitney. Thank you. I've seen several companies use blockchain in real estate where they take a stabilized property that is owned by an LLC and then fractionalize the ownership in that LLC and then pretty much put it up for sale for anyone who is accredited or can go through like compliance to be able to like buy a fraction of that property, and then as long as they own a share in that property, they are able to get participate in the income that comes from that property each month, as well as participate in the appreciation. So I've seen that around, and for me, like since I started buying property, my mindset is I never want to get rid of the physical asset. I never want to sell my real estate. And if we look in the Black community, what we are seeing is we're losing our wealth because we are selling our asset maybe when someone didn't do proper estate planning, the kids inherit it and they aren't knowledgeable, or they are in a bind where all they can do is just sell the asset, and that's a lot of wealth lost. And one of the things I'm really passionate about is how do we stop that wealth gap from continuing to increase? And the best way I see it is by each property that I own, as well as hopefully other folks like ourselves buy in this space, or maybe who I'm able to help buy. I hope that we will be able to tokenize those properties and ensure that if they're ever in a bind for liquid cash, we can figure out ways on how we can give them that cash. So we see those examples in DeFi right now where in owning a token, you can borrow a loan against it or whatever, right? So that's one approach. But let's say if you really do have to sell, if you really need the cash and you can't get a loan on your ownership in the property, I hope we will be able to circulate that back around in our Black community, where without selling that real estate, we are selling maybe 10% of that to someone who has the liquid cash right now and want to get in, and we chose. So that's how I see the potential of blockchain being used in real estate.
There was one of two things I knew she was going to mention. So fractional NFTs was one, and I'll get to the other one in a second. But I just want to push back against you just a little bit and just make it clear that the only people that are required to be accredited investors to buy a fractional NFT of a real estate property are people of the United States of America. If we were citizens of Toronto or citizens of the UK, we could buy a fractional property as low as $50 US of property being bought based here, right here in the United States of America, and earn revenue without being an accredited investor. So that's something that all of you on this panel need to be aware of, because they are comfortable with us spending $300, $500 as a consumer for a pair of sneakers, but they don't want us to drop us $50 on a fractional Airbnb that can earn us residual income unless we have 200,000 K to prove that we're accredited. So I'm pushing back on that just a little bit because I don't want it to be lost in the conversation. The other thing I want to kind of bring up.
I'm sorry, can I just comment on that? I don't want us to lose what the sister just said, right? I used to be a mutual fund lawyer before I got into real estate development, representing large public and private funds in New York City, and creating documents with all type of accredited investor requirements in those. That's a way to keep wealth out of our communities, right? It's mostly white men who say we want to keep the wealth in our communities, and what are ways that only us, the folks who look like us and go to our country clubs, can transfer that. I didn't know this fact about that everywhere around the world you don't have to be accredited investor. Somebody, particularly somebody wealthy, probably somebody at some law firm who was in cahoots with them, came up with this concept. So if we didn't have that and people could do fractional transfers, that is brilliant. Otherwise, it's going to continue to keep wealth out of our communities, because in order to be an accredited investor, you have to have a net income of several $100,000, right? Or you have to have a net worth of in excess, I want to say it's probably like $1 million now, maybe $750 to $1 million. Most folks in our community have neither, right? So therefore, they can never get any type of fractional ownership, right? I saw a stat just this morning. Our community owned 20 million acres of land in 1910. In 1970, it was like 10 million acres. And most recently, it was 2 million acres. It's about the land. It is about the land. It is about the real estate, right? Let nobody get this twisted. If you control the land, then you can control your community in which the land is located. So excellent comment. I think from a policy standpoint, as a country, as a city, what is it that we can do? Can we change that so that we could keep fractional ownership? And I know the mayor is doing a lot in terms of wealth creation for our community and all of those. How can we make things more equitable? If there are some policies in place preventing us from doing fractional ownership, then we should discuss what we can do from a policy standpoint to change that. Thank you.
And I just want to add that there is a policy right now that will enable us to buy even unaccredited, and that's the Reg CF. And that's where accredited investors are able to invest in these startups and also fractionalize real estate. In fact, one of our startup pitchers, he raised money using Reg CF too. So what I'm trying to say is most solutions right now only open the doors for accredited, but that's where we come in to use these policies to allow unaccredited as well.
Yeah, it still bears repeating that right now, a citizen of Toronto, I love Toronto, I just like, because it's like New York, but only colder. They can do it now and they don't get flagged. And some of these fractional things are as low as expendable income, $50, $75. You know, you might be making, you know, a couple of dollars. You make that $75 back, and then at the end of the year, you might have doubled it, but it's something that's residual versus shelling out lots of money for sneakers. Another thing I wanted you to be aware of, and then you can talk about it as well, because this is the other thing I thought you were going to mention. The other thing I thought you were going to mention is in the Web3, Metaverse Web3 space, realtors now, and Tracy's nodding her head, she thinks she knows what I'm saying. I think she knows, she could feel it, and she's gonna say, I said digital, what did I call them? The digital what? Digital doubles? All right, yeah, there's something happening now where in addition to virtual real properties that corporations are talking about, you know, if I have office space in the Empire State Building, I also have a digital one. If that space is being sold, you're selling two different things at once. You're selling the physical and whatever the replicated one in the virtual environment. So I'd like you to speak on that type of concept. Tracy.
So I can speak directly to this concept because we are actively integrating that into the revitalization that we're doing at the Naval Yard. So the conversation with this 11-acre redevelopment is hotels, townhomes, condos, restaurant space, and a bunch of other stuff. So the thought process is if we get a restaurant space with outdoor space, they have a virtual address as well as a physical one. If they do outdoor jazz concerts, you can enter the concert in the metaverse as well as physically. If the space doesn't allow for it capacity-wise physically, you can sell the space virtually. Then the flip of that conversation, because of the COVID discussion, where folks weren't able to physically be inside of office space and that kind of thing. Now we have office space that we're selling, that we can sell the virtual space to where employees can now join trainings, join any kind of camaraderie relationships with their offices. They can also do a lot more with making sure that they can bring in transplants from other countries, other states, because a lot of the space that's going to be in the Navy Yard is going to also be a biomed hub. So they're going to be using a lot of stuff that comes from different states, different countries, different backgrounds, and people may need to do tenure without physically bringing it because it costs too much to bring their entire family over to the United States for 9 months to do research. And they can do it in the metaverse and share their lab results in that virtual space owned by that virtual office and still pay the same rent that's included for all of that.
Before anybody else comments on this, but I do want other commenters on this, it should be noted for the record that the first two universities to have a metaverse curriculum, which means it's a virtual reality with some type of transaction involved and some type of training involved, are Morehouse and Fisk. And then it was you can clap for that. And then you can kind of boo for the other part. I mean, not that I totally object, but you know, it wasn't a black company that brought this to the forefront because we're not funded to create these environments, even though we can create these environments. So it's kind of like when they were going around and saying we have this technology, and by the way, they're using it for medical school. It's not, you know, it's not, oh, we're gonna run and play games and stuff like that. And it's happening this fall, starting in 2022. But you know, when they went around on all the schools and, you know, the other school, MIT and all, no. So the first two signing up
And then all of a sudden, there were nine others of some of the mainstream schools and stuff. Like, so we got to celebrate our first, but then put an asterisk around them, as if to say, well, we could have built that and signed on all the schools, including the predominantly white institutions. So does anybody else have any comments about the digital doubles or anything about the fractional, or any questions, or anything you can see based on your being problematic with these new types of real estate properties?
One concept I've seen come up with real estate application is the notion of liquidity pools, in that you have communities of people that are able to unlock and access capital collectively that individually they otherwise couldn't. So when you think about public housing, there are a lot of people who are getting vouchers from the government or support from either the federal, state, or local government for their housing circumstance, which may be 80 to 90% of the cost of living in the building that they're in. If converse to just paying for housing costs in place, the city, state, or government put together a liquidity pool that enabled and empowered the people to either buy the building that they're in or another property that they collectively could, as a community, move into, they can actually build wealth over time. Because the current regime of voucher or government-sponsored affordable housing allows you to continue to live where you are, but not build wealth. So I think that concept of liquidity pools and having participation between individuals, communities, and state governments, city or county governments, can help transform people's lives so that they don't just have a great, safe, secure place to live, but they have an investment and an asset for the future of their families. And Tracy, you talked about small change. They enable fractionalized ownership. I don't think they're currently using the blockchain but through Reg CF, you're allowed to create, your own $1,000, $2,000 investment in some kind of great development that's happening in your community. I've worked on that, and I've done that for a development project that I've been a part of, and I think that's only going to grow.
True. Might be loss of revenue. Maybe.
No, but it just makes me think of some of the realities that we learned during COVID, right? Provision of services for government traditionally have been in person, brick and mortar, but we were forced to change that as a concept. And I just, as a necessity, just open our minds to a bunch of different things, including, working virtually, not actually having to be there. Of course, we're always going to maintain some of that traditional way of service provision, but we had a whole new set of voices come to us and say, I want these services, but I want to do it from my couch or from my home office. So it just makes us have to open up our minds to think about what can happen in the future. And it was a silver lining to this period we just went through.
1 minute.
I would love to get some ideas from folks. So the transaction that we did on 16th Street on Friday is in the middle of Columbia Heights, which is the most gentrified part of the District of Columbia over the last 20 or 30 years. The deal we cut with the residents, many of whom came from the hospital and lived in a section in a low-income housing tax credit building for the last 40 years. Now, all of the residents that chose are now owners of the property. They have 20% ownership in the property. And so they'll get cash flow on a regular basis and that type of thing. One of the things we're thinking about is how can we create wealth for them so that they don't go buy, I always use this with my tenant partners, some Jordans, right? How can that get invested? How can they have fractional ownership? Right now they do have fractional ownership in the property. I want to say it's north of 50 of them who have ownership in this property, but how can they then take that, leverage technology and create wealth with it and have it not just be a brick and mortar, right? I think this is something that if our community can think about those things, we can really be more impactful, more creative. And this is half the building are on vouchers. They get vouchers from DC Housing Authority, right? But now they're going to be creating some wealth for themselves and their families for long term to come. So, hopefully somebody can have a bright idea and say, hey, look, this is how we can do it.
Way too short. I'd like to thank Marcus, Omar, Whitney, Tracy, and Drew for all of their knowledge and their continued work. And real estate is undersold. This was This was one of the hardest panels to cut down on, to give people ample time. And regrettably, I actually had to tell somebody, you were the last to say yes, so that's no. So a very great panel. Thank you. Let's all give them a round of applause. Give us 1 second.
All right, thank you everyone, and all of our speakers from this panel, if you all could take a photo. No, you're fine, you're fine. If you could take a photo out on the backdrops, please. Thank you so much. Yes, so Nisha and Edmund, okay. All right, so next we are having a fireside conversation, and the subject of this discussion is Black media telling our tech stories. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Nigel Roberts, who is the Chief Visionary Officer of Crypto Blockchain Plug, and Mr. Alfred Edmond Jr., who is the Senior VP and Editor-at-Large of Black Enterprise Magazine.
Good evening. Ask this gentleman to tell us a little bit about himself, but he has a lot of accolades and he has done a lot of work in this space. And so I'd like to read some of your accomplishments, if you don't mind, and then we'll have a conversation. So let's get this going. So he is currently the Senior Vice President, Executive Editor-at-Large for Black Enterprise, and he is responsible for providing brand, marketing, and content leadership as a member of the multimedia company's senior management team. So he's done a lot of different things in the digital space. I was just reading here, he was formerly the Senior Vice President, Editor-in-Chief of the magazine as well, helping to lead the transition from a single magazine to the very first, or digital first media company, and he did that from 1995 till 2008. And he has done some incredible things. He is a bodybuilder. He believes in health, healthy sports, and so there were just so many things that he has done in that space. He also works in a co-working space, which we're all getting familiar with as techies, digital nomads. It's called Third Space. It's in Newark, New Jersey, and he teaches monthly destination success master classes. He also, ladies and gentlemen, is a social media enthusiast, and he is known as the success spurt, and I love that term, success spurt. And so you have done a lot of things in the media industry, and when they asked me to do the interview, I was just honored because I grew up getting my grandmother never missed a month of Jet Magazine or Black Enterprise. So I had to really go back and see. Black Enterprise is actually 52 years old because I was born in 1970 and it came out in 1970. So you've been there a while. You've done some absolutely incredible things in that particular space. And so can you share your career path with some of the individuals that are here and what led you to this space and to be here so long?
Sure. I'm going to abbreviate it a lot. I'm in my 36th year as of this past March 4th at Black Enterprise. I joined as a junior editor in 1987. My path is not a typical path for someone in journalism and media. I did not study journalism in undergrad, even though I was recognized as a gifted writer since early childhood. I didn't come from the kind of background where you knew about journalists and journalism and that kind of stuff. My degree is actually in studio arts. I'm a trained visual artist, and that's what my degree from Rutgers is, with a minor in economics that I never thought I'd use. My original minor was psychology. I graduated from college during a recession in 1983, and my guidance counselor said either I was going to need to go to grad school, which I was not prepared to finance, or I needed to change my major. Anyway, fast forward, economics came in really handy when I came to Black Enterprise. But long story short, I became involved in journalism really as the editor-in-chief of what then was called the Black Voice Carta Boricua, which is the Black and Latino university-wide student newspaper at Rutgers University, my alma mater. That set the really stage for me to choose not just becoming a journalist, but becoming a media leader, an editor-in-chief, a decision-maker in media. Coming out of college, I was the editor of what was then called Big Red News out of Brooklyn, my first job, running a publication at the age of 23, 24. Went on to another publication called The Daily Challenge, then got my first magazine job at a magazine called Modern Black Men when I was the #2 editor at age 26. Interviewed people like Miles Davis, Mayor Tom Bradley, and then joined Black Enterprise and made it up the ranks. And in 1997 was first put in charge of Black Enterprise magazine, made a senior vice president a couple years after that, and the rest is history.
Absolutely, and let me also note that he is an inductee in the Hall of Fame at Rutgers University, right?
Yeah, I'm in every major. I'm in Loyal Sons and Daughter. I'm in African American Alumni Hall of Fame. I'm in the Hall of Distinguished Alumni. Yeah, so I'm a very enthusiastic and active Rutgers alum.
Okay, all right. So let's get down to technology. So how right now does technology actually impact the magazine industry and that sort of thing? How does it impact it? Because most of us, I don't even know how many magazine stands are still out there. And I don't know that a lot of our parents are getting Black Enterprise delivered like they were before. So how has media technology affected it?
It's a testament to the strength of the Black Enterprise brand, but also the resistance is the wrong term, the challenges that we have adapting to changes in brand technology that for what I'm about to say to be true. We haven't published Black Enterprise as a magazine as a regular periodical since maybe 2015, 2016. People still think of it as a magazine, but you don't see it on the newsstand because no stands have disappeared. So Black Enterprise magazine technically doesn't exist, hasn't existed for a while. We have been a digital and virtual and live events company primarily for the last 15 years and exclusively for the last decade. So it is a testament to what we established with the brand, that people will still say, yeah, I still read Black Enterprise. And I say, you might read Black Enterprise, but you don't read it because it comes in the mail on a piece of paper every day. So the truth is, the bottom line for what technology means to Black Enterprise as a media company is that if you're not a digital media company, you really don't exist. We would not be here. I've said many times, both in public and private forums, if Black Enterprise hadn't begun shifting to our focus on digital, social, we were already an established events company starting in the 90s, I think we would have been out of business by 2011. But our current CEO, the son of the founder of Black Enterprise, Earl Graves Sr. was the founder. Earl Graves Jr., which we know as Butch Graves, is his successor. My boss, been my boss for maybe the last 15 years. He and I and our current Chief Content Officer, Derek Dingle, and another generation of executives and editors at Black Enterprise started leaning into digital media without really knowing how it was going to affect the industry as early as, I would say, I marked the milestone of 2004 because that was the year that I and the editor of Business Week magazine at the time became the first national media editors to officially represent our brands on social media. We both established MySpace pages, not as personal social activities, but as our pages to represent our publications that year. And so that began the trajectory of us understanding that the days of people getting their information printed on paper as their main way of getting information was in decline. And the reason that's in decline is not because people's habits changed necessarily, but advertising dollars were shifting. It's not that you can't print and distribute a magazine anymore. It's that now except with some very few exceptions, it's cost prohibitive to print something on a piece of paper, pay to get it printed, pay the cost of printing, buying the paper. People don't think about it. You got to buy the paper. Then you got to either mail it, which means USPS mailing costs, or you got to get it to a newsstand. Newsstands are shrinking. They're like, we'd rather sell candy and cookies and donuts because that's a higher price margin than a magazine that nobody's. So again, when people say, why do magazines go away, it's not that people don't care about reading or about magazines. The business model began to fade beginning in the early 2000s, and now, with rare exceptions, it's not a good way to make money.
Now, as fast as technology is changing and how our communities are changing, what challenges do you see ahead for Black Enterprise News as it relates to media and technology? Are there any challenges that you see ahead?
Well, I would say from 2008, when I became the first editor-in-chief of blackenterprise.com, when I literally stepped away from being editor-in-chief of the magazine because I felt strongly that we needed leadership on the digital side without me knowing what was going to happen in the long run. But I felt strongly that was important. The challenges took place between 2008 and the pandemic. So we're on the other side of that now. Now, Black Enterprise is the #1 digital media brand in the country. Every once in a while, BET nips at our heels, but we got between 10 to 12 million unique visitors a month, which makes us either #1 and every couple of months, maybe twice a year, #2 to BET. Like when they have the BET Awards, they get a big giant spike, and then they come back to the earth after, but we do it our same blocking and tackling every month. So prior to 2019, the challenge was to get enough unique visitors a month for advertising agencies to even send you an RFP to even think about recommending us as a media buyer to their clients. Because in the early days of the internet, companies were buying digital because they didn't know what they were buying yet.
Right.
But by the time you got to 2014, 2015, agencies had caught up. They knew how to measure audiences. They knew about who was faking their traffic. And then it became this gold standard of trying to get to 1 million unique visitors a month, which is not easy to do. People think of digital media as cheap and free, but it's actually very expensive to get that traffic. We in 2019, well, let me say this. We went through the pandemic.
Okay.
And of course, the pandemic shut everything down. And then it was either you get good at digital or die, because it was no longer a gradual transition. It was, this is the only way we can make money.
Yes.
And so that's when we really launched our premium interview series. I host a show called Beyond the Hype. We have The New Normal. We have Sisters Inc. We were always good at our events, but we learned to do virtual events. We mastered virtual events during the pandemic. That became another revenue stream. Of course, now our live events are coming back online this year. And then we got really, really good at digital, and that's how we do 12 million uniques a month. But prior to the pandemic, that's when the challenges were. You weren't making enough money on the print side to finance the investment you had to make to build up your digital assets and digital capabilities to drive the traffic necessary to get the advertising done. So it was like a vicious cycle. You can't make enough money on print, but print was what you were learning, you're still living on.
Yes.
But that money's declining, and digital is demanding more and more and more in terms of what it takes to feed that beast, to get enough traffic, to get digital advertising. And in a way, the pandemic was good for us because it kind of forced us to streamline, get good at digital, because that was the only way we were going to pay salaries, pay our bills, stay in business. We barely survived it, but we came out on the other side a better company.
Absolutely. And so we have students in the audience, and some are journalists, some are writers, just all sorts of different things. What type of advice would you have for them coming into a fabulous organization such as Black Enterprise? How would they get a foot in the door? What do they need to do to start preparing?
The first thing I say to everybody in any area of content, I don't care if it's journalism, digital, radio, TV, blogging, social media influence, whatever content play, creative content play, if you're not a good writer, if you don't really believe in committing to writing, Writers get paid. In Hollywood, writers get paid. I just had Los Alonso interviewed on my show Beyond the Hype, and he's talking about he's stressing. In fact, Los is a Howard alum, so he's working with the president on the program here. But I meet so many people that think because they have a camera, they have a phone in their camera, they can take pictures, they can write captions, that they don't have to write. You have to be a good writer, even if we're not talking about words on paper anymore. You got to be able to communicate ideas both to fellow content creators as well as to the broader audience. The second thing I would say, and this comes up a lot at BE because people come to us with the traditional thought that I need to be a good editor and a writer, and you do, which I just emphasized, but you really need to be able to communicate on all platforms. We just did a big push at the NABJ convention, National Association of Black Journalists convention in Vegas, where I was there primarily to recruit. We were looking for people who could do what you're doing now, interview a person live on stage in our audience, because every major media brand that's still alive today has a major event platform. They're doing virtual events and they're doing live events because sponsors and advertisers are willing to pay for that. So you can't just be somebody who can write a great paragraph on a piece of paper on a computer. You need to be able to sit on a stage like this and have a conversation with you, moderate a panel, or have a one-on-one conversation. So we look for people that can do that. You got to be able to do virtual event interviewing. You got to be skilled at that. So those who have blogs have a leg up, because if they're constantly having guests on their blogs, interviewing them, then that's showing that I can have an interesting conversation that will draw an audience. Yes, you have to be able to write digitally. Yes, you have to be able to moderate virtual events, live events, host shows, video-driven shows that are maybe live streamed. You got to be able to do all that, but you got to be able to write, because you'll be able to communicate those concepts to producers, to salespeople. Our editorial people put together decks and packages, because our sales team is going to go out to Chase, Equitable, and say, oh, we have this great series of interviews, these interview series, premium content, and we want you to spend $25,000 an episode to feature your brand on that series. For example, Beyond the Hype is currently being sponsored by Citi, Nationwide, Now and Later, if you can believe it.
Really?
Yep.
Now and Later,
Now
like
and
the
Later,
candy?
that's just bought a couple of episodes, and Hyatt Hotels bought a couple of episodes.
I should get that.
So there's a direct correlation between the content you create, no matter what content platform you create it on, and advertisers and sponsors that have always supported the media. The media business has always been about finding advertisers finding audiences to get their message in front of. That has never changed, and that never will change. It's just that the way we do it has changed.
Okay, and as I look out in the audience, I also see several people that have shows that they do regularly. They do podcasts, they do some media content. What can, and I'm going to say we, because I do some as well, what can we do, those of us that have pretty good, podcasts and things out there, to maybe partner with like Black Enterprise or something, to get our work out there, to get just knowledge about what we're doing in the communities?
Well, first, I'm going to be very direct. I'll call it direct.
Absolutely. That's why we're here.
I get itchy and antsy when people say the word partner.
Well, not partner.
No, I mean partner. Don't dance away from the word, because this is important to answer your question. When you say you want to partner with someone, you got to be very clear about what you're communicating that they are going to get out of it. You have to know what they want, and then your pitch has to be not how the partnership would help you to achieve your goals. You already know that. You have to be really crystal clear on, let's say it's Black Enterprise. Just to say, what is important to Black Enterprise? What do I have to bring to Black Enterprise to make Black Enterprise say, yes, we want to partner with you? I can already tell you, there's only two things you can say to me.
Okay.
You're going to be able to bring significant traffic to our site that we can market and make money off of, or you can attract sponsorship directly, that you're willing to share those sponsorship dollars. Like in return for your show being hosted on our platform, and I'm speaking for our digital VP of Digital, so don't hold me to it. But he's got to say, yeah, if I add this show to our platform, we're going to make this much incremental more dollars in digital revenue because that brand and that person's on our platform. I'll give you a great example. There's we consider a person who's an extended member of the Black Enterprise family, Ramon Ray. Brilliant dude. Has hosted our events, moderated panels, he was interviewed on our panels. He has his own brand, his own audience, and he recently signed up to do a show with us. It's his show, but he worked out a deal with our VP of Digital, and there's a revenue share, but all we're looking for is how can we grow our audience, and how can we make more money? And too often people approach, not just Black enterprise, but they think partnership is let's work together, or they say let's build together, and they don't necessarily do the deep dive it takes to say what is going to make that entity, whether it's an individual or a company or a brand, say, yeah, I want to do that with you. Too many people approach partnerships without spending a lot of time on what makes that partner tick, what makes that company get out of bed in the morning, what makes them live, what are their reason to be. If you can't speak to that, then the partnership either is never going to happen or is going to happen, but people are going to walk away unhappy and feel cheated.
That is awesome, and thank you for that insight, because I think that that's great, great information. And so I know we have some youth that are still here and maybe looking for some sort of internship or something that they can do with Black Enterprises. We do have some writers. What can they do? Who should they contact? How can they get in contact with you possibly to kind of nurture and get these not partnerships, internships started over the next couple of years?
Okay, well, like many companies, our internship program hasn't been brought back online since the pandemic. We're hoping to bring it back in 23. But whether there's an internship program or not, I recommend this to all young people. And I'm really seriously into mentorship. I'm a mentor for the new Black Ambition program that Pharrell Williams started, and I've done my own mentorship since I was an undergrad. I've been serious about mentorship. So this is the advice I give to young professionals, whether they're students or not. First of all, don't think of yourself as a student. Think of yourself as a professional that's still in school.
Okay.
Don't think, because once you start thinking of yourself as a working professional that's still in school, you don't wait around like, I don't have my degree yet, no, you're like, no, I need work, I need opportunities, I need experience. That means you should have a fully built out LinkedIn page. Because the first place we look at when we're considering people that we want to do business with or hire is their LinkedIn page. Not their Instagram, not their Facebook, not their TikTok, their LinkedIn. You're not a serious professional entrepreneur or careerist if I can't look at your LinkedIn page and see what you've done, even if what you've done on campus. The second thing is those brands and people and media outlets that are related to the industries that you're passionate about, you should be following them on all the social media platforms. Like if you really think you might want to work for Black Enterprise one day, and I'm going to tell you where to follow me. I'm Alfred Edmond Jr., ALFRED, EDMONDJR, on all social platforms. And I always tell people, don't follow your dreams, follow my Instagram. But you should be, as a professional, like I'm going to follow everybody that I know at Black Enterprise on all the social platforms. I'm going to engage them. I'm going to follow them. I'm going to see what Black Enterprise posts, because once you do that, you're starting to see, here's the kind of stuff they like. Here's the kind of stuff they're looking for. Here's the kind of stuff that they're not doing, but they probably should be doing, and I might be able to pitch to fill that hole. You got to think of yourself as doing your own market research on the industries, companies, people that could be helpful to you down the road. And then the third thing is be helpful. Think of things you can do that makes me want to respond to your DMs. Share useful information. Show up. I speak all around the country. Many of my most dedicated mentees are people who just follow me at different events and just say, hey, and I'm started seeing them, all right, you sure? It's good to see you. And next thing you know, we have a relationship. And that relationship turns into a mentor-mentee relationship, and then they help me, I help them. But again, people unfortunately think of networking as, I'm going to get a connection and I'm going to ask you to do something for me. But more effective is to say, I'm going to really be very clear about what you want, what you care about, what makes you tick. And again, sometimes it's not has nothing to do with anything financial. Like I am a passionate follower of Jesus Christ. If you follow my Instagram, there ain't no secret about that. Now, don't do it if you don't feel sincere about it. But if you know that's something that we have in common, it's a good thing to engage me around that and know that that's something I care about. So it really is the same kind of market research that companies do when they try to sell you something. They're looking at, okay, Black woman, in DC, single, no children, went to a HBCU, has a master's. They're putting together their whole dossier to figure out what can I pitch to this person that's going to make them buy what I'm selling. Young people, and there's some young people who do it naturally. One of my best mentees, my current best mentee, is a 16-year-old working on her PhD at Arizona State University. You read about her in Black Enterprise. Her name is Dorothy Jean Tillman, Dorothy Genius.
Wow.
I first got connected to her when she was 14. She had just earned a double master's. We had done an article on her in Black Enterprise. I'm passionate about mentorship, so I was like, oh, who is this young lady? I had nothing to do with the article. Even, I'm at the level now, I don't know all the articles that are being written.
Right.
But I was like, oh, reached out, got to know her mom. Turned out I knew the family without really knowing that she was connected to the family.
Okay.
She's one of my best mentees. She's only 16. She's not walking around saying, "Ooh, one day when I get," no, she's a professional. She approaches her thing as a professional now. But mentees like that are thinking about what can I do to bring value to the people in my network, mentee or not. And I tell young people all the time, think about what the other person wants.
Absolutely, and those were great nuggets. I hope that you all caught those. And I just want to say to you, thank you for all that you've done over the years to just create positive content for those of us that are entrepreneurs and have always looked to your magazine and all of your works and all the things that you do to really inspire us and keep us going. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Alfred Edmond Jr.
Thank you very much.
Let's give him a hand clap. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, did everyone enjoy that fireside? I really did, I learned a lot. Can we give them a round of applause again? Thank you so much. All right, so now we have one of our last panels for the day. The title of this panel is Art, NFTs and Beyond, Art, the Ultimate Metaverse. All right, so we have our panelists that I will welcome up to the stage. Caleb Boise, who is the Business Operations and Strategy of Dapper Labs. Fasha, who is the co-founder of Presence Labs. And are they here in the room with us? Okay, I know a lot, okay. So I'm not seeing anyone moving up, all right. And next we have Mr. Eric Guthrie, Esquire, who is an attorney and partner of the Cogent Law Group and author of Blockchain or Die. And of course, our amazing moderator who's been holding us down all day, Ms. Deirdre, come on up again and join us here on stage. Thank you so much. I think that's everyone, right? So yes, we are discussing NFTs, Beyond Art, the Ultimate Metaverse.
Test.
I want everyone to just stand up and stretch for a minute because I know a lot of you have, you don't want to miss a beat, especially the brothers from Philly in the front row. They have not hardly left. Everyone please stand up, stretch it out. Stand up, breathe a little bit, get the blood flowing. I don't want anybody to pass out because they were sitting for hours and then they fall out. And then we'll get started with this panel. Before I ask them to do introductions, you've heard us talk about NFTs over and over again, off and on, but this one is going to take a slightly different direction to give you a greater perspective on why people think this section is revolutionary. So we're going to start with introductions. We're going to start with Eric, and then with James, and then Fasa.
Thank you. My name is Eric Guthrie. I'm the author of the book Blockchain or Die. Amazon #1 bestseller 4 times and winner of 3 book awards. I have a number of hats in the blockchain space. I'm the director of training programs for the Government Blockchain Association, where I manage all the training globally in at least 20 different countries. I'm a partner in a law firm called the Cogent Law Group. It's a law firm that has a very thriving fintech practice here in Washington, D.C. And I have my own company, which is Better Me, Better We, and we're a training, consulting, and facilitation company where we do global facilitation and training, US, overseas, virtual, non-virtual, so very heavy in the crypto and blockchain space. Before I was doing that, I was an attorney, still am, but I was practicing labor and employment law and business law, so I moved the two of them together quite successfully, and what I oftentimes preach to people is that there is a space for whatever you do in the blockchain space. The question is, what do you do extremely well, and how can we move it into the blockchain space? So that's me in a nutshell.
James.
Hi, I'm James Walker. I'm a partner at Perkins Coie in New York City. I'm the firm-wide co-lead of the FinTech Compliance and Enforcement vertical. And what I spend most of my time doing is counseling clients on both fungible and non-fungible token projects. And in the NFT space, it's been really a fascinating period because of the breadth of ideas, of engagement, of the number of people who come in with a number of different ways of thinking of what they can do with NFTs, what opportunities exist, and really just want to understand how to do it in a way that, and this is where I come in, avoids regulatory scrutiny, regulatory risk, any sort of trouble, basically. So it's been a lot of fun, and I look forward to this conversation.
Awesome.
Hi, it's Fasa, and it's a pleasure to be up here with you all. Really, NFTs for me, I'm seeing there's a lot of different things that are out there, but the main point, and for it to be useful in our community, means there needs to be utility. We create a lot of things, we're very creative, but we need to make sure that we're using NFTs as a part of an infrastructure that we're building ourselves. That's the type of work that my partner and I are really working on with the project that we've created, which is a Web4 browser overlay that sits above the internet. Before, people weren't able to see each other when they're on the same page, so they couldn't collectively work together and collaborate around information and share information, which is extremely important if you want to produce useful data sets. Like, there's a lot of marketing around create a community. But when we use the web, we're not able to do that, which is weird. We were issued a patent that allows for people to see each other whenever they're over top of a web page. So if you go to Google, there's millions of people, but nobody's really been able to talk to anybody that they met on google.com, despite the fact that this is one of the most popular websites in the world. Our technology allows for people to see each other in a digital environment, which means that we can start working together and building things, and NFT is a big part of what that is, so excited to talk about it.
So let me be the troublemaker. Little know-it-all Deidre comes up to you and says, NFT is still nothing new. All it is a bunch of scribble scrabble. I can make a drawing like Ashton Kutcher said and put it up there and then try to sell it. That's all it is, but you don't need crypto for that. You could just buy some cash and buy some art. It's really garbage. There's nothing new under the sun. So what's your answer to that response?
Unfortunately, there are some NFTs that meet that definition. I'm not even joking. If you look out there, probably, I would say a rough number, 90% of the NFTs, not worth your money, not worth your time. I'll tell you a quick story. One of the first NFTs that I found when I was getting into the space, I was on OpenSea, and I saw the album cover for Notorious B.I.G., and his face, the one with his face is kind of half on the album and half not on the album, and it was digitized, just little boxes. I clearly knew it was Notorious B.I.G., and I was thinking to myself, counselor, this has to be copyright infringement. And then the next one I saw, which was right next to it, was a Mick Jagger, Rolling Stones digitized album cover. So someone took the album cover, digitized it, put it on OpenSea, and I'm thinking to myself, I wanted to call the PTO myself because you don't mess with B.I.G., right? So, but I didn't do that. But to the moderator's point, a lot of the NFTs out there are not worth your time and worth your money. What you have to do is figure out, A, do you want to invest in an NFT to make money? Or two, do you want to buy an NFT for your personal, collection like you would buy art? Quick question, how many of you right here are NFT creators? Raise your hand. You have an actual NFT on a blockchain. Okay, so we got a few. How many of you actually own an NFT? Raise your hand. Okay. How many of you are interested in owning an NFT but don't know how? Raise your hand. Okay, so we got a few in each category. That's very helpful to me and probably to the other folks in the panel as well. So the first thing you do is determine what type of investor you want to be if you're the investment side. If you want to make money, it's a whole different scenario. And if you have any pen and paper or cell phones where they take down this information, one, you want to figure out the value of the NFT. NFTs have 3 parts of value. One, uniqueness, rarity, right? That one story I told you, that's not rare, that's not unique. 2, minted on the blockchain, so it's on the blockchain, it has the protection, and it has, I would argue, utility as well, if it's a good NFT. And 3, protection off the blockchain, which no one's really talking about, right, Counselor?
Oh, we talked about it on the IP panel earlier.
You did? Okay. Getting a copyright, getting a trademark, because you're protected on the blockchain by the fact that it's minted, but what about off the blockchain? What if someone puts it in some other type of periodical or some type of publication and it's not protected because you didn't copyright it? So I'm sure we'll dive more into that, but those are the 3 points that I would make to everyone. I do to all my clients when they come to me and they say, I want to do an NFT, start an NFT, and I say, well, listen, this is how you start.
James.
So my thought on this really goes to, what are you using the NFT for? What kind of NFTs are you thinking about? So yeah, there's lots of artwork. And frankly, art is in the eye of the beholder, and somebody may love that scribble scrabble, and I appreciate that. I'm not going to quibble. If you want to pay $69 million for billion or whatever for something that I can't even figure out what it is, more power to you. But there are a lot. But let's come back to the actual uses. If you have an NFT that essentially acts as a receipt for something that you own, if you have an NFT that represents an item that you can use in a game that you play, and so that it has that use. If you have an NFT that is the digital representation of clothing that you want to buy, and there's a package deal to get that clothing. If you have an NFT that allows you a certain type of fan engagement, I'm a member of the Name Your Football Club, and because I have this NFT, I get into the club room, I get to vote on songs for the game, I get to do these other things. These are different sorts of engagement, really going to the utility point that make sense. And also, I would say also the collection point. People want NFTs just to collect a certain frame of a phrase of music or a certain piece of art. And if that's your interest, then that makes sense. So I think you can really think about NFTs and value sort of expansively based on what you're creating, what you are collecting it for, what you're using it for.
I agree 100%. You're creating it. I think we are the biggest source of NFT creation. I think that your data can be used to support other people that are just like you, and that is a value exchange. So how can we innovate to make sure that the data that you're producing on a day in and day out basis, even if it's health-related data, I'll use an example. My father was diagnosed with aggressive metastatic prostate cancer, and he was given 2.5, 3 years to live based off the doctor's expectations. And they're asking him all these questions, and he's giving them information, but then the questions that he has, the doctors can't give him information back. They can't give him information back because that's not their shared experience. He's the one that's producing the data that's extremely useful. So we started to think about wow, how is it that the aggressive metastatic prostate cancer community could come together and start producing a data set that's valuable, especially for African American men or African related, you know what I mean? That this is something that we deal with on a day in and day out basis because of this particular diet or whatever the reason is. But how could NFTs be used to be able to make it more clear for my father to make choices that that community sees as valuable? I see that as an NFT because you can't fudge his medical records unless you're like Henrietta Lacks, and that's happened to us before as well. But we need to own our data because there's a lot of great things that we could be doing. There's a lot of utility that we could be creating. But we're not going to do any of that if we don't own and control the data. And I think that creating an environment where that data can't be replicated and duplicated and can be enforced, that's something that needs to take place. And that's not something this economy provides us with. You create something, somebody's out there trying to copy. Blockchain's going to bridge the gap, but I really think we need to move intentionally as a community to own an environment, create marketplaces and exchanges that really enforce if people are taking your data or if people are doing like the copyright infringement and the different things that you're talking about.
Are there any utility-based NFTs that you've seen currently out there now that you think are very interesting or very good use cases?
Well, I think I want to back up for a second. The one thing that people don't realize and we kind of danced around it for a second, but let's just get right to the point. NFT, the primary benefit of NFT is not gaming, it's not art, it's information. NFTs store information, period. Now, how you market it, how you package it, how you sell it, that's where all that comes into play, right? So now to get to Deidre's question, because it's important to have that backdrop before I answer the question. I believe that the best way that I've seen so far is with concert tickets, with attending events. Listen, NFT could be a book, NFT could be any type of medical information. You can put whatever it could be voting. It could be anything, any information you could put on a blockchain could be put into an NFT, okay? Now, the implications that may apply to that legally, for example, may be different because if you're making an NFT, a fractionalized NFT, I argue that's a security, but that hasn't gotten to the SEC quite yet. Trust me, it's coming. You think it's coming too? No, it's coming.
It's pretty clear.
Yeah, it's coming, right? So making a fractionalized NFT, which is a security in my mind, is really showing the difference in how we can use NFTs in ways that they weren't even predicted when they first came out, right? So the sky's the limit, but you gotta know what you're using it for, and you have to know that, you're playing by different rules when you make different NFTs.
So I think I think I agree with you on ticketing. I think that's a great use case. Frankly, all the sports leagues are interested in that. It's like, so you mean this way we have this, secure representation of a ticket. We get rid of the whole scalping issue. It's a very different way of thinking about how we deal with ticketing. The other use case that I see happening and I see as being successful because it's such an easy transition is in gaming. Because, and while I know that this means, resigning myself to a future where, kids will never get out of their screens, and that's probably not a great thing. They're sort of there already, and the idea that you can buy NFT avatars and equipment and things that you can use in games, it fits so easily into that world already. In fact, when I had the first one of these projects I was working on, I had to sit down with my daughter who'd been a Pokemon fan for years, and I said, okay, you're gonna have to explain this whole rare candy and all this other kind of stuff to me because I don't understand. And I have a client who's doing all this, so just explain it to me now. So I see that happening.
I'm listening to them talk. These are the policy guys and stuff. It's really important to get out in front of what regulation is going to be coming down the pipeline. We really need to innovate. We really need to come together before it becomes set in stone. I think what Cleve Mesidor was saying really rings home too. If we don't start moving from a policy perspective, then an industry that we're helping to create, we're standing on the outside of. And if you're doing NFTs and you don't have somebody like this on your team, so one of these gentlemen, then you're playing a game with something that's not a game. This is an opportunity for our people. It's not about just making money. It's about actually creating a space for innovation to take place so that we can control our own economy. I know that's off topic. That wasn't the question, Deidre, but I want to make sure that we driving home the policy component of NFTs.
I'm going to ask the question before it leaves my head, but I'm also going to make a comment on the one before because I have my own opinion. The question that follows my response is, what advice in terms of education where people should go to learn about I call it NFT design because it's, or maybe it's, there's another word for it, but this idea of understanding the full spectrum of the use cases for NFTs. What are your recommendations? But in my perspective, like one of the, aside from the real estate case that we did on a real estate panel, like the gaming sector as well. One of my favorite properties is one called So Rare, which is probably one of the oldest. All it did was take traditional fantasy sports, which, oddly enough, many people in the black community never really latched onto. I mean, I knew about it in the early 90s, but it was really all my white, mostly male friends that were taking the New York Times and scanning through, and I own the Yankees, but I have my own picks and this, and I got to look at the stats and figure out how much money, and they're playing in cash and they're making money. So, this French company, So Rare, which now has headquarters in New York City, started off with Major League Soccer, obviously global sport, and what they did was start initiating like basically trading cards. But the versions of the trading cards of the athletes had different levels. So you had rare ones, super rare ones, etc. So you buy these packs, you don't know what you're going to get, but you're trying to get your fantasy sports team together. So you might trade it as a marketplace or whatever. And because you have one version versus another one, you might make more money when you lock your game in before the actual games, so you can figure out the money. So all they did was digitize it. But it's a growth sector. I think over the summer they just signed with Major League Baseball. So now they're going, that New York office. I knew when they moved to that New York City office, I was like, is it the NBA or what? And I was wrong. I was like, it's probably going to NBA. Maybe the NBA is pushing back and trying to do their own thing. So it ended up being Major League Baseball. But here you have something that we dominate in terms of where they allow us to be the athletes. But conversely, I'm looking at So Rare and saying, well, where's the diversity? Because who understands sports with black people, whether we're playing it or whether we're understanding the stats of that? So there's something that we need to be aware of that's occurring, that we're losing grounds, even in the areas that we dominate. So back to the question about where would you recommend people to go to understand the facet beyond just printing art, but the utilities, supply chain, any type of thing, where would you suggest that they go, considering this is not something that you can major at Howard just yet?
So I have a two-part answer for that. And the first part is, we heard it at a previous panel, there's lots of great content out there in places like YouTube, Coursera, other places like that. There's also NFT conventions. I mean, that was just one in Miami in April. And there's a number of NFT conventions where you can meet NFT innovators, you can meet, NFT, folks that are in the thought-provoking space, right? You can also take an actual course, like either a virtual or in-person course. I have a course called NFT, Learn to Profit from NFTs. It's a one-day course. It gets you started. So I'm not trying to pitch that, but I'm just saying you can also go to other organizations and you can actually get courses from them. If you don't have the capacity or the aptitude to sit through a YouTube video or to sit through a Coursera course where you have to really kind of do it on your own, if you want to sit in front of someone and have that interaction, you can find someone that can give you a good NFT course.
So I sort of want to answer that in part, sort of going back to something that you were saying. I think it's really important if you are thinking about getting involved in, say, launching an NFT company, where you're creating, you're doing other things, you're selling, et cetera, that you do sort of early on get some information about the spectrum of things that can be involved in that project. Frankly, a lot of our work at Perkins Coie is emerging company practice, and we have a number of, we align with a number of incubators, and we do a lot of calls just sort of to get people the lay of the land. And it takes a village to understand everything that can be involved. There's the intellectual property piece of it. There's the securities regulatory piece, depending on what you're doing. There's, can be a commodity piece, depending. There's money transmission. There's all sorts of things that affect what you're doing. And it's good to get some sense of, there's branding, there's, digital media strategy. There are all sorts of things that can affect the way that you do this. And it's really good to start to get a sense of that earlier on, so that when you're doing your planning, so you don't get so far down the road that you plan something that turns out you're going to run into a brick wall. And I've had those conversations, and those are really tough. It's like, you know, you talk to the person, you hear about the project, sounds great. It's like, oh, wait a second, that's like completely illegal. So, you know, let's think about backing up and whether you can sort of pivot to something that will work. There are a number of these, you know, incubators and other places where people will provide this sort of counseling, and we do this sort of counseling. It's just helpful to get that early on so that you have some sense of the direction before you get too far down the road.
Agreed on both counts. I would say, if I had to attack the question from a different angle, I tell everybody to forget that anybody is an expert in this space as it relates to NFTs. I would say that this is sound advice because we're just simply saying the truth. There's a lot of great things you can do in this space. But with our level of creativity and what we have in any room with our people, we should really start to think as industrialists. Start to think about what would solve a problem. Because if you can solve a problem, and that solution, that's what's beautiful about blockchain, we can prove that your idea, your concept, or how you're moving, like you're responsible for that, then there's an opportunity to scale it, whether it be to other cities, to other groups, other people that may need it. And this is across industries. Think as an industrialist instead of as an entrepreneur. We've been programmed to do what other people tell us to do, when in reality, we need to be thinking about NFTs and pushing the bounds of what it can be, while also taking into consideration the supply chain, like they're saying. Like, if there's policy that's gonna hit the healthcare sector a certain way, then what does that do for health-related NFTs, or entertainment-related NFTs, or agricultural-related NFTs? These are all different ways of looking at information, as he is saying, and thinking about how to own it, license it, monetize it, and bring value to the person that generated it in the first place. So in terms of education, remember there's a certain amount of self-education that will allow you to have the freedom to go beyond what somebody else is telling you what to think.
Yeah, and I want to backpedal just a little bit because we did really jump the gun. Raise your hand if you're still not clear, and this is my fault. Raise your hand if you're still not clear what an NFT is. I should have started with that. I mean, it's no shame if you don't know. Thank you, thank you. Does anyone want to tackle that question? So if someone comes to you and says, I really don't understand it, what is it? That should have been my first question, but I wanted to really jump in. Okay.
So I can start. So NFT is non-fungible token. Now, what does that mean? To distinguish from a token like a Bitcoin or ETH or something like that, which is also cryptocurrency. Let me think of another one. There's just so many of them. Fungible tokens are literally that. You can see them as interchangeable. If they're governance tokens, let's say they can be used to vote on certain activity in a company. If they're currency, they're interchangeable, just like regular current fiat currency. NFTs are unique, which is the first point. And the idea is that each one is different. So when you buy that NFT ticket for a baseball game, you're getting an NFT that represents one seat, right? That's going to be different. Let's say that you have, you're getting certain artwork. Well, the idea is that there's a certain series or something that differentiates it from each other one. You're getting a particular image, or you're getting something that is distinct from every other NFT. And what you're really getting right now, for the most part, is you're getting something that's accessible on the blockchain that will reference the actual piece of artwork, the actual ticket, the actual whatever that's held in a database someplace else. Now, there are some projects that are trying to put the NFTs themselves on the blockchain. There's a storage issue. We'll see how those go. But right now, you're getting something that gives you the record for the fact that you own this particular image, this particular ticket, and it is unique. And that's the key thing to understand about NFTs, is that you have something that is unique.
Does that answer your question? Do you?
I think he's just helping us out.
Okay.
He's keynoting later. But
Okay.
I mean, it was important that he raised his hand because I didn't want people to sit in the dark. I think that we know about NFTs, but we just aren't aware that we know of NFTs. You know, if you were to graduate from Howard University, you're getting something that is unique and of value that, you know, that diploma or that certificate that says that you're a graduate of within your name, of a specific school of engineering or other school within the thing, and it is dated and time stamped of when that occurred. And because you hold that, that gives you certain rights and privileges, all the stuff they tell you. And when you graduate, it means something that you have a level of accomplishment. Now that is something that you wouldn't necessarily resell or trade off. So that's almost like a VIP NFT. You have this VIP NFT, and because you hold it, or membership, usually in fraternity, sorority, or something like that, that's not something I can trade. It is mine. I had some type of accomplishment, and I have it. But then there are other types of NFTs that you have this, like we keep saying, a concert ticket. You have something that for a certain duration is tradable or exchangeable, and it has value. And then there's also the voting ballot, this idea of the right to vote or something like that. So we're talking about things that have value that sometimes you can exchange it, or sometimes they give you added privileges or added access that you don't necessarily have. So if you think of it in that way, then maybe you can better understand what people are trying to do digitally with these other forms of NFTs.
Yeah, and I would just say, and this is an example I heard somebody else use before, which was that cash is a fungible token. Like cash is, you can't discern $1 from the next dollar. I mean, technically that's not true because physically, like a physical dollar, you would see somebody's DNA because apparently cash has a lot of stuff on it. But like digital dollars and stuff, that's a fungible token. A non-fungible is something that, you know, it's a snowflake, basically. There's no two that is the same.
The analogy that I give is, if you have the Mona Lisa worth, let's say, $1 million, and you slice it into 10 pieces, that does not mean each piece is worth $1 million. You destroyed the Mona Lisa, right? But if I give you $10, and pay it back a week later, and a different $10, and 2 5s, and 10 ones, and 40 quarters, it's still $10, right? So the fungibility part, the interchangeability, is what makes NFTs unique versus, you know, other investments and fiat currencies.
The only way I would push back against that, and I know you're going to say, well, legally, it's a security, but if whoever actually owns the Mona Lisa decided, look, I just want to sell it to a bunch of people, and the collective ownership of the value of this thing now is dispersed between, you know, a bunch of French children in some school or something like that, and pay, you know, as long as they hold, and they can sell 1%. That's called a fractional NFT. We can't necessarily partake of it, but if you're in Canada, you can.
It's called trash if you slice it up into 100 pieces.
No, you're not physically. You're fractionalizing the ownership, not the asset, not the art.
Okay, yes.
itself.
So I was talking about the actual picture, not the ownership. But yes, if you had an ability to sectionalize the ownership and keep the picture intact, and then it's sold again, and you get an increased portion of the ownership, then yes, it's a security.
Or even the wealth of it being in the, I don't know what the relationship with the Mona Lisa is to the Louvre, but maybe whoever owns it or whatever, based on the population that goes see it, they get some type of money or value for it. You're splitting that, the revenue. So that, you know, technologically it is there. Whether legally we can do it is another matter. Again, I'd like to thank our panelists, Eric, James, and Fasa coming through in the clutch. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you, thank you. Yes. And everyone, please let's give our amazing moderator. She held us down all day long, Miss Deidre. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, so how's everybody feeling? Good? Y'all have hung in there all day. Thank you so much. I know the whole team appreciates it. And it is my pleasure to welcome our final keynote for the day. And he will be discussing crypto and Black wealth. So everyone, please welcome to the stage Mr. Reggie Middleton, founder of Versacium and Boom Bust blog. Welcome.
I was joking. So, okay.
Yes, could everyone please join us in the main auditorium for our final keynote speaker, Mr. Reggie Middleton. So we're gonna give everyone a few minutes so we can fill up these seats and enjoy our last speaker all together as a big Black blockchain family.
It's hot in here. I'm going to ask everybody to forgive me because I didn't prepare anything to say. So yesterday was my birthday. So thank you very much. I'm an old man, and 38 years ago, I came here to the Mecca, to Howard University. So I'm a bison. And so I spent yesterday, I'm just killing time till everybody comes in. So I spent yesterday with my kids. They took me out to dinner. It feels very good to have children who are independent financially, economically, and intellectually, and they can have the disposable income to spend money on you for a change. And that's what I did yesterday. Day before yesterday, I was hustling and scrabbling, and I put out my first lawsuit to defend my intellectual property. So you're clapping because I sued somebody. I am actually opposed to litigation. It's anathema to me. I don't like fighting. But I am the self-proclaimed inventor of DeFi, decentralized finance, and the machinations around it. And I got a patent in 2014, and I applied for it. It was issued in Japan, late 2021, and early 2022, the US issued it. And it's my belief that it gives me control over much of crypto. Ethereum, Bitcoin, NFTs, the Metaverse, transferring NFTs. If I'm correct, it puts me in a powerful position. So I try to negotiate with some of the large players in the space. To be absolutely honest, they're very disrespectful. They ignore me. No surprise, okay? And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go over my mini life story to try and illustrate crypto, wealth, and being Black from my perspective. But there's a lot to cover, okay? So Thursday at 4 p.m., I sued Coinbase for $350 million. And, you know, there's about 15 claims. That's a lot of bobbing and weaving to get out of. But the reason I did it is because I felt they weren't responsive. They weren't responsive to me. And this is the beginning of a very, very significant battle. To put this in perspective, okay? I believe that my patent is foundational technology. That means a technology that's the foundation of the entire industry. Examples would be, a good example would be, imagine if you patented the internet in 1994. Now, it looks like I'm older than many of you, so that would mean that Google, Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, Disney, anybody who does anything to, through, or with the internet would probably have to pay you money, or you can exclude them from doing business at all. That puts you in a powerful and enviable position, doesn't it? If you graduated from this school and you look like this brother there or that sister, it would probably put you in a very risky position. Do you agree or disagree? So, I don't want to make this about race because, A, race is a social construct. Very, very difficult, impossible to define scientifically. But here's the realistic part. Social construct scientifically doesn't exist. Racism is very, very real. So I'm going to tell you about some of my story. If you look at, I consider myself a fintech entrepreneur, okay? And I had to go through a lot more than many other fintech entrepreneurs had to go through. So let's take the guy that I sued. He is, say it again? I can't understand you, speak up. No, I'm telling you my story. Relax. It's my story, right? I'm going to tell you my story. So I graduated in 1990. The year after I graduated, I went to work for a very large financial organization, okay? Well known. I graduated with a bachelor's degree, business management. I was in a village downtown, right? Having a good time, minding my own business. This restaurant that I was at was across the street from an NYU law school, right? And it was in a crime-ridden area. A police officer off duty got into an argument with me. I ignored him. He wanted to take my phone. Back then, they had the big banana phones, weighed like 2 or 3 pounds, literally, and hit somebody else over the head with it. Didn't really matter, because I'm a lover, not a fighter, right? So I was talking to whoever I was talking to, had an argument with me. I said, I'm leaving. I walked out. As I was walking out, this off-duty police officer took a .357. You see that scar there? Point blank. Boom. In the front. But it's not that bad because I have a matching one when it came out the back. Okay? So that's why I'm taking my shirt off to show you, right? This is what I had to go through upon graduating Howard, right? Not a thug, not a criminal, not a drug dealer. Okay? The story doesn't end there. The police came. I'm going to put my shirt back on, okay? You all right with me taking my shirt off? She's blushing, all right? I'm in good shape, seriously. I'm old, but I'm in decent shape. So the police came, right? When they came to me, right, they grabbed me, and I said, this guy shot at me. They grabbed me, threw me against the car, blood splattered everywhere, shut the F up, nigga. This is what they told me. They called this dude by name and told him to leave. At that time, I understood what I was putting up with. Okay? I'm going to button this up now because I see everybody's taking video. That looks a little funny, brother, but I'm not going to say anything, okay? So, that was 1992-ish. 91, 92. That was my first experience with institutional racism, okay? Now, it didn't end there. So I went and got a lawyer. You know, I'm a very heavy consumer of legal services, very heavy. I had 18 law firms on retainer at one time. Law firms, not lawyers. Some of these law firms were 1, 2, 3,000 members each, okay? So I got a lawyer. Wasn't a good lawyer. Now I know, back then I didn't. We went to court, and the opposing law firm that represented the insurance company of the establishment that this happened in front of struck all the blacks out of the jury pool. I'm like, that doesn't look like it's good for me. But my lawyer says nothing we could do about it. Then he put on a defense. I lost as a plaintiff. They won. You never guess what the defense was. Take a guess. Somebody just raise their hand. Guess. A drug deal gone bad. And I lost. My second very, very big lesson, right, with institutional racism. Oh, and after I got shot, I didn't go home. They took me to the hospital. They handcuffed me to the bed. They packed the wound and cleaned it. and then they took me off to the jail, downtown Manhattan. I spent the night in jail. The crime? Bleeding while black. No weapons, fresh college graduate, worked for a big financial firm. The cops that were there, right, even went to the sergeant, because I could hear them talking as I'm screaming in the bed when they're packing my wound, and they said, listen, he's a kid from Long Island. I grew up in Long Island. He didn't do anything. He had no weapons. The sergeant told him to shut up, sent them home, had 2 new cops come, and they filled out the report a different way. So that was my second big experience. My third was the court. So at age 22, I knew that things were going to be a lot harder for me than it was for the CEO of, say, Coinbase, or I'm not picking on Coinbase, or any other institution. And that's my introduction to the workforce. Now, I've had other issues, such as I had a run-in with the SEC, and I was treated pretty much the same I was treated back then. I'm not going to get into details, but they took well over $1 billion worth of capital from me, wiped me clean. Okay, you can look it up, and I'll tell you how to research. If you look it up, make sure you go through primary sources. So you don't go to CoinDesk and read an article. You don't look at press releases. If you want to research legal incident, look at the actual motions driven. Look at what the SEC filed. Look at what my law firm filed. Okay, my law firm was a very, very large firm. The ex-attorney general was one of the prominent partners. Very large firm. We had a 427-page reply. Read what was alleged, read response. It tells the story in itself. But I decided to just give up, bend over, just take everything. That was 2019. 2022, 3 years and a month later, you could say I'm back. And I'm back, and I have what I think is the most valuable asset in the entire industry. Not just crypto, because think about it. Back in 1993, 4, 5, 6, 7, the internet was an industry. Right now, especially you people who are in school or fresh graduates, you don't think of the internet as an industry. You think of it as a thing. So can you think of an internet company? No, because everything uses the internet. You fast forward 30 years into the future, there's not going to be a blockchain company because everybody's going to use a blockchain. So if you're going to buy something, if you're going to invest in something, you want to invest in something that's foundational technology, infrastructure. Now, you can always go wrong, but if you're right, then you're going to hit the gold mine. But if you hit the gold mine, or if you go after the gold mine, you're going to have, this is going to happen to certain people, and other things are going to happen to you, because until things change, and they are changing, because my father told me that he couldn't drink out of certain water fountains in South Carolina. They clearly had a sign, whites only. So if he drank out of that, he'd have a severe problem. I didn't have that growing up. But upon graduation, when I want to compete with others, I have to go through things that they didn't. That doesn't mean I can't compete. I just have to work 18 times harder to get 1/5 the result. So if I want to get a full result, that's 5 times 18. Someone go figure that out for me. That's what I need to do. So do it. So that's the intro, and I wanted to get your attention. So did I get your attention? Okay. So now let's discuss wealth. I'm not going to go into black or whatever, but I'm giving you my experience of growing up as a young black man in DC, in New York, etc. I've traveled a lot, spent a lot of time in West Africa, South Africa, Europe, etc. And a lot of this discriminatory behavior is not just in the U.S. It's very bad in the U.S. because of the African slavery trade and the ramifications thereof, who has not totally run away. We have the issue of many parts of the diaspora, physically not enslaved, but you've heard this before, mentally the shackles are still on, okay? Same way in many places in Africa as well and in Europe. But we're progressing. A lot of people say, I'm telling you, you had a black president. And you can downplay the president if you want. A black president was unheard of just a couple of decades ago. You have a black vice president now. One of my classmates. She was like a year ahead of me, I think. I didn't know her. I didn't know. But vice president, this is what? One term after having a black president? This is unheard of. Progress is happening. You want progress to accelerate? You be that accelerant. You progress. So this speech is about crypto, black wealth. Okay? So I describe my experience as being a black man. I describe the negative part, there are positive parts. My experience here was wonderful. Okay? Having children and family was wonderful. Okay? But getting to the wealth part, there's a lot of misunderstanding. I think a lot of what was said on the stage, I don't agree with. Okay? And it doesn't matter who said it, but you know, the concepts of like wealth and power and progress in the world. In the United States is a capitalistic machine, period, point blank. Okay? There is no powerful demographic in the US that doesn't have access to productive capital in large amounts. And I'm more than willing to admit when I'm wrong. Someone simply show me. Now, access to this productive capital in prodigious amounts gives you access to the political machine. Access to the political machine allows you to keep your access to prodigious capital, not the other way around. So you can seek all the political power you want, you will not receive it without the money. Money is what feeds the political machine. The political machine doesn't feed money. The political machine allows the money to protect itself. This is a nuance, but this is my experience, this is my observation, this is my experiential education. Academic may be one thing, but you can read books about riding bikes all you want. You're not going to be good at it until you get on the bike. You start riding. Now, I don't know how much time I have, but I want to go through one or two more other topics, and I want to make this less about a brother without a shirt on, but it looks good, right? It look good, right? Come on. Thank you, right? Without an old brother without a shirt on, talk about experiences. I want to have a conversation, okay? So let's start with the last part, wealth, okay? I consider wealth, or let's not even discuss wealth. Let's discuss socioeconomic classes, okay? I'm sure you've heard somewhere that you have multiple classes, but there are three major ones. You have poor, lower class, you have the middle class, and you have the upper class, right? And then you can split those up even more. So you have dirt poverty and poor, you have working poor, you have working class, you have lower middle class, you have middle class, you have upper middle class, then you have the upper class wealthy. Have you all heard that? Okay. Do you believe in that? Is it true? Come on, speak up. Just speak up. Just raise your hand if you think that's true. Raise your hand if you think it's not true. Okay, so most people think it's true. So it's a bunch of nonsense. How many classes are there in this country? 2. What are they? Have and have-nots, rich and poor? Not quite specific enough. Have and have what? Listen, I have children who I love to death, and they love me, okay? I have what many people don't. You know, their kids like, F you, ma, and all that. Never happened in my household. For a variety of reasons, by the way, but love is one of them, okay? So have and have not is not it. I'm going to accelerate this conversation. You have the working class, you have the capitalist class, okay? Now, you don't need to go to school for 4 years or 6 years and get a PhD. I'm going to teach you how to figure it out. Come Monday morning, if you have to get up in the morning and go to work, what class are you in? There you go, you graduated. You see? Just then, you have a degree. If you don't have to get up in the morning to go to work, to maintain your lifestyle, you're a member of the capitalist class. Why? Your capital is working for you. The working class produces wealth or a simulacrum of wealth by their labor. So you get a shovel, that's my ticket there, you get a shovel, you're digging holes with your labor, and that's how you get paid. But you have members of the capitalist class that want to incentivize you to work more for them. And when you work for them, they pay you, but they pay you a small percentage of the amount of value generated. And what happens to the rest of that value? It goes to them. So you're not going to do that if you understand how things work. So they say, yes, you're working hard, but you're above those immigrants that have to dig holes. You don't have to dig holes. You're just filling them up. You're better than them. So digging holes is working class. Filling them up, lower middle class. But there are more people laboring and sweating, getting up at 6, sitting in traffic, going to work. And they say, but you don't have to dig holes or fill them. You don't have to touch a shovel. You just have to sit there and then write notes about how much work they did. You're better than all of them. We're going to call you the middle class. Hey, I'm the middle class. I'm not like them. I don't touch shovels. I'm not even dirty, right? Just have a lot of paper cuts writing. And then they say, there's another group. You don't have to touch pencils. You don't have to write things down. You're going to be the manager, and you tell everybody what to do. You're part of the upper middle class. You're wealthy. You're rich. You're higher class. I'm better than everybody else. Now you have the capitalists who don't even walk into the building because they own the building and the company. And they have all these workers and laborers of different flavors and different rainbows all doing the same thing. What are they doing? I can't hear you. What? They're working. They are selling their labor. And they're selling their labor for less than it's worth. And the difference between what it's worth and what they're selling it for makes the capitalist class wealthier, which is why they don't have to get up in the morning and go to work. Now, I'm not saying capitalists don't work. Many of the very successful capitalists work their asses off, okay? But not because they need to do that to maintain their standard of living. They do it to accumulate more capital to become higher up in the capitalist class to get other people who have to work for the labor to work for that labor, work for that compensation, and to make sure that they can get paid less than their work is worth, their labor is worth. By understanding this, that was nasty, by understanding this, you now know if you want to be part of the capitalist class, where you should aim. You're never going to work yourself wealthy. You can't work yourself to the capitalist class. That's not how they got there. That's not how you're going to get there. That's not how your children are going to get there. Capitalist class got there by attaining productive assets. And in the beginning, you attain a productive asset, it's not going to support you. That's why you attain another one, and another one, and another one. Once you attain enough productive assets that throw off enough either income or capital gains or influence, there's a break-even point. And that break-even point is the day where you wake up and be like, you know something? I'm not feeling going into work, and I don't have to. That's break-even, okay? Everything after that is excess value to you, and you become wealthier and wealthier and wealthier. At the same time, all those workers become poorer and poorer and poorer because Masada. I'm going to sit here and wait for someone to ask me what Masada is. Masada. Masada, M-I-S-A-D-A. It's an acronym. Stands for money is a depreciating asset. Okay? Here's the secret that you're not going to hear from anybody. The more money you have, the poorer you are. I just went through and told you what the capitalist class does, how they attain the capitalist class status, and what they try and do every day, right? They're not trying to make more money. In the United States, if you understand the tax code, if you understand returns on investments and risk-taking, money is the worst treated, most disrespected asset in this country. But a lot of people in the working classes work and bust and rip their anus open to get more money. To put in the bank, to not even keep up with the pace of inflation, to get 0.23%, if you're lucky, return, to go and work more. So the more you work, the more money you make, the more money you lose, the poorer you get, the more money you make. The more you work, the more money you make, the poorer you get. You take that same amount of money, you throw and buy a productive asset with it, it goes up every year. I took an Uber over here. I took the train because I wanted to fall asleep. I used to live on 6th and S for a little bit, okay, in Northwest. And when I came here, I'm looking, and I'm like, yo, you went the wrong way. The demographic looked totally different. Those houses you probably could have bought back then for like maybe $60,000, $70,000, the little houses. Taking a guess, but I think about right now. Now, they're going for maybe 1.8 million. And over that time, you're getting rent rolls every year, every month, okay? How much work are you doing? If you're doing it right, you're doing no work. The little bit of repairs, you hire the working class to repair it. and you're making money. Once you get enough money, you buy another house and another house. You took advantage of the capital appreciation of the real estate. You took advantage of the fact that interest rates were at a historical low, which enabled you to buy more houses and take more debt. You took advantage of gentrification, which slammed the prices, the value of the house up because people moving in could pay more rent, which enabled bigger restaurants and more fancy restaurants to come that charge more money, which drove the income of the people up. Big virtuous cycle. Anybody could become a member of the capitalist class if you have the right mentality. Anybody. And trust me, I'm not saying put yourself up by your bootstraps because everybody could do it. No, everybody can't do it. But you can become a member of the capitalist class if you think like a capitalist. Now, there's a lot of forces that prevent you from doing it, or can, or will try. See? You look up the SEC things, etc. I'm sure a lot of people are going to come after me forthwith, probably next week. They've been working on it all summer because I am looking to, from their perspective, extract value out of the system. They say you're trying to extract value out of the system, and you're trying to extract value out of the system without making somebody else wealthier. That's their perspective. My perspective is, no, I want my value returned to me. Now, everybody can be like that. When you have an idea, right, learn how the patent system works, learn how the trademark system works, learn how the copyright system works. We're at Howard, okay? Google top 25 black inventors, patented inventors. Your mind would be blown. You ever hear the real McCoy, that saying? The reason why that saying is popular, because there was a brother whose last name was McCoy, and he worked in a train, and he figured out a way to create a self-lubricating system on a train. So you don't have to stop the train every mile or two, take oil the wheels and tracks, get back on and start the train again. He created an oil system that was in part of the train's engine and oiled the train's wheels on the way. This is early 1900s, maybe somewhere in the 1800s, I can't remember. He patented it. Everybody wanted it. Everybody. White people, European whites, everybody. And as a matter of fact, not only did he want it, when other people tried to replicate it, he didn't have to go to patent court because they said, we don't want that. We want what? The real McCoy. Wealth. Okay? I could go down the list. So when I was in school, I was taught, you know, George Washington Carver, you know, Jonas Salk, you know, a couple of, you know, one or two inventors here or there. But if you actually look and go through the issue patents, you'd see everything. There's a sister who invented voice over IP, which is the reason why all this works now. She's currently a professor at, I can't remember the university. She used to be vice president at Google. She has about over 100 patents in her name. There you go. I'm bad at names. Excuse me? Over 200 patents, excuse me. And, you know, these are not outliers, right? There's hundreds and hundreds of black inventors. A lot of them have not patented their inventions, and because of that, they couldn't capture the upside of the value. And there's a lot of upside. I explained what I think the blockchain patent was worth. I think it's worth well over $1 trillion. But it's not about money with me at all. I told you how I came up with that to go through. It's not about money, okay? There's another story, and I'm going to end and do Q&A if we have time. There's this guy, right? He wasn't a brother, but he invented something, and then somebody else invented the same thing, but the inventor gave it to his assistant and told him to bring it to the patent office. He decided to go and eat lunch. And when he got to the patent office was closed. Someone in Italy issued applied for a similar patent, but this one guy beat those two to it, okay? He was issued the patent. His name was Alexander Graham Bell. That was back in the late 1800s, okay? He had challenges to his patent, and a lot. And I don't mean 2 or 3, I don't mean 10, almost 600 challenges. He fought all of them back. He won all of them, and he controlled communication in the most powerful and richest nation in the world for the next century, way after the patent expired. So powerful, the government broke it up and created American Telephone and Telegraph was broken up into what they call baby bells, baby versions of it. They became so powerful, they reconstituted themselves just out of force of the market, and they still control much of the communication. So imagine you have one invention. He did more than one, but you have one invention, and not only did it support true generational wealth, it supported communications in the most powerful country for over a century. That's why Howard University or HBCUs should teach patent claim construction as part of the curriculum. You know, I'm not big on abstract math, but I've never used trigonometry once I left my trig class, right? Patent drafting, patent claim drafting, if I were to learn that, think about all the people on the stage just literally today, right? Patent your inventions, do it. If you work for a large technology company, oftentimes they have a clause in your employment contract. If you invent something, it's ours. It doesn't matter if you invented it at home, using your home computer, on your cell phone, they claim rights to it. And look, if you think about what was invented, much of the stuff that you use every day was invented by a black man or a woman. So I'm going to close that out. If I have any time, if anybody has a question, you can ask me. Do I have time? Yes? Okay. So if you have a question, come ask me. Just be bold, come up on stage and grab a mic. Can I do that? Yeah, I can do that. Come on.
Sure thing. So, hey everyone, my name is Calvin, also known as Mr. Liv. Pretty much my 9 to 5, I work in advertisement and marketing. However, fact, my fault. Let's keep it on it. But back to you. One, thank you for sharing your story and your contribution to DeFi and just a technology that can actually help people. A lot of the things you said resonate with me, especially when you broke down the difference between capitalist mindset and working class mindset. So my question to you is, what's one thing that, let's say, whether it's a lesson you learned or something you learned to apply that helped you, let's say, deal with environments where you may deal with a lot of negativity or a lot of people who, let's say, want to push you to think working class instead of capitalist?
Honestly, just be knowledgeable to realize they don't know what the hell they're talking about. You know, never take wealth advice for someone who's not wealthy. You know, I was watching Kanye West on CNBC the other day, not necessarily saying, you know, I'm not trying to endorse him or talk down on him, but I was watching him, and he canceled a contract he had with Gap or somebody. But he said something that made plenty of sense. He said, I'm not going to take money advice for someone who has less money than I do. You should think about that, right? You wouldn't take the advice of someone on the black experience at Howard University from a white person who went to a white university. Not talking down upon them, there's nothing wrong with that. But how are they going to tell you something that you lived and they didn't? So if you're an expert in the field, you always take as much input as possible, okay? But you have to be very wary of people who attempt to push you down without the requisite experience to know what they're talking about, number one. Number two, the things that really succeed are always crazy in the beginning, all of them. Okay, did you think that the most valuable car company would be an electric car company just a few years ago? You know, people told Tesla they're out of their mind. Tesla's by far the most valuable car company. People tell me I'm crazy about my ideas all the time. As a matter of fact, if too many people agree with my idea, I start to think twice about it. Like, you know, it's maybe not that good. Any other questions? Come on up, everybody come up in the line, because they're going to tell me to get off the stage in a minute, so.
Ryan Cooper, DeVille Crypto Solutions. What are your top 5 producing assets? Quick question.
My top 5 producing assets, personally or in general? Okay, I'm not going to go through 5, I'll go through 1 or 2. Number 1 is this, okay? Educate yourself, true education. I'm not trying to knock academics, okay? But again, I told you, do not take the advice of someone who hasn't succeeded themselves. So don't take the advice of trying to be politically correct. An investment, a financial investment return professor who hasn't proven that he excels in generating financial investment returns, right? He is a salesman or a pretender at best. Not knocking the profession, because there are a lot of professors who succeeded and then go and they teach what they succeeded in. But you have to make sure that who you're imbibing this information from deserves to be giving it to you. So number 1, you educate yourself. If you educate yourself, they can't take it from you. I told you I had well over $1 billion worth of assets taken from me. I was dead broke. Okay, still am, actually. But they left this. And when they left this, then my major primary asset was left intact. I like Marvel Comics. So anybody saw Avengers Infinity War? So when Thor came down with Stormbreaker, landed in Thanos' chest, boom, caught him deep. What did Thanos say? Should have gone for the head, okay? I'm not trying to give you any ideas because I want to keep this, but okay. So that's number one. I'll go next. Come on.
So wealth, you talked about wealth creation in terms of IP.
Is vocal noise. Don't say it. Just slow down without the I know I say too, but I can say that.
Thank you. So you talked about wealth creation in terms of IP and owning your own, creations. I think wealth comes in many different ways, right? Abundance, and one being resources. Any thoughts around how Black people, especially given that resources come primarily from Africa, talking about manufacturing value down the supply chain, any thoughts around how we can actually obtain more of those resources to increase our wealth as a community?
I gave an example a little earlier with using the technology to stabilize currencies. I went to Nigeria, Lagos, Accra, etc. I created a gold coin called VE Gold, backed the currency by gold instead of the faith in the government. And the nations I proposed it to just happen to be rich in gold. Ghana is the top gold producing nation in Africa now. They surpass South Africa. So when you are backing your currency with something you have in abundance, which has historically outperformed all fiat currencies throughout the history of time, you now become a nation that's overcharged for debt and considered weak to a nation with the strongest currency. That's one example. There's a lot more, but I'm rushing through, okay? Okay? Got to speak up, come on. Right.
What is the best country or the easiest country to get your patent in, just to get into the system? Was it the United States or would it be in Asia?
Well, Asia's a continent, so, and not trying to correct you, but there's a big difference because Asia's one of the second or the largest continent? First or second largest, okay? Many countries in there, and just because you get a patent doesn't mean that you've achieved something of value. So a patent in Sri Lanka is worth a lot less than a patent in the UK. Okay, so you gauge the value of the patent. I gauge the value of the patent by the size of the economy and the strength of the patent laws. Okay, the bigger the economy, the more you can sell to and from, and the strength of the patent laws means that you can enforce it fairly. With that being said, it depends where you do your business. The US is the largest economy and has the strongest patent system. Japan is the third largest economy with the second strongest patent system. China is the second largest economy with now an increasingly strong patent system. They filed more crypto blockchain patents than anybody in the world. China has. And Europe is a long story, but you consider Europe as a whole, 17 nations, etc., the Euro bloc and the UK, that's fairly strong as well. Anything else?
So I have many assumptions since leaving school back in turn of thousands. But since then, I'm sure that I appreciate your candor too. I like your style. So please turn over or change my understanding of some concept that you've come to realize is totally false. Don't believe the hype. Is there anything that you can tell us that you'd say, don't believe this, don't buy it, do the opposite?
Well, if I do that, I'm going to offend and piss off somebody. Okay, it's okay? Okay. One hype, NFTs, okay? So, number one, NFTs are a very, very valuable piece of technology if you use them for what they are. NFTs are not made for selling JPEGs and all that. By the way, I have a patent on the transfer of NFTs. So if you transfer an NFT, you've infringed on my patent. Okay, everybody, from the individual to Disney to everybody else. My opinion, allegedly. I have to put my little legal disclaimer in there. That's my opinion. The only way to find out if you infringe is either you agree or we find out in a court of law. But NFTs, I just told you I have a patent on the transfer of it. You listen to any lawyer. There weren't any lawyers here that I know of, but I went to NFT NYC a couple of months ago because it was by my house, and I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The only IP you need to worry about, the only risks are copyright and trademark infringement. I'm like, no, that's not true. I have the patent on transferring NFTs, number one, and that's a big difference because, some patent infringement fees are heavy, $1 billion you know? So you have to be careful, number one. Number two, what NFTs are used for. I'm doing a documentary on my life because I think my life is interesting. I saw Mike Tyson's Undisputed Truth. I'm like, brother from Fort Greene, you know, Bed-Stuy, do or die. Entertaining, more intelligent than, you know, is led to believe. Interesting story, but I'm like, I think I can do better than that. And the production value is cheap. All he did was sit there with a mic and talk. So, you know, I'm feeling that low production value, high return. But how I'm doing it is I'm going to avoid the entire distribution apparatus. So the Netflix and Amazon Prime, no, not going through the Hollywood production studios. I'll produce it with low production costs, high quality, because the content is the quality. If you're interested in my life story, you're interested in what I'm doing, that's going to be the production quality there, number one. Number two, it's going to be distributed peer-to-peer. So everybody gets to view it by clicking a link. I'm using it, it's going to be a serialized NFT where each stream is an individual NFT, and the NFT is a contract between me and the viewer or the purchaser. And then I can upgrade that contract. That contract has certain clauses. So you like the story, you want to get 30 minutes of picking my brain, pay me whatever, $10,000, I'll give you 30 minutes, ask me anything. That's legal, okay? You want to take me out to dinner? Whatever, pick a price. You want me to be part of a presentation? Now, I can create a much wider revenue stream, much higher margins, all from selling a video. If I have a good turnout, I can make the actual video free, right, which makes it viral, and I can make my money from the upgrades. Now, let's look at the other way around, right? By the way, I own all the content as the IP, like everybody does, but they give it away. I own all the content. I even own the distribution channels of the patent. So I own 230% of the IP. And anybody who comes in behind me risks a patent infringement suit, and I could get paid more because all I have to do is just think of a new way to make money. Now, if you look at the music industry where people go through Spotify and whatever streaming channels, they get paid 0.002 cents, right, per dollar of every stream. And they gave up ownership of their content, which was theirs 100%. The business model needs to be turned upside down and on its head. It's not technology that causes change, it's business models that cause change. Technology enables the business model change. But you have to change your mindset. I'm not in the music industry. I don't care if margins go negative or to hell, to be truthful. I'm not in the music industry. I'm not in the content producing industry. I'm in the fintech industry, okay? And my job is to attain productive assets. Productive assets, my own IP, content, technology, whatever. I think everybody else should join me in that. 1 or 2 questions, or should I go off the stage? Okay, let's hurry up for the kid.
Thanks for being here. I'm a CPA, and I focus a lot on like the tax portion. What are your thoughts about DeFi and taxes and how they integrate with the IRS?
I think the IRS is behind the curve, and that's not denigrating the IRS. Most government agencies are. That's a big topic. I'm not a tax professional, but you know, it's hard to answer that question because it's very, very broad. Like, how do you tax, is a small contract liable for taxable gains? You know, or incomes, the income tax for a small contract. The Department of Justice just locked up somebody who wrote the contract for Tornado Cash. You know, so is he liable for any gains that go through there or any lack of taxes? It's a lot of questions to ask. I have a criticism. I think these questions should be answered through Q&A, through legislation, not through enforcement. You don't lock somebody up and ask questions afterwards. I think you should ask the questions first. But obviously, they don't really care a whole lot about what I think. So that's a long-winded way of saying I'm not qualified to answer your question. Okay? I'm going to be honest and say I don't know when I don't know. Okay? Is that it?
Hey Reggie, my name is Alalam from the Maryland area, and I wanted to ask you about your what you had mentioned about the working class versus the capitalist class. I wanted to know about your experience being 22 in New York, and after your story that you mentioned to us, at one point did you get into the understanding of that, the difference between the working class and the capitalist, and get into that mindset, and what was kind of the trigger point for you?
Well, I only worked as a W-2 wage earner as an adult for 9 months. I was actually fired from my job in Prudential because I explained to him what happened because I couldn't come to work the next day because they locked me up. Doesn't matter if all charges were dropped, they had nothing to lock me up for. I told my boss the story, and he believed the drug deal gone bad version versus the truth. And so he fired me, which is the best thing could have ever happened to me because now I saw the truth for what it is. And I said, that's not for me. So something inherently in me clicked and said, I'm going to be a member of the capitalist class, even though I have to work. So I was a member of the working class because I had to work, but I steadfastly attempted to attain capitalist class level. So that's when it happened. I was in school. I was probably here or in a business school when this dude jumped out of a building in 1987 during Black Monday, October 1987. And I said, no matter how bad it was, it had to be better than jumping out and killing itself. And I said, there's an opportunity here because the response is too extreme. And whenever a response is too extreme in any direction, it doesn't matter what direction, it's the extremely the direction, okay? There's a profit opportunity, but I didn't have anybody, despite the fact I was in the school to be, who was able to help me articulate a way to take advantage of it. If I did and knew about margin leverage, I would have got paid. So this guy jumped out of a window and killed himself, which is sad, left the family behind. By the end of that year, the S&P 500 was up 11.1%. It was up 11.1% because people were able to take advantage of the extreme drop, okay? If you would have margined it, which meant you would have borrowed money and, to buy more stock, then you'd have gotten, depending on how you got the margin, anywhere between 20% to 100 and change. Right now, a lot of hedge funds get margin at 20 times. A lot of crypto firms offer 100 times margin. An acquaintance of mine, friend acquaintance, was very popular for offering that. There are two brothers in the field, and we have a 100% hit rate on them having issues with the government. So I'm getting the wave, and the brother that says, I love black people, is telling me to get off the stage, so. Thank you, everybody.
Sinclair, can we just get you for a few words? The live stream people can't.
Thank you so much, Brother Reggie. Give a hand one more time. Thank you, one of my mentors, somebody. All right, we're going to make this real quick. Brother Alex Wafula, we have an awards. We got 4 wonderful folks that we're going to give our award to. Thank you so much for coming. I'm making this super sweet and super short. Brother Alex Wafula, remember my co-founder is a brother named John Karanja, who knows his language. I don't. My name is Sinclair Skinner. They took a lot of things from me. Name, religion, language. Nobody relates that. Okay, y'all got yours. I'll get mine. That's okay. But we're going to have Brother Wafula come up here because we use like some Swahili with our award. Oh, Wafula, come on in, black man. All right, give Brother Wafula a round of applause. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, that's you, black. That's you.
All right, hey everyone. Yeah, my name is Alex Wafula. I'm the lead developer for I Love Black People at Sinclair's Place. Yeah, so today I think I'm being honored to be able to basically award the people for this event. So I'm from Kenya, and the awards we decided to issue this year are from the Maasai tribe. So back home we have around 40 tribes in Kenya, about 100 tribes in Tanzania, neighboring country. So the Maasai are in both of these countries. And when the Maasai come of age, they basically become Morans. Like, these are recognized as warriors in their tribe because they've essentially maybe transitioned from being young, being kids, to having more responsibilities in the community and having to go through and persevere a lot for their communities. So they are considered as warriors in their communities, and they are awarded with the title Moran. And so this is the title we are going to be issuing the 4 people that Sinclair mentioned, because of the perseverance they've had to go through as black people to basically achieve what they have and what that means for us as a community across the diaspora. So just to name them. So we have Cleve Messidor. We have Naja Roberts. We have Arthur Hayes. And we have John Karanja. Yeah, and the awards we have for them are here. They are basically Maasai statues. And these are carved by the Kamba people. The Kamba people are like long distance traders in our country. And even they recognized Maasais in this way to the extent that they actually like carve these statues to like kind of just highlight what a Moran warrior is. So those are the awards we're going to be issuing to them. Right, and you notice we've been giving the, what we call the Maasai Shukas to our speakers in recognition of their participation in this event. So basically this is a Maasai warrior, and you'll notice them having that Maasai Shuka. So like that's basically their, I wouldn't say really traditional, like it's their dress. So like, so this is basically a Maasai Moran, and it's the ones that we'd like to give to Clive, who's here. I don't know if John is here. We have John there. And Arthur Hayes, who unfortunately is not here today, but awarding him in absence. Oh, that's it. All right, thank you. I think that's all. All right, so that's a wrap. We have some food outside. Thank you for attending the summit this year.